18th Board of Supervisors meeting. And we will start with the Pledge of Allegiance. And I've asked Steve Boyack, the Assistant Director for Health and Human Services, to help lead in the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right, well, welcome everyone. We'll start out with oral communications, and most of you have been to the meetings this year, but we do start out with reminding everybody where we come from. We come from a community that cares about each other, and we show inside the boardroom and outside the boardroom, hopefully, respect and courtesy to each other. And to that, I like to add a touch of kindness. And to that end, I mention a quote every meeting that has something to do with kindness. And today, I've picked one from Buddha. And here's what he had to say. When words are both true and kind, they can change the world. And with that, I would call up anyone who wants to make an announcement or who has something to say to both the board and the public at large. Now is your time. You've got 3 minutes each. Good morning.
Board and staff. I'm Lisa Mayo, and I'm with Visit Tuolumne County. And I have a letter here for you, and I just wanted to read it, and then I'll hand it over to Heather. And it's to all of you and CIO Riggs. Thank you for the recent vote to continue to support funding of Visit Tuolumne County at a level that allows us to continue to invite visitors to Tuolumne County while also supporting the many county services that are essential. Arriving at this contract at times felt like a very Herculean effort, but we are very confident that we negotiated in good faith and in such a way that respected the county's needs while also recognizing that tourism, too, is essential to Tuolumne County. I almost said Calaveras. Ultimately, a meeting of the minds prevailed where compromise could take place, and we are now able to move forward and continue to build Tuolumne County's visitor economy. Before it was mandated in the new contract, VTC initiated and invested in a tourism marketing district feasibility study to take the first step forward towards financial sustainability. VTC will continue to work towards that end, and this too will be a massive effort as we are asking more of our lodging partners. It will be very, very important for us to have the county's support as we move through this process. We plan to begin having our TMD workshops starting this fall. This year, Visit Tuolumne County celebrates 40 years, and with that, our partnership with Tuolumne County. Tuolumne County's tourism industry is truly the best economic development story we have, and something that everyone should be proud of. Thank you again for supporting Visit Tuolumne County and recognizing the importance of our tourism industry and the positive impact that it has on our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning. I hope it is a good morning, and thank you for your quote. My name is Diane Bennett. I'm Executive Coordinator of the Tuolumne Fire Safe Council, and I'm here to invite the public to a series of workshops we're having for development of our community wildfire protection plan. And I say workshops because these are interactive. We will hear from the community, not tell the community. And the workshops are in both North County and the South County, and people are welcome to attend at any location. The first one is this Friday, July 21st, 5:30 p.m. at Twainhart Bible Church on Twainhart Drive in Sonora. And then the next day, bright and early, we will be in Groveland at Tioga High School, and that one will begin at 9:30 a.m. Those two, our consultant, Jensen Hughes, will be at and be able to provide some information that they have gathered during their technical research. The next two will be conducted by the council only, and that is Friday, July 28th, 5:30 p.m., again at Tioga High School, and then the next day, Saturday, August 5th, at the Elks Lodge. We really want to see the community. Again, these are not meetings, they are interactive workshops. And for more information, you can contact info, I-N-F-O, at tuolumnefiresafe.org. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Mike Lemke. Several years ago, I showed up at one of our local building association breakfasts. Hearty group of folks there. I raised my hand, volunteered to pay for the bill, and next thing you know, I was on the board of directors. And shortly thereafter, I was eventually elected president. It's been a long course of volunteering on commissions, committees, ad hoc groups, meetings, et cetera, over the course of the years to try to study our local rural issues. I've been told it very directly, we got to step it up. We're not being effective enough. We have to do a better job. So we're here to make a commitment that we're going to be here on a more regular basis, providing more steady commentary, opinion, local industry input on some of our local issues and how do we help provide solutions. Lots of questions out there. If we have such soaring demand in all these segments of housing and jobs and sectors, what does it take to get these investors here? What does it take to get these developers here? How do we improve that situation? Things like affordability. What's the difference between building affordable versus something that's classified as affordable housing? We also call that taxpayer-funded government housing solutions. There's a huge difference. What are those differences? How can we help build those success stories? Government answers. The federal government, the state government, agencies, local agencies have a whole lot of answers for us. No, the answers do not come from Sacramento, San Francisco, Los Angeles. We have rural issues. We have rural solutions. We have enough smart people around here that we can understand our issues and how to get through them. When I was quite young, my father took me to the National Association of Home Builders Convention. I was excited, expected to see this stadium full of investors and developers and these home builders I had read in magazines. Well, when we arrived, I saw something different. The stadium was full of people, standing room only. But there was a smaller group. We had badges and ribbons, and you could tell who was representing who. There would be a small group of investors, the smaller segment of developers, and a little bit bigger group of builders. But the stadium was jam-packed with industry people, housing interests, contractors, trades, suppliers, designers, consultants. The stadium was packed with our community members, all part of the same industry. We have local answers. We're going to do a better job of stepping up and help try to provide those for you to work with. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. So I need to apologize. As much as I dislike that clock on the wall, and I would like to see a different policy in place, I do understand the need for some sort of policy, and so by stepping up here, I'm agreeing to take part in that policy. I also take prayer very seriously. Hopefully that's obvious as I'm taking time off work to come here and pray. The fact that God, the creator of everything, invites us to bring our prayers to him is something more amazing than I have the ability to describe. So I'm truly sorry to everyone in this room, especially to you, Supervisor Half, and I'm sorry to God that the last time I was here, I allowed a situation to occur where I was forced to be interrupted in the middle of my prayer. I will try to do better. It's never been in my nature to pray. My first inclination has always been to argue or get sarcastic or fight. Not surprisingly, even when I may be justified, those things never seem to work out very well. What has always worked out well for me is prayer. I've seen it work in my own life and the lives of everybody I know who prays, but I am not the best at it. There are people in this county and likely in this room who far exceed me in their ability, knowledge, and profundity. However, God does not require us to be perfect in order to pray or to be saved. He only requires that we have faith. All I know is that when I first came here to argue, I realized that there was nobody praying, and I thought, well, maybe somebody should be. And then God said, you do it then. And so here I am. However, if anybody else wants to step up or take turns with me or join me, I'd love that. Also, this shouldn't just be about me and what I think should be prayed about on behalf of our county. So starting in September, I will be praying in the courthouse park at 8 a.m. before each supervisor's meeting, and I will be inviting anybody who wants to join me. I know it's a busy day and that even those who do pray may not be able to join me, but know that you are invited. I am also encouraging you to reach out to me with any prayer requests that you may have for our county. You can simply email them to me, and I'll make sure that we pray about them. Father in heaven, thank you for all you give us. Please bless our county and all of our efforts to make it a great place to be, and please help me do better and to understand your will and how to let it guide me. And as always, Lord, please be with the supervisors and all the staff as they go about the business of county government. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you. Good morning. Welcome.
I'm Stuart Crook from Groveland. I'm a cattle rancher. I have concerns about, I know it's a broken record about the road, priest grade. 5 months is kind of crazy for it to not even begin to be fixed. But I hope that's your priority. I'm sure it is. And then I'm not even going to worry about that anymore. But Ward's Ferry, I don't think should be a priority at all. And I'm really worried. I mean, there's so many things that's been messed up from the storms on other roads that we could fix. And I am just so concerned. I own more than half of that road that goes through Ward's Ferry down there to the bridge where those rafters go in. And so I don't know if there's going to be fixing this summer down there, but I'm very concerned about the fire danger down there. The grass is this tall down there. It's overhanging the road, and it's a real threat down there. And then besides that, there's this garbage everywhere down there that people go down and throw their stuff out, batteries. It's an environmental mess down there. So that would be nice to get cleaned up. But I'm very concerned about what you guys got in mind for down there to fix that road, if it's going to happen soon or if we can wait until winter. But those rafters go down there with their vehicles. They're like 1970 vehicles. They backfire. They're not eco-friendly vehicles. So I'm very concerned about that. So I just hope you guys would take that into consideration. And I know we don't have any money for the roads and all that stuff. But then I hear about parcel taxes and stuff like that. Well, we already pay. I've got a lot of parcels. And we pay a lot of parcel tax for everything. So we need to figure it out. We need to have law enforcement first, and then roads and fire. I think those are the three things that we need to focus on. And I see this agenda with all these items with money and everything, but a lot of it are grants, which is fine. But, grants are taxpayer money. So I don't know. I'm just got to get it off me. I couldn't get here for months and months because I got to work. But think about it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I do see, Stuart, I do see our head of public works standing over by the door. Looks like she may be interested in answering some of your questions. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is John Flynn. I'm your political watchdog. And good morning to the County of Tuolumne Corporation. And you are a municipality government. corporation, and you are paid with public tax dollars, known as public servants. So, got that out of the way. I wanted to talk about the county grand jury. It's not your fault, Kathleen Half. They came out with a report. There were 11 board members, 19 jurors, and 11 of them were from the city of Sonora. And I looked that up, and they can't represent the county. City of Sonora has no jurisdiction in the county. Okay, and so I looked that up, and that was a random draw from the California Department of Motor Vehicle, but that had to have been hand-picked out. That's just impossible. And to have 11 from the city of Sonora. So that's not your problem. Well, that's what I think. We need a county grand jury to investigate the county grand jury from 2022 to 2023 report. There's been some discrepancies in this last report that came out, a lot. And then we had, and the number 2, now on the county grand jury report, Tuttletown, LaGrange, Lake Don Pedro, Chinese Camp, Pinecrest, and the other interior of the county, cattle ranchers and livestock growers, they were all excluded. Where's the inclusion and the equitable of these citizens to participate in a county grand jury? Not the city of Sonora. So, and then I got that other. Now, I want to go on to another couple other subjects. Title 10, United States Code, subsection 246, all males, no girls. Sorry, I didn't write this. This was under President Dwight D. Eisenhower's administration. California militia and code, subsection 122. No females, just guys. You might want to look into that. That's called, do you belong to a secret militia? Yes, you do, if you're a male. Okay, next subject. California Assembly Bill 665. I spoke to Kimberly Freeman April 4th after I spoke, and she said she has an extensive background. She said she will look into it. And it states that legal kidnapping of children in the public schools. Ryan Campbell, you're not a boy, you're a girl. Heather Ryan, you're not a girl, you're a boy. So I would like an update from Kimberly Freeman if she has time. And that's about it. I'm out of time. Thank you very much.
John, if you're here for the 1:30 appointment, I believe Kimberly Freeman will, not Kimberly Freeman, Kimberly Pruitt. You're talking about our doctor, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got mixed up. Never mind.
She has to approve it.
Yeah. Anyone else? All right, I will close the public comment period, and we will move on to our consent calendar. And Clerk of the Board, Heather. Oh, yeah, staff reports. I didn't circle it this time. Sorry, staff. I'm sure some of you have something to report. Please come forward before we go to consent calendar. Thanks. Good morning.
Good morning, Supervisors. Cassandra Jenneke, your district attorney. I wasn't here for your meeting last week, unfortunately, but I did hear that a community member raised some concerns about my office's drug prosecution policies and drug crime in Tuolumne County. So I wanted to take that as an opportunity to let your board know and the public know some of the things that we're doing in my office to address drug crime in Tuolumne County. So fiscal year 22-23, our office received about 3,200 case referrals. Those are cases from law enforcement. We filed about 2,200 of those cases for a filing rate of about 70%. In comparison to the state average of about 55%, we have an elevated filing rate. Of those cases referred, 512 of them involved simple possession of drugs, paraphernalia, possession for sale, transportation for sale, or manufacturing of controlled substances in Tuolumne County. Of those, 383 were filed as misdemeanors under state law, and of the 43 felony sale, transportation for sale, or furnishing for sale of cases, 43 were referred, 27 were filed for a filing rate of about 63%. The reality is that state legislative actions have significantly decreased the effectiveness of drug prosecutions across the state. AB 109 realigned our felony drug prosecutions to being punishable by local prison only, absent an individual having a prior strike. And Prop 47 reduced simple possession crimes, so possession of methamphetamine, fentanyl, heroin, things of that nature, to misdemeanors, absent you being a particular type of sex offender. What that did was significantly decrease the ability of my office, probation, and our state rehabilitative system to hold individuals accountable and provide them the services they need in order to address their addiction issues. Additionally, individuals who have been previously convicted of sales crimes and commit a new sales crime have no additional punishment for being a repeat seller of narcotics, because state law eliminated our ability to file an enhancement for that type of prior conviction. The state legislature has also blocked for the last 3 years some common sense legislative actions that the California District Attorneys Association, state sheriffs have asked in order for us to hold drug dealers accountable for the actions that they commit against our communities. That does include increasing punishment for fentanyl, increasing or even adding the ability for it to be a felony if you're in possession of a loaded and operable firearm and fentanyl at the same time. Right now, that's a misdemeanor. So I have to tell you, I never prosecuted cases in a time where simple possession of a controlled substance got you to state prison. And we can argue up and down the benefits of that, but the reality is that our office takes a strong stance against drug crime in Tuolumne County. We, in the past year, have prosecuted individuals like Lawrence Bean Blossom, who we sent to state prison for 6 years and 4 months with multiple sales charges pending, but the only reason he got to go to prison is because he had a firearm with him and he was already a felon. In that case, he had over half a pound between his 2 cases of fentanyl. That could kill the population of Tuolumne County 5 times over. That's a misdemeanor. We have an individual who's still in warrant status pending, who was on federal probation at the time he was stopped by the California Highway Patrol in possession of 1,000 pills marked as OxyContin, but that were actually fentanyl. And 3 weeks ago, we had an individual stopped during a car stop by the Tuolumne County Sheriff's Office who was found in possession of 7.5 ounces of fentanyl and 3.5 ounces of methamphetamine. Our office, in order to keep that person in custody, filed a bail motion to prevent that person from posting bail unless they could show that the bail money they used didn't come from an illicit sales source. Unfortunately, that individual had a family member who was able to post bail for them, so that person is back out on our streets. Our office also has participated in multiple investigations and search warrant executions for the illegal manufacturing and cultivation of cannabis within Tuolumne County. Operation Jupiter occurred last fall, end of summer, beginning of fall, and we issued 6 cases out of that, where we took out, I think, something like 12 farms. The people in my office care about drug crime. I care about drug crime. I was the last vertically assigned prosecutor to the Tuolumne County Narcotics team before it was disbanded, and I will do everything within my power to minimize the impact of illicit drug sales, possession, and use within Tuolumne County. However, I'm not omnipotent, and so the incredible efforts of my staff, I didn't want those to go unnoticed. So, thank you.
Cassandra, I'm sorry. Maybe we'll talk offline. I think one of I get the legislative changes and whatnot. I think one of the issues that the gentleman was bringing up was there was an understanding that he was put on no bail.
I think we need to carry this offline because
he was put on no bail, and then he was concerned that
this is not supposed to be a time of give and take, so I'm sorry.
We'll talk offline. I think that was the issue.
Yeah.
Okay.
Very interesting subject, very sobering. Thank you for the report. Sorry.
Good morning, supervisors. I'm Tamara Blankenship, the Housing Development Specialist with the Community Development Department. As the board knows, we're currently updating our housing element, and that's a chance for us to assess and plan for our current and future housing needs in the county. And a really important part of that process is community engagement. We have our first opportunity for the community, for the public to participate coming up next week, Wednesday, July 26th. We'll be holding 2 meetings that day. The first meeting will be in Groveland at the Resilience Center at noon, and the second meeting will be in Sonora at 6 p.m. here in this room. Both meetings will have the same information. We just want to have 2 locations for people to participate. And we will be holding a virtual meeting shortly thereafter for people who aren't able to attend in person, and we'll be getting those details out. There are flyers at the back of the room with details and my contact information for anyone who has any questions or would like to contact me for more information. And I really want to emphasize that it's really important for the public to participate. You don't need any special knowledge or experience. Housing impacts everybody, and so we really want everybody's voice to be heard, and we want to invite everyone to participate. Thank you.
And
Thank you.
And the date again was?
July 26th for both meetings.
And then the first meeting was at what time?
In Groveland at noon, and the second is in Sonora at 6 p.m. here in this room.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Dory Beats, Office of Emergency Services. A few little updates. July 20th is the deadline for individuals who want to apply for FEMA assistance for the last round of storms. So don't forget, you can call their 1-800 number, 621-3362, or you can visit disasterassistance.gov. We do ask, if you have not heard from FEMA and you applied, make sure you follow up. Or if you've received a letter from your insurance denying or any action, please make sure you call to ensure that your application is complete by July 20th. So just a couple days left for that here in Tuolumne County. The other, as you know, we are in the process of updating our emergency operations plan. This outlines kind of the overarching roles and responsibilities and coordination between our various agencies. We will have another public meeting. It's set for Thursday, July 27th. There are flyers in the back. This one is virtual by Zoom, and we've been circulating this last week amongst many, including the board and others, to help pass that out and about. But we're going to have another public meeting July 27th, and then we'll probably have a couple more in person in August that we're still figuring. The last thing I would like to just update, even though I know we have an agenda item, is just a thank you. This last weekend we opened up 2 CRCs, and I truly want to say thank you to multiple agencies that supported us. It was really, really important. That included our own Tuolumne County New CERT volunteers, Groveland CERT volunteers, Twain Harte CERT volunteers, multiple individuals from Tuolumne County Sheriff's CSU, and as well as the American Red Cross that donated some water and snacks. And all of the time spent by many of our departments, including OES, Public Health, Health and Human Services, Animal Control, Library and Rec, EMS, that all work together to coordinate that. So I just wanted to say thank you. It made our job a lot easier this last weekend. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning, Board. Mark Fisher, County Administrator's Office. I wanted to give you a quick update on AB 338, which, as a reminder for you and to inform the public, is an assembly bill that will change the definition of public works to include fuel reduction activities done with, in part or in whole, with public funds. This bill has significant potential to impact the amount of work that we can accomplish in forest management under the Master Stewardship Agreement. So we did go down to Sacramento on Wednesday to testify in opposition to this bill. It did pass committee 4-0 and it has been referred to the Committee on Appropriations. A little bit of history. It was vetoed last year, so it did pass all the way through. Right now it's identical. The wording is identical. And so it was vetoed last year, and the only reason the governor vetoed it is because he believed that it would introduce a series, or a bunch of hurdles, a bunch of red tape that would slow down the process when forest management needs to be doled out fairly quickly. The bill author revealed that the governor's office is going to be giving them some amendments, and so that tells me that if the governor's staff is helping them work on amendments, if it passes again, he will sign it. So what we are going to do now is we're going to wait until we hear the amendments, and then if those amendments are not favorable, we will issue another letter, and we'll put up another draft letter online that I would highly encourage the public to download and send. Send it to all of the members of the committee, send it to the committee itself, send it to the governor, send it to everyone. We really want to get the word out how bad this will be for us. If you have any questions, you know where to find me. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other staff member with a report? All right, seeing none, I'll close that. And now we'll move on to the consent calendar. Heather.
There we go. All right, item number 1, approving the minutes of the June 20, 2023 and July 11, 2023 meetings. Item number 2, ordering special assessments against various parcels within unincorporated Tuolumne County to be collected in the same manner as ordinary real property taxes for unpaid administrative penalties and abatement costs related to code compliance cases. Item number 3, adopting resolution 69-23, acknowledging a report made by the fire chief of the Tuolumne County Fire Department regarding compliance with Health and Safety Code 13146.4, Fire Protection Services, Inspections, Compliance Reporting. Item number 4, approving an agreement with Access Systems, Inc. for Hirsch Velocity Electronic Physical Access Control System upgrade and expansion in an amount not to exceed $400,000 for the period of July 18, 2023 through September 30, 2023, and authorize the county administrative officer to sign all related documents. This is included in the fiscal year 23-24 budget. Item number 5, approving an agreement between Tuolumne County Department of Social Services and Infant Child Enrichment Services, Inc., ISIS, for Emergency Child Care Bridge Program Services for foster children in an amount not to exceed $166,635 for the period of July 1, 2023 through June 30, 2024, and authorizing the county administrator to sign all related documents. This is included in the fiscal year 23-24 budget. Item number 6, approving an agreement for suicide prevention and early intervention services between Tuolumne County Behavioral Health Tuolumne and Amador Tuolumne Community Action Agency in an amount not to exceed $105,000 per fiscal year beginning July 1, 2023 through June 30, 2025, and authorize the county administrator to sign all related documents. This is included in the fiscal year 2023-24 budget. Item number 7, accepting a grant in the amount of $65,000 from California Department of Healthcare Services for the implementation of pre-release Medi-Cal applications under the California Advancing and Innovating Medi-Cal AIM, providing access and transforming health path justice involved initiative JI program, recognizing unanticipated revenue and increasing appropriations by the same amount in the fiscal year 2023-24 Department of Social Services adopted budget, 4/5 approval required, and authorize the county administrative officer to sign all related documents. Item number 8, accepting a grant in the amount of $115,719.43 from the California Department of Healthcare Services for the implementation of pre-release Medi-Cal applications under California Advancing and Innovating Medi-Cal Cal AIM, providing access and transforming health path Justice Involved Initiative JI program, recognizing the unanticipated revenue while increasing appropriations by the same amount in the fiscal year 23-24 Probation Department adopted budget, 4/5 approval required, and authorize the county administrative officer to sign all related documents. Item number 9, accepting a grant in the amount of $56,246 from California Department of Healthcare Services for the implementation of pre-release Medi-Cal applications under the California Advancing and Innovation Medi-Cal Cal AIM, providing access and transforming health path Justice Involved Initiative JI program, recognizing the unanticipated revenue while increasing appropriations by the same amount in fiscal year 2023-24 Sheriff's Office adopted budget, 4/5 approval required, and authorize the county administrative officer to sign all related documents.
And finally, item number 10, awarding a contract in the amount of $500,000 to Central Striping Service, Inc. to perform the work as shown in the plans and bid book for contract number 1768, Tuolumne County Road Striping 2023 through 2025, 2027 project, and authorizing chair to sign, included in the fiscal year 23-24 budget.
All right, quite a mouthful. So I'm going to start with the board and ask first if there is any item on the consent calendar that you wish to pull. Okay, seeing none, my next question, do you have comments on any of the items? Supervisor Goldenberg.
Thank you. Well, just in brief, looking at item 3 on the consent calendar, just want to recognize our county fire department for going down this road and looking at doing these inspections on all properties. Is very important, and glad to see it here on our calendar to accomplish. The next one was number 6. Just looking at the suicide prevention, having a contract to do this and move forward. Really appreciate, the efforts that are going forth there. And finally, on item 8, just looking at the grant work, that's being done here through our probation department. Dan Hawks is in the audience, and really appreciate the efforts, Dan, in bringing this forward. So, thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Brandon.
Thank you. So while we have the folks in the room and the opportunity, I wanted to mention a lot of people think that the way that county government is funded is all just through local dollars. Our staff work very hard to get these grants and go out and bring money into this community. Anywhere from 70 to 80% of our budget may be pass-through, maybe grant funds, depending on the year. And so I wanted to recognize Health and Human Services and Social Services, probation, the Sheriff's Office. We do see a lot of random items, a lot of different contracts and services. These are them going out to try and bring money in to support stuff for youth or to support stuff that's transitional care and things that are going to make our community safer. And so I just wanted to recognize that and the amount of work that goes into that and just how successful our county has been at being able to do that. And that is all to protect local taxpayer dollars while still getting things done.
Thank you. And I have 2 comments. The first one, I think, would be in the form of a question to our county council. The second draft meeting notes from July 11th were marked as a regular meeting, but I believe it was a special meeting. Is that correct? Okay, so that correction needs to take place. And then I wanted to make special mention of item number 6. In the body of that memo, it discussed SB 326. And I wanted to call attention to that. That is called the Modernization of the MHSA Act, and it's very concerning. It could impact our prevention and early intervention programs, reducing the funding from 19% of HSA funds, that's Mental Health Services Act funds, to 5%, from 19% to 5%. And I believe it was a subject matter in today's newspaper as well, front page. So please refer to it, educate yourself. Just as late as the 13th, July 13th, it was re-referred to the Committee on Health. It is moving through. This is not good news for us in this community. Trying to do all we can to help with suicide prevention, for example, and any other early intervention. So I just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention. Thank you. All right, I think we are on to proclamations and commendations. Oh, wait a minute. We need to go to public comment before we vote. I'm trying to whiz ahead, you guys. Sorry about that. So now is the time for the public to come forward on any of the matters that are on the consent calendar for your comments.
Thank you. I was beginning to think I walked in here for nothing. So I would like to talk about item number 6. And I appreciate Supervisor Goldenberg saying that he appreciated all the efforts. I would like to see those efforts. The memo didn't really list any data, and this is between a contractor and the county. And I have a lot of questions as to how much was actually done. And if I'm spending $105,000 of my tax dollars, I want to know that it's going for a good purpose. So I have a lot of questions about whether we're actually doing that much suicide prevention in the community. We had 3 rather high profile that got a lot of attention suicides in the last year and a half. And I didn't see a lot of public outreach or education. Maybe it all happened behind the scenes. Maybe I just didn't see it. But I've seen a lot of, there's a lot of data in there that, we're going to have these classes. We're going to have this outreach. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. I'm just not seeing it. I'm just not seeing it. And I'm seeing a lot of classes that got canceled, and I'm seeing more classes actually being given by the superintendent of schools office. So I would like to see some data as to actually how many people took these classes, how many people in our community were trained. Because I'm just not seeing it, and I'm not seeing people show up at activities from the Yes Partnership. And for that much money, there needs to be an accounting. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, I'm going to bring it back to the board now for, I'll entertain a motion on the consent calendar.
I'll move to approve the consent calendar.
I'll second.
Okay, it was moved by Supervisor Brandon and seconded by Supervisor Goldenberg. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Carries 5-0. Okay, moving on to proclamations and commendations. Heather, would you please read item number 11?
Item number 11, consideration of adopting Resolution 70-23, proclaiming July 16 through 22, 2023 as Probation Services Week.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning.
Members of the board. First, I just want to thank you for trusting me to lead this wonderful department, and I want to let you know that our probation department is in really good shape in this county, and I'm very proud of the work that we do. I want to mix things up a little bit here. I could go through the memo. There's an awful lot of stuff that we've accomplished this last year, and sometimes I have to pinch myself to realize that we do all of this work, and that it all gets done because of the incredible staff we have. And so for me, Probation Services Week is about acknowledging the wonderful family that we have within my department and the great work that they do on a daily basis. It's a source of great pride for me to be here serving in this capacity and representing the people of my department. And this is an important week for us, and it's all about them. So what I'd like to do this morning is acknowledge my direct reports first and foremost, and then give my managers an opportunity to come up here and recognize their staff, because it's something they wanted to do. And like I said, I really can't take responsibility for the great work that they all do, and so I want to make sure that we recognize the staff of our department. So first off, I'd like to recognize Shanna Relay as my business manager. She has done a fantastic job in the short amount of time that she's been serving in that capacity. Shanna's got very deep roots in our county. When the county jail was built, it was named for her great-grandparents, and so you've got deep roots if your great-grandparents have the name on the new county jail. And she's got a commitment to criminal justice, and she's been a fantastic analyst for us, and now as a business manager, she represents the leadership of our clerical unit. And so she sent me something. She's on vacation this week, but she did ask me to read something regarding her staff, so I'd like to do that now. I would like to take this opportunity to recognize the hard work and dedication of our clerical staff: Jamie, Elaine, Sherry, Caitlin, Jill, and Christine. You are the heartbeat of the department and the reason why we are able to carry out our probation duties and responsibilities each day. You prepare and deliver the essential legal documents to the court and other justice partners. You maintain and track data throughout the entirety of someone's case, and you provide that information and resources to some of the county's most vulnerable individuals and families as they navigate through the legal process. You are some of the most hardworking, dedicated employees around and consistently operate with empathy, kindness, and understanding to anyone that walks through our door. Thank you for your hard work. We appreciate each of you and your contributions to the department more than you know. So that's our clerical unit, and they are awesome. And we are fully staffed, which is nice because it's that just recently happened and something we're always working towards. So it's a great group there. They really deserve that recognition. The next person I would like to recognize is a superstar in the juvenile justice arena. Annie is another one with deep roots in the county. She's a fantastic employee for the county. She served in multiple capacities. I first worked with her as she was a supervising social work when I was doing juvenile probation work many years ago, and I was impressed with her then. Since then, she's done some private sector work. She's become a counselor. She was our first counselor at the juvenile detention center, and she became a probation officer and worked her way through the ranks quickly to become my assistant chief. And I couldn't, her intelligence, her empathy, her hard work and dedication are second to none, and I'm sure she'll be a fantastic future leader for the county for many years to come. So I'd now like to turn it over to Annie to say a few words.
Thank you, Dan. And it goes without saying, but all of our staff are just so fortunate to have you as our leader. So thank you. Annie Hockett, as Dan mentioned, assistant chief, and I serve as the superintendent of the juvenile facility. So I wanted to just briefly talk about that today, and then I'll turn it over to some of the other leaders in the back. So I have the privilege of working hand in hand and side by side with some of the most incredible people that I know. Will, Christine, Selena, Matt, Scott, Josh, Aaron, Kevin, Rosie, Juan, Van, Julie, and Justine. These individuals are truly the superheroes that are responsible for transforming the lives of the youth that we serve. I also have to give a shout out to a handful of probation officers who readily step up and help at the facility whenever the need arises. Aaron, Ceci, Allison, and Tina, some of you are here. Thank you so much for always being willing to help. Youth enter our facility plagued with significant adversities: addiction, mental health challenges, unaddressed health and medical needs, educational needs. However, when they leave, most of them have acquired new skills. They have improved their state of well-being and have attained newfound hope that life can be different. These changes are only possible because of the efforts of our entire team. Our juvenile hall staff have a unique set of skills that set them aside from all the rest. They are creative, passionate, patient, dependable, and adaptive, to just name a few of the attributes that I see exemplified there every single day. About 2 weeks ago, a youth handed me a letter and said, Annie, can you just let staff know how much I appreciate everything that they do? And so who better to talk about the work than the youth? So I'm going to read a couple little snippets from the letter that he provided me. Dear MLRJDF staff, I want to thank you guys for all the help and mentoring you have done for me. You guys always show me that I can do better. You have taught me new skills to help me later in life. This handwriting is a little hard to read. You have given me the support to be successful. I have learned how to cook, sew, budget, cope, and control my anger. This place has been a major stepping stone in my life. This place feels like home, and staff feel like parents. They may be hard sometimes, but deep down I know it's for the best. You guys wouldn't work here if you didn't care. Thank you again for everything you have done. So with that, I think I'm going to turn it over to Joel Kuish to come on up and say a few words.
Supervisors. Thank you for having us here today and allowing us the opportunity to celebrate our wonderful staff. I'd like to thank Dan Hawks. I cannot remember a time in my career here where we have had it any better in probation under the leadership of Dan Hawks. So thank you, Dan, for all that you do. I am the manager of the adult unit. And in the adult unit, we have several divisions with multiple officers who man those divisions. So I thought it would be helpful to give you just a little overview of each unit so we can celebrate the hard work that they do. So the members of our court unit work with victims of crime and offenders to provide insight to the court when making sentencing recommendations. Their investigative process is a crucial component to what probation does. We also have an officer who participates in the drug court team, and that team provides wraparound services to our drug offenders to create safer communities. Our pretrial unit also works with the court in providing assessments of offenders to aid in release decisions. They also manage alternatives to detention programs such as electronic monitoring and alcohol monitoring services. Our supervision unit provides oversight to offenders. They work closely with them on a daily basis. They provide supervision in the field, connect and oversee probationers in their treatment programs and other rehabilitative services, and countless other activities to help ensure probation compliance. Last but not least, our work release staff, a small but mighty team of 2, work with offenders on all types of programs throughout the community: construction work, concrete work, beautification of county offices, and other areas in the county. While completing work with offenders, they teach valuable skills that the offenders can take with them to be successful in the remainder of their life. The individuals that I have had a pleasure of working with each day to make this community a safer place are some of the most dedicated, talented, funny, caring, compassionate people that I have ever met. So thank you so much for allowing us to come here and recognize their hard work and dedication to this department and the population they serve. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I do want to say that Joelle is a fantastic employee. She's been with us for almost 20 years, and the first 15 years of that she spent in the juvenile unit and was the juvenile manager. And then, I decided to throw her into the adult thing where she's in charge of numerous different things, and she's done a fantastic job. So I really have to give a shout out to Joelle, and witnessing her growth has been fantastic. The next person I would like to turn it over to is Kevin Parr. He's another person that's been with the county for over 20 years. Very fantastic juvenile probation officer for many years. And Kevin's been that kind of employee that I could throw just about anything at, and I have. Any kind of new program coming on, it seemed like Kevin was kind of getting stuck with figuring it out. And he was successful ultimately in figuring these things out to the betterment of the county, really. And it's a great pleasure for me to work with people that I've gotten to know over the years and see them grow and develop with me. And, really, I truly believe we have a great department right now. So I'd like to turn it over to Kevin Parr, who is our current juvenile division manager.
It's a pleasure to be here today. Thank you for taking the time to recognize probation. First off, I would like to thank Dan for giving me the opportunity to lead the juvenile division. The other thing I would like to do is just recognize the juvenile probation officers. We have 4 officers: Aaron Quinn, Allison Morefoot, Rachel Stahl, and Cecilia Jimenez. We're here today along with our drug dog. Working in the juvenile unit is a very crisis-driven division. It's very challenging. It can be very emotionally draining. And in the year and a half that I've worked with these officers, I've just been very incredibly impressed with their professionalism and desire to help the families here in Tuolumne County. So if Aaron and Cecilia could please stand up. I would just like to thank them and the other officers that couldn't be here today for being such fantastic officers.
Thank you.
And if I could just get all the probation employees that are here, I never know who's going to show up, but we do invite staff, and I'm thankful that you got us up early and quickly so we can get back to work, because we do have work to do. But if I could get everybody just to stand up so we can acknowledge you, and with that, also recommend that the board adopt a resolution proclaiming this to be Probation Services Week. So if I could have my staff stand up, please.
All right. I think I'm going to go directly to the public first for comments. Anything that anybody wants to come forth and contribute before I bring it back to the board? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for your comments and a motion. Who wants to start? Go ahead.
Go ahead, Jay.
Go ahead.
I'll kick it off. Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you. Chief Dan, it's been wonderful every time you've come in and working with you. Ever since joining this, we basically, when I ended up on the board, was about when you had taken over with that. So I can't say I have a lot of experience with it, but it has always been exemplary, everything we've seen, I think, with your leadership of that department, and it's so clear that you have an immense amount of respect for and with all the staff that work for you. I just want to say that I'm really happy for all the work and every report that we get. I don't live in the world that all of you do on a day-to-day basis, but I know that I hear and see good things from the Juvenile Justice Hall that is helping the kids that need it the absolute most. And if we did not have that, and I think the staff leadership there, and we saw the high level of recidivism of kind of the other options that used to exist, we didn't see that caring, they come back, and that's a life lost, even if, it's not passing away. That's decades of somebody being in the criminal justice system causing issues, and you're giving them an opportunity to get better. The same when we have justice-involved individuals that come back, barring a very small few, they're going to return to the community, and how they do so and being able to manage that is an incredibly important part of that. And I think, and I hope, that all of you feel recognized and supported by this board and some of the decisions we've had. Also recognizing that I see there's a lot more that needs to be done with that. We have to figure out solutions to make sure we're doing everything we can to support that work. But you are appreciated. Thank you for the work that you do. Thank you for helping some of these people that are the most vulnerable, the most difficult cases. I can't imagine how hard that is on a day-to-day basis, but you do it with a smile and you do a really good job at it. So thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Kirk.
Try and keep it short. Thank you guys for bringing this before the board. Dan, I've been on a little longer than Jaron, and I know when I got on, there was issues with contracts, and since then you've cleaned them up. We've made the juvenile hall more sustainable financially. And then my background, starting in probation, I bring it up every year whenever things come before it, is it's a challenging job because you got to be law enforcement, you got to be a mommy, you got to be a daddy, you got to be the judge, you got to be the jerk, you got to be the cuddler. All those things in one. So in that aspect, it's great, but in another aspect, it's a hard role to play. And being in some of the conversations throughout the state the last 5 years, with us being regionalized, but then some of the best practices that I've heard that come from our facility is a great way for the story to unfold with that hall. So thank you guys. Thank you, staff. Unfortunately, you guys don't get paid enough. That's why I got out of it and went to the state. But for those of you who are sticking around, it's not about the pay. It's about the work that you do with the kids and the adults. So thank you for what you do.
Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. So it's my turn to say nice things about you guys. So I'm a huge believer in the work that probation does, and I'm really proud of the team that we have here in particular. But I think it's the fact that we are highlighting Probation Services Week in general to educate our community about an area of the law that and law enforcement that I think a lot of people aren't familiar with. And so thank you for taking the time to do that, to share a little bit about what you do with the broader community and with this board. I support you guys, fight for you guys as much as we possibly can. So keep doing the work and keep it up. You're doing great.
Thank you. Supervisor Goldenberg.
Yeah, so echo the comments of my fellow supervisors, but in particular, Dan, your leadership is it's outstanding, right? And this is demonstrated by your staff, clearly acknowledging that. You had a letter from Shauna, talking about, things that were going on there. Annie, your work is fantastic. Joel, Kevin, I mean, all of your staff, they're doing tremendous work. But it really comes down to your leadership, Dan, and so much appreciated. And the one area that, stood out, there was a comment about a youth that said, I've learned to cook, so control my anger. And that, to me, spoke, a lot. And so that's the efforts of the staff dealing with that, especially with the youth, So thank you so much for all your efforts.
Thank you. And I wanted to say thank you for your presentation highlighting your staff. That was really great. It was informational, it was personal, and it meant something. And I appreciate that. You guys just keep getting better and better, and it's really a pleasure to see. And the fact that you're a full house now, you've got a complete staff is the best news ever. So just thank you all, and thank you for those of you who could be here today. And with that, I will entertain a motion.
I'd like to move, if I could please, consideration of adopting Resolution 70.23, proclaiming July 16 to 23, 2023, as Probation Services Week.
Second.
All right. So it was moved by Supervisor Goldenberg and seconded by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Any abstentions? All right. That carries 5-0. And let's see. I think, should we take a break? And then we will resume with our 10 o'clock appointment. Let's come back at 10:30. All right, we're going to reconvene. It's 10:13. And Clerk of the Board, Heather, would you please read our 10 a.m. appointment? We can have quiet in the chamber, please. We're going to read the 10 a.m. appointment. Thank you.
10 a.m. presentation on Community Assistance Recovery and Empowerment Act.
All right. Good morning.
Here we go. Maria Sullivan, Deputy County Counsel, here with Tammy Mariscal from the Behavioral Health Department. I also want to acknowledge our court partners in the back. We have Hector, Stacy, and Cass, who have joined us from the court today for our Care Court presentation. As you know, in 2022, the state legislature passed a law that created the Care Court program to provide assistance to individuals suffering from specific severe untreated mental illnesses, which would be less restrictive than the already existing conservatorships or incarceration. The law is aimed to connect these individuals with a care team locally who can offer services to stabilize them, including prescriptions for medications and provision of housing where warranted. Care courts are being rolled out over the next 2 years in 2 separate cohorts. The first cohort will begin October 1st of this year. All other counties in cohort 2 will follow next December of 2024. Also in 2022, our CAO worked with your Board of Supervisors, the department heads, and our court, and quickly determined that we wanted to participate in the first cohort in order to access funding only available to cohort 1 counties, and to help shape what Care Court might look like for our small county and play an integral role for other counties in California. These are the departments who are involved in standing up the program: administration, HHSA, which includes behavioral health and social services, the court, county counsel's office, and public defender's office. The Cohort 1 counties are also called the early implementers, and it includes the counties listed here. All other counties must implement this by December 1st of 2024. Care Court is not a service program. It offers a new pathway to individuals, and it's supported by already existing county behavioral health services, including housing and treatment programs. Housing is a big component of the Act, but not all Care Court participants will require housing supports. Behavioral health can develop a housing plan as part of the care plan. Courts can prioritize Care Court participants for housing, but courts cannot override federal and state laws that might exclude or limit housing options. Care Court is designed to leverage existing housing options. Today we'll talk about the following mentioned on the slide. Generally, Care Court is a civil court process, completely voluntary, to preemptively engage the most vulnerable citizens in our community before they might otherwise become engaged through criminal courts or conservatorship. It allows a person to petition the court to order behavioral health to engage in individuals suffering from a qualifying illness. The court refers to these individuals as respondents. While the governor's originally stated intent was to directly address California's homelessness crisis, the CARE Act has turned out to be something different. Homelessness is not one of the eligibility criteria. The purpose is to address the severely mentally disabled who incidentally happen to make up a large portion of homeless individuals. Here are the eligibility criteria. It's a very narrow mental health diagnosis. SB 35 is a new bill that's currently making its way through the legislature. It's also known as the cleanup bill, and it will replace the term severe mental illness with the term serious mental disorder. Apart from that, the respondent must be 18 years or older, experiencing a severe mental illness and a diagnosis of schizophrenia spectrum disorder or a related psychotic disorder, where at least one of the following is true. The person's unlikely to survive safely in the community without supervision, and the person's condition is substantially deteriorating, or they need services and supports to prevent relapse that would likely result in grave disability or serious harm to self or others. They must also not be clinically stable in an ongoing voluntary treatment, and Care Court must be the least restrictive option to ensure their recovery and stability, and the individual needs to likely benefit from participation in Care Court. It's important to note that private insurance plans are required to reimburse the county for eligible behavior health care costs, so this program is not limited to Medi-Cal recipients. Did I pass one? Here we go. So those who are ineligible are those with a condition other than schizophrenia, including a psychotic condition due to a medical condition or a condition not primarily psychiatric in nature, such as psychosis resulting from a traumatic brain injury, autism, dementia, substance use disorders, or individuals who have already been stabilized in treatment. The statute lists several specific people who are eligible to petition the court. Essentially, it's people who have an intimate knowledge of the person's mental health condition, but some of the more relevant ones are the individuals themselves, their family members, medical providers, first responders, etc. Again, the respondent here refers to the individual in need. The county departments involved in the process are behavioral health, who's responsible for engaging the respondent, and they take the burden of proof on in the court process, as we will discuss later. The public defender represents the respondent, and county counsel represents behavioral health in all legal matters. I recognize this is very difficult to see on the screen. It's a visual of the care court process. It's very detailed, and it's helpful if you have a printout of this. As you can see, there are a lot of pieces, and I'm not going to go through them one by one, but it gives a good breakdown of how an individual would pass through the care court process. The respondent has certain rights throughout the process. In our county, the respondent will be appointed a public defender. They'll have personal notice of all the proceedings, the ability to choose their own supporter to assist them in the proceedings, the right to refuse medication, and ultimately the right to refuse services altogether. The process begins with the filing of the petition, outlining why a particular individual is eligible for the care process. No matter who files the petition, if the petition is not dismissed, behavioral health will ultimately take over as the petitioner. This puts the onus on behavioral health to gather information, engage with the respondent and service providers, offer services, write reports, and appear in court for the life of the case. Our county counsel's office represents behavioral health in court and in all legal matters pertaining to the process. Also noteworthy is that SB 35 clarifies that there are no filing fees associated with the filing of the petition, and the law has a provision that penalizes people for using the care court petition process to harass or annoy individuals. As you can see, there are a number of hearings that are involved throughout the life of the care court process, and I'll try to quickly go through these. First is the prima facie review. Once the petition is filed, the court will promptly review the petition to determine if criteria are met. If there's insufficient evidence, the court may dismiss the case, or if the court finds the respondent may be eligible, they can appoint the public defender's office to represent the respondent and order the county to investigate and file a written report. Then an initial hearing is held in 14 days where the petitioner must be present or the matter may be dismissed. Behavioral health must be present. The public defender will appear with the respondent, and the respondent may choose a supporter at this hearing. The court will relieve the petitioner, appoint behavioral health as the substitute petitioner, and set a hearing on the merits or an evidentiary hearing within another 14 days. At the evidentiary hearing, the court will review the investigation and report prepared by behavioral health, determine whether the respondent meets eligibility requirements, order behavioral health to work with the respondent to engage in treatment and create a care agreement, or the court can dismiss the petition for either of the following reasons. First, if it determines there's already effective voluntary engagement between the respondent and behavioral health, or if behavioral health's report does not support the petition or a prima facie showing. The court will then set up a case management hearing within another 14 days. This is where the county and the respondent, it's determined whether the county and respondent have entered into or are likely to enter into a care court agreement. If yes, the court can modify or approve the terms of the agreement and schedule a progress hearing for 60 days. If they've not come to an agreement, behavioral health will be ordered to conduct a clinical evaluation through a licensed behavioral health professional, which would include a diagnosis, a capacity for informed consent, and recommendations for services. The next hearing is the clinical evaluation hearing, where the court reviews the clinical evaluation. If the court finds the respondent does not meet criteria, they'll dismiss the matter. If the court finds the respondent does meet criteria, they'll order behavioral health and the respondent to develop a care plan, which is due within 14 days. The court then schedules a care plan review hearing. The care plan review hearing is where the court reviews the plan and either adopts it or can order needed services to support the care plan. If the plan was not created, they can grant an extension for up to 14 days or schedule a review hearing at intervals no less frequent than 60 days. Now, at the 60-day status review hearings, The court will review the respondent's progress, review services provided or not provided, review the respondent's care plan adherence or recommendations for change, and then schedule the next status review hearing. The status review hearings continue up until the 11th month, where they hold the one-year status hearing. And at that hearing, they review respondent's progress, again, review the services and adherence to the plan. They can the court can either order behavioral health in a respondent to develop a graduation plan, or they can reappoint the respondent to the program for one more year. Upon graduation, an individual will remain eligible for ongoing treatment, supportive services, and housing in the community to support long-term recovery. The care agreement is structured almost identically to the plan. The only difference is that all parties agree to the services. The agreement, again, would include treatment, a housing plan, and other needed supportive services where necessary. And if the agreement is reached, the court approves or modifies the plan and sets a progress hearing within 60 days. The care plan is the plan that's ordered by the court if a care agreement cannot be reached. A care plan can include stabilization medications such as antipsychotic medications to reduce symptoms of hallucinations, delusions, and disorganized thinking, but medication cannot be forcibly administered and the respondent cannot be penalized for failure to comply with a medication order. Care court supporters are voluntary and not required. The purpose of the supporter is to assist the respondent in engaging in services and to help explain what's going on and provide moral support. A supporter cannot make decisions on behalf of the respondent. They cannot sign documents for the respondent, and they cannot be subpoenaed as a witness. The court may terminate a respondent who fails to participate in the care court process. The court may utilize existing legal authority to refer the individual to the public guardian's office to investigate a possible conservatorship. And courts may use information during a conservatorship hearing if that hearing occurs within 6 months of a terminated care plan. Respondents cannot be held in contempt for failure to appear in court, and the respondent's failure to comply with medication orders shall not result in a penalty. As far as the county's responsibilities, any county that does not comply with orders shall be reported to the presiding judge. The court shall issue an order to the county to show cause for not complying. The court will then review mitigating circumstances impairing the county's inability to perform. If the court does not find any mitigating circumstances, they can impose a fine of up to $1,000 per day, not to exceed $25,000 per individual. Continued failure to comply by a county may result in a court-appointed special master to secure court-ordered care for the respondent that would be at the county's expense. The county and the courts have an obligation to report certain de-identified data to the state on an annual basis, which would include participant demographics, services provided, not provided, housing placements, petitions submitted, initial appearances, etc. Tammy here is going to provide you with some scenarios to help sort of illustrate the process for you.
Thank you, Maria. All right. So as we know, we've learned today, the CARE Act begins with a petition outlining what particular individuals is eligible for the care process, no matter who files the petition. If the petition is not dismissed, behavioral health ultimately takes over as the petitioner. This puts the onus on behavioral health to gather information, engage with the respondent, and service providers offer services, write reports, and appear in court for the life of the case. Our county counsel office represents behavioral health in court and in all legal matters pertaining to the process. The law has a provision that penalizes people, again, for using the court to harass or annoy individuals. So we're going to look at a couple scenarios. So, John. John is a 38-year-old man who has been homeless in Sonora and Jamestown. He is frequently intoxicated on different substances such as methamphetamine, cannabis, or alcohol. He has been arrested multiple times and has been walking in the park along the highway. He refuses to see behavioral health. He carries a backpack in his base camp in the bushes outside of Jamestown and has a small self-made shelter, with pallets and boxes. And he has a grocery cart full of all his belongings. John has recently brought by the sheriff to the emergency department on a 5150 hold. Was psychiatrically hospitalized and then released into the community to his sister's home with follow-up appointments scheduled at behavioral health. Martin refuses to stay further with his sister and returns to the street. Martin did not attend any appointments at behavioral health. John. I'm trying to stick to the slides, everybody. Sorry, John. John's sister filed a petition with the Superior Court. The Superior Court reviewed the affidavit at the prima facie hearing, and John's diagnosis by his last physician and hospital psychiatrist was schizophrenia and methamphetamine abuse. John does meet the criteria for Care Court since he has a diagnosis that is identified within the CARE Act, along with which is the spectrum of schizophrenia. The 14-day assessment period begins, and the court would proceed. In this same scenario for John, if we replaced schizophrenia with bipolar 1 disorder, he would likely not meet Care Court criteria and would not go through the judicious process. Second scenario is Jane. Jane is a 23-year-old woman who was previously a foster youth, but is now living on the streets. She continues to see her therapist, even though she is no longer part of any social services systems. The therapist is afraid Jane will be victimized on the street or exploited. Jane frequently sleeps on different friends' couches, sometimes stays in homeless shelters, or sleeps in a tent. Her therapist diagnosed Jane with post-traumatic stress disorder. When Jane started using methamphetamine, she started to visually and auditory hallucinations. Her therapist files a petition to the court. However, Jane's diagnosis, being of PTSD and methamphetamine abuse, does not qualify her for Care Court. The judge dismisses the petition. However, Jane was able to get further treatment at behavioral health for her substance use. While continuing to see her therapist, she was able to take advantage of Department of Social Services homeless housing, and she could now be stable to find a job and eventually her own apartment. Again, we could exchange the very tight criteria of eligibility for Care Court, and if this person was identified to have a schizophrenia diagnosis or on the spectrum, they would likely be eligible for Care Court. So these two scenarios demonstrate the nuances that our team would be facing, the courts as well as all other partners, as we are faced with the cases that will become before us beginning October 1st. So thank you.
Thank you. So I'm sure your board is aware that we are currently facing several challenges with the implementation of this law. It is an evolving process with a lot of unknowns, and we are all learning as we go. We will continue to reassess as time goes by and make improvements. Our concerns that we have are listed here. They include that this is a new caseload that's going to create intensive oversight by the court, which will increase administrative burdens on all the county departments listed herein. There are a couple of points of contact for individuals and the board and anyone interested in getting more information that are listed here. The email for behavioral health, and then email that will go to the court directly. and I'm happy to take questions from the board.
We will start with questions from the board and then move to the public for their comments. So who would like to start? Supervisor Campbell.
All right, thank you very much for the presentation and for the memo that you prepared prior to this. And I have more questions than I did at the beginning, so I guess that's a sign of a good presentation. Okay, let me start out. Okay, so the first question I had is appointed special master. Can you explain what that is? And my understanding is the county pays for that.
Yeah, so
court appointed special master.
Appointed special master is where the county does not comply with the court orders. And
yeah.
To be honest, Supervisor Campbell, I don't know that I have an answer to that question. No.
Okay, because I haven't seen that defined. I wasn't understanding if it was hiring a local attorney to represent the client, or if we're talking about actually having a state representative come down to act on behalf of the county because the county's not doing what it's supposed to be doing. I just wasn't really clear on what that means, whether it's for the client or it's for the broader program.
What you mean, the special master?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, the special master would be for the program, but I'll have to get back to you as to who gets appointed and how.
So that's a question. In general, I think it's good that we're looking into this, and that a lot of the previous slide that you had, the issues, I think, are some of the questions that I had, particularly in the no-shows. There's really no stick or carrot to encourage people to show up. Do you have any kind of sense or idea of how that we might address that? How do the courts address that? I mean, I guess they have fines and you can go to jail if you don't show up for your court date, but this is a little bit different.
Right. There's nothing like that for the respondents in this case. I mean, the court has the option to continue the matter and try and get behavioral health to get out there and engage them and get them into court. But my understanding is that if it goes on too long with no-shows, that the court would just ultimately dismiss the matter if they can't get the respondent to appear.
So they dismiss the matter and then it would go to a criminal case, or what would happen?
No.
See, if they dismiss the matter and then the person is arrested again for a crime related to the same issues that got them into care court in the first place, would then the whole process start over again, or would it then become criminal?
Well, there's two questions there. First, it's not related to crime. So a person can petition the court for care court without any crime having been committed. So it's not a referral from a criminal case of any kind. There's a possibility that a person is going through a criminal matter where the court itself could refer them to care court as a diversion measure.
Yeah.
However, that's not necessary. There doesn't need to be any crime committed. So,
well, I was kind of under the impression that was going to be the primary mode for feeding people into the care court system, but you don't think so?
No, I don't.
So it's mostly family referrals, that type of thing?
I think that's my expectation, and I could let Tammy speak, because the behavioral health department has contact with a lot of the individuals already, so they might have a better sense of who might be petitioning. But to your first question about the penalties and whatnot, if there is an individual that becomes known through the care court process who is not engaging, like I mentioned, the statute does allow for the court to refer that individual in some circumstances to the public guardian's office to look into a conservatorship. I think that's probably the biggest bite so to speak, for respondents' failure to engage. Did you want to speak to who might be referring the individuals?
Thank you. Yeah, behavioral health really expects to see most petitions come from our partners, the emergency department, PD, the SO, Sheriff's Office, possibly private sector, and of course family members, I think would be the biggest majority of where we would expect those. And really it's unknown, there's of the 50,000 individuals that live in this community, we're aware of about 14,000 as we treat Medi-Cal beneficiaries, but as we know, mental illness spares none. And we're lucky if we're not experiencing that on any given day. So yeah, we expect family members to definitely respond, and respondents very possibly. Couple anyway.
Supervisor Campbell, I have an answer to your special master question. So the code provides that if the agency is not providing the services that the court believes it needs to, it may appoint a special master to secure court-ordered care for the respondent at the local government entity's cost. So in certain types of cases, and this will be sort of new for us, courts can appoint special masters to basically oversee and ensure that the public entity takes action. So it would be a much more intensive oversight and ensuring that all the services that are supposed to be provided, that are court-ordered, are being provided. I hope and believe that is probably extremely rare, and I can't envision that we would get to that point in our county, because I think we all work very hard to work together, and our departments also are very familiar with providing services and providing court-ordered services. So I think that this is intended for maybe some of the larger jurisdictions where there's probably a lot more maybe battles going on between courts and those departments. I just don't think that will be a reality in our county.
Okay. And then I just wanted to ask about, this is obviously a moving target. It's complex, and we have a lot of questions. What do you feel that you're getting sufficient help at the state level and from the courts to understand this, to help roll it out? Is your staff getting, this touches a lot of different county departments, not just behavioral health. Are team members getting the kind of support that they need, and do they know who to call if they have questions? Just kind of your general impression of that. Because, I don't fully understand it. I'll freely admit that to you.
Right. So I'm taking it back to our challenges page, because we talk about that here. We have had a lot of communications with the state, which is great. All of the departments have been holding meetings with their own statewide departments. And, we have a county councils group we meet with. We, just this past Friday, we were up in Sacramento for the state DHCS meeting. So we certainly have a lot of communication. As far as help goes, this is new for everyone, so it's difficult to be able to assess all of the unknowns. And practically speaking, I think we'll probably end up with a lot of glitches once everything is rolled out, just things that weren't considered this way and that. But I think, well, I lost the rest of your question. What was your question?
Who are you working with at the state level to roll this out?
We're working with the Department of Health Care. Sorry, I'm going to let Tracy.
Yeah. Sorry, if you want, just because at the administrative level, this is where your county executives for the 8 counties are super engaged. So on this list, there are definitely some challenges, and you all know that when this first took place, it was a Sunday where we got a call, and next thing I was on the governor's office. We have many, many challenges with this. I do believe that the state is listening, but what I do also believe is there is a disconnect between the staff at the state level who provide the services to the counties and the governor's administration. I will give you an example. Our first meeting, when we just did our kickoff meeting, we brought up the fact that we needed more facilities. There's not enough beds for acute psychiatric. There's not enough residential beds for people who need longer treatment before and if they're ever able to come home. We were told during that first meeting that wasn't going to happen, that they weren't going to do more beds. However, more recently, we're seeing a bond that's being put out to increase the number of beds by, like, was it 5,000? I'm trying to remember the number that they, was 8,000. So that is significant. Now, it could take 10 years to get there is the problem. So I will tell you from my perspective and our other executive perspectives, the biggest challenges we have is always funding. This is why when I approached your board about participating, by going into the first cohort, we got $1 million that we would not have gotten otherwise, and it's still a program we will have to implement.
So it's a little bit different than what I'm asking. So what I'm talking about is that if one of Tammy's team members in behavioral health has an issue, are they able to contact who is their counterpart at the state level, not how we're working at an administrative level with the state and the governor's office, the actual boots on the ground? Is there someone that they can call to get an answer to a question that they might have? Because that's the thing that I see is missing here. There is no direct counterpart at the state level to what our staff is going to be asked to do.
I'll defer to Tammy. I can't imagine that
not
they
that
have
I'm aware
those
of.
kinds
I'm
of
asking if
questions.
you're aware of that.
There is not.
Okay.
Currently, our staff, as we deliver specialty mental health services, our staff don't have a direct contact to anybody at the state. What we do have is the Department of Healthcare Services developed a care court task force, if you will. And so we do have access to that team administratively to request TA, and of course we are at many different forums where we are providing feedback and recommendations for draft policies that are being written right now. And so hopefully that answers your question.
Okay.
So line staff to state, no, but
Yeah.
I have a conduit, yes I do.
Yeah, okay. That's kind of what I was looking for, is that, if there's an MHSA question, there are people you can call. If there's a, Medi-Cal, Medicare reimbursement issue, there are people you can call. Is there a care court team you can call? That's kind of what I'm looking for, and it's kind of like, seems like that's still it's in development at the moment.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Governor threw this all on us in February, as you just learned, and so we're all learning together as a state cohort.
If we're successful, the state will say, "Great job! Look what we did," and if we fail, they'll say, "Terrible job, counties." So, oh yeah, and that's it for me. Thank you very much,
Supervisor Kirk.
Well, it's informational only, obviously, because it sounds like there's going to be a lot of learning as we go down this. I think we all are going to share the same concerns about all these challenges ahead of us. I think for me, some of the obvious answers that still haven't really been, or questions that haven't been answered, is how do you involve somebody who hasn't broken the law into the justice system? And that's what care court kind of does. And I know that's been an issue since day one with not just myself, but other community members, but even a lot of these much urban public defenders, how are they supposed to represent their clients when they haven't broken the law? It is the first time I heard that perhaps we could use care court in that way, but obviously that's not going to be the main motive. But I just want to confirm, I guess my question is, maybe it's for the DA, if somebody does break the law, can we use the care court as a referral? Is that because that's the first time I've heard that, which makes more sense.
Supervisor Kirk, that is written into the legislation that the
okay.
courts can refer an individual to care court as an option,
Okay.
rather than taking it through the criminal process.
Okay. And then
They have to meet the criteria, though. If they don't have a severe mental illness, as in the
right, but
spectrum
if you burglarize a home,
But that
rob
doesn't mean
somebody,
they have a
and you're
mental
schizophrenic,
illness. Yes, then they could.
of
yes.
course,
as long as they
so-
have the diagnosis.
Okay,
yes.
that makes more sense then. Okay, and then my only other thing that I've kind of brought up before and it's been discussed, but just putting it out there. At the end of the day, my long-term concern is how this is going to increase conservatorship, and I'm curious how, if we're just going to kind of meet that challenge when it arises, or is there a plan to where if we do increase conservatorship, how that's going to affect our funding streams. Is that part of the conversation going on with the state?
I actually have
with
a
the state?
list of items. That's one of them. Actually, I spoke to Arthur Weileen about this last September when this was first brewing, in that if you have an individual that is working their way and has maybe a severe mental illness but does not have the capacity to actually engage in services, the judge could absolutely then order that they go through the LPS process. LPS is very expensive for counties. Tammy could tell you if they're Medi-Cal, indigent, they don't have any other money to pay. It's the counties who pay for their placement, the counties who pay for all of their treatment. That gets expensive. If we run out of specific funding for that, then it comes to the general fund as we have an obligation that we have to do that. So you can imagine our concern at the number of conservatorships rising, and that could begin affecting our ability to provide other services if this were to escalate. And because now we're also talking about not just a Medi-Cal population. We're talking about all people, and we're not just focused on the group that behavioral health is always focused on before.
Okay.
So yes, it could rise. We expect that it probably will, and we'll be bringing you guys updates on that. We've all had a lot of conversations about it.
Okay. So I think that was it for questions. I think just for comment overall is.
Well, we'll come to
comment?
comments
Okay.
later.
Thank you for answering those.
Thank you. Supervisor Brandon, your questions.
Thank you. I think Supervisor Campbell summed it up really well. If it works well, they're geniuses, and if it works poorly, it's on us, bad counties. And I think that's how they're kind of going with it. We've had a number of discussions about this, and I appreciate kind of all the updates because this has been super nebulous from even having it explained. And I know that there's just so many questions in how this is actually going to happen. I wanted to kind of focus on, I think, a few little questions. One was about referring individuals for the assessments. I know that was mentioned with the friends and family. There are a number of categories that can, and what will we be accepting referrals from? And I'm specifically thinking of those who may be on the front line dealing with some of these folks that may be deputies, maybe social workers, outreach, or even nonprofits that have a county contract to do direct outreach to some of these populations. Will they be able to refer folks for assessment?
Supervisor Brandon, it won't be a referral. It will be a petition that they can file with the court, and really anybody can file it. But they have to have I was going to try and find the slide if I could. They have to have a couple of pieces of information with them in order to prove prima facie. They either have to have an affidavit that's been signed by a licensed behavioral health professional, or they have to have credible evidence that a person has been has been detained for at least 2 involuntary inpatient holds.
Let me refine my comment then. What I mean is specifically the assessment by a licensed behavioral health clinician that would allow the petitioner to use that. So if somebody refers, colloquially, that person to behavioral health, who can do that to have that, number one, not an affidavit sight unseen, but to do an assessment on that person?
Right. Our behavioral health is not going to be the person to sign an affidavit. They would, if they're going to bring in an affidavit in order to support their petition, they would have to get that from a private clinician somewhere. Do you want to speak to that at all?
Currently, anybody can refer to behavioral health. So that's already on the table. So if any individual who believes that somebody could benefit from our services that fits the medical eligibility, Medi-Cal, whatever for outpatient, refer now. The petition really is about forced care. It's involuntary care versus referrals to us currently fall under the umbrella of the voluntary piece where individuals come in. So we would be doing assessments for anybody that is referred. We will be doing assessments through the court process as we become the petitioner on behalf of the original petitioner if they are not a representative of the behavioral health department. So I don't know if that answers your question, but yeah, we would not be able to extend our capacity or resources to provide assessments for individuals outside of our outpatient system, as it's not written into the legislation that would be our role at this time.
Okay, so I guess the question, the hypothetical with that would be, I understand somebody coming in or can say, well, behavioral health is a service, you can always go in there. And if they go in there, you would do an assessment of whether this program is eligible. If a deputy goes out to, say, for example, an encampment and identifies an individual that seems to fit some of the criteria that's mentioned with this, we're talking about mobile response teams. We're talking about being able to go out and have this kind of as a tool, behavioral health, working with law enforcement on that. Would that be a way that behavioral health professional can then do an assessment without saying, well, kind of here you need to go to the behavioral health building and enter into the program, but to do it in the field? Or have that deputy come in and say, I'd like to have somebody sent out to go talk to this person?
So we currently do that as well. So you're describing something that's already in place. There is no nexus to care court from the scenario you're giving. So unless in that scenario that SO that's in the field responding has decided that they have encountered this individual in so much frequency that they feel that they would petition the court. They petition the court. If we happen to be called on the scene, we would continue our outpatient efforts in outreach and engagement, and hopefully eventually that the person would engage in an assessment, but that would be separate from the care court process.
Okay. One of the comments, too, I was wondering, Maria, when you were mentioning it was, and I forget which slide it was, but how we were going to be implementing it in our county on some of these, seemed to infer that within what choices we can make, we have some discretion. So I wanted to ask on what, within the realm of what we're able to do or are we choosing to do, can we take a more, because I've mentioned that, having to deal with this day to day in Jamestown, a lot of the residents in particular, for somebody who falls into these categories, they want to see a tool. And for some people in voluntary care, that is the option, even if that's only a handful of individuals in the county. They suck up a lot of resources. So the question is, what discretion do we have within this from that comment that we can make this stronger or be able to have more people go into it? Or is this all coming down from the state?
We don't have a lot of Supervisor Brandon, I'm sorry. I think that's probably a question that Ms. Riggs can probably answer. So I want to make sure that she gets an opportunity to comment.
I'm sorry. I just want to make sure I'm understanding your question. Can you repeat your question so exactly what you're asking?
The comment was, this is how we were implementing this in our county. Seemed to infer that we had some discretionary decisions to make on what we're going to be enforcing, who can be able to bring one of these petitions. So is there anything discretionary on our side that we are not taking a strong enforcement approach on, that we're choosing to
I'm sorry. I thought that your question was, and maybe it will get to something that.
Sorry, and I didn't want to interrupt the presentation, and with the slide, I don't have,
Supervisor
I think,
Brandon. So, as Maria started to speak, there's not a lot of discretion the way that we're operating. I think what you're talking about is which type of individuals, whether it's even county officials, would be petitioning for somebody to be reviewed by care court. That really would be the only area that I see, and even that it's going to be dependent on those officials, right? So you have maybe law enforcement who the sheriff has oversight over in terms of the sheriff's office, and would they be potential petitioners? But otherwise, it's set forth statutorily in terms of who is allowed to petition and the evidence that they need to present to the court. And then after that, it becomes a court process. And then we have to provide the services that are ordered and or arrange for those services to be provided. So I'm hoping that answers your question. I know that you have had concerns about the Jamestown area and what can be done. But we, as a county, can't control who decides to petition or not, other than whether or not the board or the county would feel it was appropriate for its own staff to petition. And I have the sense that that's probably not the direction, only in the sense that we can engage the individuals in another way other than a care court process. And I could really defer to, again, Ms. Riggs or Ms. Mariscal about that process.
Okay.
And I do want to clarify, though, when I said our county, how we're doing it, that's a distinction between the public defender and legal services. So there's an option in each county. The statute allows for legal defense services to apply to represent respondents in counties. And to my knowledge, we have not had any legal services apply to represent people here in Tuolumne County. So when I said in our county, the public defender will be assigned to a respondent, that's because if there's no legal service provider to represent them, then the default is to go to the public defender. So maybe that was what you were asking about.
Maybe in the comment. And the last thing, too, is there's just a lot of ambiguity within this, and it's a very litigious issue dealing with homeless individuals, SMI individuals, SUD individuals. I wanted to ask about your view on liability as it kind of relates to implementing this, because if it's not narrowly defined where the state's telling us exactly how it has to be, and a lot of these questions remain, if we get sued by a patient's rights advocate on any version of implementation, do we expect that the state would be stepping in the governor's office to support or defend that? Or are we looking at a situation where we're going to be holding the bag on anything that, on this new process, they say, well, that wasn't done perfectly?
So we're going to, over on this side of the table over here, or room, we will be responsible if there are any claims that arise from our county services. We will be responsible for defending those. And when I'm saying that, I'm looking over here at county council. The state's not going to provide that. Doesn't mean that if there couldn't be, I'll speak, that class action suit or something that would come out, but I'll leave that to Sarah. But right now, it'd be like any other service. If we're providing the service and someone challenges it, then our team will be the one defending it.
And I'm sure you're aware that this law was challenged in the court and they denied it. And so at this point, until there's another challenge, it's going to proceed. So for each individual person who is brought before care court, there is an opportunity for that person to appeal orders, et cetera. So from that perspective, the county is going to be responsible for that, and that would be my office. And then in terms of whether or not some other group wants to challenge the whole program, essentially, I mean, it's a possibility. I think the county was, and probably every county that is in the first cohort is looking at potential, risk of lawsuit if it's challenged again. And I think in that instance, we would absolutely try to join in the state of California. But again, we'll have to wait to see what happens.
Thank you.
All right, and I had a couple of questions, but I'm just going to ask the main one that I really want to understand. If a care court recipient does not comply with the plan, then what? What I'm envisioning is a possible revolving door, and I want to hear something that kind of sets some kind of a plan around a situation, because I can see that happening.
Yeah. Supervisor Haft, there is a possibility that they could be brought back through the care court process, but I think ultimately for that's where we're looking at either the matter being dismissed, and yes, the possibility of it coming back through, or that individual being referred for conservatorship. I can't speak to how often the court would entertain a petition on the same person each time if they're not engaging, but I think it is a possibility they could be brought back more than once.
Okay, and I think our CAO had some things she wanted to say before I bring it to public comment, so I'll allow her to
There's just
go
a
ahead.
couple of things I wanted to make sure I brought to your attention that your staff is advocating for, because this does have some concerning areas. The first one being, as you know, we talked about housing is one of our biggest barriers we have in ensuring that someone can engage, so that we can find them and we know where to go. They can have a calm place to be. So that's why you're seeing the staff is pushing for having the housing. Remember, it's a core component of Care Court Plan. If we don't provide it, the county can that can be a reason for a sanction that can be levied against the county. So we're taking that very seriously, and that it is core in someone's treatment to give them a stable place to be and live and be safe. The other part I want to make sure is you're seeing in here is Care Court is a purely voluntary system, and that the court is ordering the county to provide service. They cannot ordering necessarily, because there's no when I say accountability, there's no penalty for the individual if they choose not to participate, which is, of course, when we talked about the conservatorships. But what I do want to make sure your board is aware of is that there has been a pretty consistent, I would say, the state is not necessarily looking, nor do they understand the role of our county council in this process and the amount of time that our county council has spent on this. Sarah and her team have been with us from day one, yet they're not providing a funding mechanism for this. So we continue to advocate for that, but your board should know that it is taking a lot of time from your county council staff in order to provide the services that we all need to work through this. The public defender is one that Maria hit on as well. We do expect our public defender will end up being the council that is assigned to this. There may be some funding, but it is minimal. They're estimating 16 hours per client, and that's going to include them sitting in court time, right? So they're going to quickly blow through that, and there won't be enough. So we continue to advocate for that as well. And then I just want to bring this back around to, and you guys, you spoke to this earlier, Supervisor Half, but this is where MHSA diversion is going to cause, or could potentially cause, a significant issue for us here locally. So typically, MHSA is a third of every county behavioral health fund. Funding availability for services, they provide everything from prevention, crisis, right, and then supportive services and more medication. If we lose a third of that, and they've hit on this one, Tammy, and I think it was Jennifer when they did their presentation, we're talking about crisis services and preventative services maybe going away altogether. It also could force us that those who are in our full service partnership, which is one of the most intensive treatment systems or funding systems they have in order to meet all needs of the client, those individuals could be displaced in order to take other individuals into the system. And I tell you all this not to be Chicken Little, but I do want to make sure the board is hearing all of the concerns and the complexities that your staff is working through as we look at, I think on Friday someone called it this perfect storm of MHSA diversion. They're looking at conservatorship language changes. Now we have the CARE Act. And we're all scrambling, trying to understand what these mean as we move forward. And it's not easy. And so as you are seeing us, we're spending a lot of time on this, some way more than I am. But each of us are participating in our calls. I do every other Friday with the county executives. I know county council is doing it. So is HHSA. We will do our best to keep you updated. But this whole perfect storm of everything related to both mental illness and substance use is concerning. And we want to make sure that you understand that. And hopefully, if you have questions as you're hearing things, please engage with staff so that we can keep you updated. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I'd like to bring comments to the public. If there's anybody in the room who would like to come up and make some comments on this presentation, now's the time. Not seeing anyone. Okay. Well, and now it's back to the board for their comments. So, Supervisor Goldenberg, would you like to start?
Well, obviously this is still evolving, and there's question marks that are out there. The referral process, I'm not totally clear on. One part of our memo states individuals exiting an involuntary hospital hold, as an example. They can be candidates, but I'm still not clear, so I would ask staff, if in that circumstance, what's going to drive, how do we, if they're exiting that situation, How does that get processed?
I wasn't sure if we could answer during comments. Is that okay? Okay.
Yeah.
So you're asking about in the scenario where an individual is coming out of an inpatient facility?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So currently, we manage the discharge planning for individuals off of a 5150 stay, which is a 72-hour hold. Follow-up care now appears to look like assessment, referral to a better suited treatment provider if individuals already have a therapist, referring back to their therapist or bringing them into our system. Under the care court model, the physician that is associated to that inpatient facility is on the list to be a potential petitioner. They very much could petition if they are aware or believe that the person meets, again, the diagnostic eligibility. And of course, I think what really needs to be held out is 2 intensive psychiatric hospitalizations within the last year, one being within the last 6 months, pursuant to 5250, which means 2 14-day holds. Anybody that would petition us in that, if the petition the court would go through the process that Maria identified earlier. Does that answer your question, Supervisor?
Yeah, and I realized that I should have probably posed this as a question initially, but it just it's this whole framework is like I said, still evolving, and we're trying to sort our way through, and there's unanswered questions. Thank you.
There's a lot to understand. Supervisor Brandon.
Sure. I just want to thank you for working through all of this. It's frustrating because I think when it first came down that the governor was looking into this as a reform of LPS, it was to provide an involuntary option to conservatorship that simplifies that for the people. And it's not a huge group, but a handful that really are not in the right state of mind, cannot take care of themselves, may be having services called out on a very regular basis, or being 5150 to the hospital on a regular basis, and a solution to the group that there really has been no solution right now under a voluntary model. And it's just hard to see kind of what they're pulling down to, which is a program that at the end of the day is voluntary and hopefully will end up being a tool, but with a lot of challenges for local government implementing, and how this is going to impact us long term, especially while they're changing the primary funding for behavioral health, or proposing that in a very substantial way for March. So appreciate that we're doing it. I'm hoping this will end up being a tool for that population and addressing some of these issues, but there's just a lot of concerns, and I know that I'm not the only one that has that, and we all kind of share those concerns.
Thank you. Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, and I agree with some of those comments, and thank you very much for delving into this and getting as much information as you possibly can for the board and for the public. And it is easy to criticize the process that led us to this place, but the fact remains that we need to do something about this as an issue in our community that's been going on for a long time. We have a lot of people that are struggling with mental illness, and then that leads to substance abuse, which leads to criminality, which impacts everyone. And so I definitely applaud you, and I applaud our team for trying to find a way to make this work. And I've said it before, and I'll say it again, I truly believe that counties are the only tool that can make these things work, because we are the boots on the ground that really touch the lives of the people that live in our communities. So it's a challenge, and I think we can accept this challenge willingly and do the best we can with what we can, with what resources we have. But at the end of the day, that's what it's going to come down to. If we have the support and the backing of the state in the terms of the resources that we need to provide these services, then I think it has a good chance of being successful. If we don't get those resources, then who knows? It'll be another unfunded mandate. We'll half-ass it, and may help some people and may not help others. We've seen this happen before. So I know I'm committed, and I know you are committed to doing your best to make this thing work. So thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Kirk.
Yeah, we're kind of going in circles. I mean, staff knows much greater than us the issues and concerns. We have a pretty high level idea of the issues and concerns ahead of us. I agree with Supervisor Campbell. This is coming, so that's kind of why we got in the front of the line to get more money, but there's a lot of concerns, and so it's just going to be, in the grand scheme of things, it's really interesting times that we're living in when you consider, we've gotten rid of the hospitalization, what is it called? Back in the 80s, institutions for the mental health. And so basically you're just, with all these changes in the legislature, with all these changes is coming back to the county, and now we are dealing with it and having to figure it out. And the main thing is we have to have the support in place. We have to have the funding in place. We have to have the people in place. And for me, we also got to figure out this little thing called the Constitution and how it's going to work with how this whole thing plays out. So this is an informational thing. Thank you guys for bringing it to us. I know you're going to continue to stay engaged. One thing that I didn't bring up that does concern me is as this rolls out, and I know this from experience, because we're in the lead, a lot of other counties are probably going to be reaching out to you guys, and so you're going to have the work ahead of you, and then you're also going to be working with the counties who don't know what they're doing, who are going to lean on you to figure it out. So there's just so much work involved that's not going noticed, and but I want you guys to know I know that. So good luck. We're here to support you.
Thank you. Yeah, there's a lot to anticipate here. It's kind of like we've got a map, and we know what our starting point is, obviously, and we kind of know what the destination is, but we don't know all the obstacles that we're going to have to confront. We have an idea, but we probably don't know all of them before we get to our goal. And so in order to be most helpful, I just have two comments, and one is for the court. I would like to invite you, when we do find housing for the severely mentally ill, please come to our board meetings. Please help us with that, with your comments. I think that might go a long way towards helping us reach the goal of obtaining the housing. And then the other one is to the board. I think we need to do all we can with this MHSA diversion, the Modernization Act that's going to take money away from our mental health services. We need to do all we can to lobby against SB 326. And if it needs to come back to the board because it's not on our priorities as far as legislative priorities, I'm not sure where that stands, but let's be active in that and advocate for what we need and against this terrible bill. All right. Thank you all for your comments. And yeah, this is for discussion and no action items. So I appreciate the presentation, and we'll move on to the next item. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Where are we? We're at number 12. Is that right? Okay. Heather, would you please read that?
Item number 12, consideration of adopting Resolution 71-23, changing the standard days and hours of operation of the Tuolumne County District Attorney's Office and Victim Witness Assistance Center due to operational and fiscal constraints.
Hello. Oh, hold on. There you go.
Thank you. Good morning again, Board. Cassandra Jenneke, your District Attorney. We are here with a request to change our physical office's standard business days and hours of operation and the method in which the community can access our department. Our request here today is to close our doors to unscheduled in-person visitation while maintaining phone, email, and scheduled visitation with members of our office Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. So I want to set the stage for you to understand the request, and that starts with understanding that the front desk, reception, office assistant position in our office is one that we very much value, and over the last several years have really come to understand the import of. So the position has existed in our office for over 2 decades, and in prior budget years, we have attempted to shift funding for that position to other areas of our office, to other funding sources so that we could maintain that position but meet the requirements that we had fiscally as members of the county. And so in fiscal year 2018-2019, that position was shifted out of the District Attorney Cost Center into the Victim Witness Cost Centers to be covered by grant funding. As this board is aware, no portion of our Victim Witness Assistance Center is paid for out of the general fund. The cost for that comes from Cal OES grants and the Community Corrections Partnership. The thought process in doing that was that the majority or all of the interaction with that front desk office assistant position was attributable to our victim witness cost centers. And as we process through functional timesheets and really characterizing that position's interaction with the public, after several years, we determined that that was not a correct interpretation of the business that flowed through our front door. And so in fiscal year 21-22, with the assistance of my then victim witness supervisor, Ginger Martin, we made the decision to shift that position back to the District Attorney Cost Center. At that time, the funding did not exist to add that back into the general fund, and so as a full-time position or as a part-time position, and so we added it back as a grant-funded Community Corrections Partnership position. Being a member of that board, processing through what the goals of CCP were, the preference was to start focusing on direct services provision and minimizing to the extent that the participating agencies could our use of CCP funding for administrative support. And so for the 22-23 fiscal year, our leadership team, in conjunction with our support staff, engaged in an experiment to see if we could freeze that front desk office assistant position, thereby decreasing our office's impact to the general fund and not requiring CCP funding for that position, to see if we could absorb that person's responsibilities into another member of our support staff. Currently, our support staff is comprised of a business manager, 5 legal assistants or legal clerks, and the frozen office assistant position. As we walked into fiscal year 23-24, having worked with the staff member who absorbed those responsibilities, our leadership team made an operational assessment and knew that we needed to ask for that position back at budget. That position, even at a part-time 0.5 FTE, was going to be essential to us providing effective communication and interactions with the community who come into our office, whether it be for individuals who are victims of crime, defense attorneys. We see many defendants who come to our office who are confused about the process, and so we also serve them with information. We made that request, and at budget, it was our understanding that that position was funded initially as we were walking into the fiscal year. Obviously, the fiscal outlook for this year was not as positive as I think anybody was hoping for. And so we were, all county agencies were asked to cut 2.79% of our budgets. And in a budget the size of ours, that was about $72,000. And for us, that's a position. And so our leadership team, once we received that information, came together and tried to assess where, when, and how we could reduce services to meet that requirement of reducing our capacity. Because, as you all know, a reduction in funding can and likely should correlate to a decrease in service provision, particularly where we are increasing service provision in other areas without corresponding long-term funding. So in June, I came before your board on June 6th to discuss my concerns about how we were prioritizing where we were spending our county dollars. And in that statement to you and in my comment, I explained that this request that I'm bringing to you today would be a likely outcome of the cuts that our department was required to make. My leadership team, myself, my assistant district attorney, my business manager, my victim witness supervisor, and my supervising DA investigator, we we make this recommendation and request to you based on our current operational abilities, capacity, and assessment of how we can most efficiently offer services to the community to ensure that we're providing the highest level of service that we can with the most minimal amount of reduction that we can to services. And we also made this decision in concert with our staff to make sure that we were giving them the capacity that they needed to do their jobs. So I know that some of you have heard from the community about their concerns regarding our request. I know that some folks have the perspective of we just need to get it done, and I hear that. I know that some folks are viewing this last budget cycle as not that bad, so why now? And I hear and understand that position and understanding. And I heard and understood that positional understanding, and still I'm making this recommendation to you today. I do that because the expectations on our office and our staff have grown. The availability of funding, CCP AB 109, it's not available. Victim witness funding to cover this position, not available and not appropriate. And when I spoke to you on the 6th, I talked about how we were stretching the ability of our departments to meet our constitutional and statutory mandates in the service provision to our community. And I don't mean to in any way be disrespectful. I don't mean to be manipulative. And I don't mean to overstate the import of our connection with our community and our availability. But the reality is that we have asked our staff to do more with less for years. And with the current budget outlook as it stands, as we sit right now, without additional revenue, services in our office have to be cut in order to meet the budgetary requirements that we have in order to keep functioning. And so I stand here before you today not happy to make this request, not excited to decrease the way that our community can communicate with us, but with the reality that we cannot continue to ask our staff to operate this way. Our staff want to do a good job. They want to do the best that they can for our community, and this is the way that we think we can do that moving forward for the next fiscal year. And I look forward to any of your questions.
All right, questions? Supervisor Kirk.
Question that came to mind. Do you have an idea how many people come in per week?
Thank you for that question, and yes, we do. So it does vary. It's interesting how it varies based on what length of weekend we've had. But it can be typically anywhere from 50 to 100 people, depending on the day. And the 50 to 100 people are community members. I'm not including like our law enforcement officers. I'm not including our defense attorneys. And so that's kind of the volume that we're seeing of folks coming in and out.
50 to 100 a day or a week?
A week.
A week. Okay.
Supervisor Goldenberg.
Yeah, I was going to ask the same question, really. All departments, took similar cuts, and I'm not really hearing from other departments that they need to shutter their doors, essentially, right? And that's a concern because as a county, right, we need to be there and accessible, for people. So if I'm looking at, there might be 50 people in a week, you're saying show up at your doorstep, so to speak. So I'm still not clear as to why that's such an impact that you need to feel that you can't just allow people to come in and have accessibility.
Thank you so much for that question. So I can't speak to the capacity of other county agencies. All I can tell you is that we have not seen growth in our office for years. And that is not true for some other county agencies. We've been able to add back a position in our investigations unit and then add an investigator back to our unit, I think in 2021. but we've seen no additional attorneys, no additional advocate positions, and no additional support staff. So that's the framework in which we're operating. And I say this to people almost facetiously, but not really. Nobody comes to our office on their best day. It is often their worst day. Either they've been a victim of a crime, they are an individual charged with a crime, they are a witness to a crime, and that one person at the front acts as a conduit to all of the other people in our office for that person. Individuals coming to our office unannounced, with us unable to prepare to have adequate availability of staff to address their issues, is a toppling effect for us. So when I say that 0.5 position is so integral to serving those 50 to 100 people, they act as the person between us being the attorneys, our advocates, other support staff, and the public. And so the critical infrastructure support that that person provides, even with 50 people, is not something that we think we can continue to operate with and offer the same level of service that we expect.
Yet you can, I'm trying to process this, and I understand, that, it's a real issue across all departments. Other departments, certainly CDD, if they were just going to say, well, we're not accepting anybody to walk in, right? There's impacts. And, we went through this during the budget process, and I know you made comments at that time, as, did other department heads. So I get that. Even if you can't deal with them immediately at the time, right, as somebody walked in, you'd say, okay, you could take their basic information, maybe give them whatever your process might be, a short form or something to fill out, and then say, okay, we'll get back to you as soon as we can, type thing. And I'm just looking for alternatives here other than closing the doors. And, we've made great strides, in the budget overall. Certainly, progress has been made. It's not everything that we'd want it to be. We're still continuing as a board to work on that. I guess I'm just not convinced that closing one's doors and saying we're just not going to allow you to show up doesn't sit well with the public, and you're dealing with, I understand, a lot of different people who are under very trying circumstances. So I get that, and maybe even all the more reason that they need to have somebody there available and some hand-holding, for them. So anyways, that's my, kind of questions and comments, at the same time. Thank you.
Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, District Attorney Jenneke. I read through what you provided, and what I'm going off of is the last time I remember this board significantly modifying the hours of operation for a department. It was the Community Development Department. It was 2 or 3 years ago, I think, where the days went down from Monday through Friday, and it was adjusted to Monday through Thursday. I think it's 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. So they didn't close down. They amended their hours and limited them a bit. And it was for a specific purpose. They wanted Friday to be able to process some of the documents and permits and paperwork that they received throughout the week. So what they were running into was an issue where they would be continuing to have walk-ins on Friday when they were trying to process the work of that week. And so they requested to the board to give them that day to finish the work for the week so it wouldn't bleed over into the following week. It was an efficiency issue. And so all of that is to lead to, have you looked at that? Because what I'm hearing is that you don't feel that you can spare the front desk their time and energy for walk-ins at any point during the week. Have you looked at opening, Monday through Thursday, or Monday through Wednesday, or Monday, Wednesday, Friday? Have you looked at that as an option?
Thank you so much for your question, Supervisor Campbell. And yes, we did look at that. I think it's helpful to explain, if we don't have a person in that position, where the rest of the work goes, and then to understand what our other staff members do. So as I mentioned, we have 5 legal assistants who are not office assistants. They are individuals who have a higher skill set, who are focused on completing the legal support work necessary for our attorneys and our advocates to do their jobs. Of those 5 individuals, if we were to say, let's say we stayed open 8 to 5 every day, the way that we would manage that now is that each one of those people would take a day up front, because that's how we could equitably spread the work 8 to 5. Now, it's not just answering the door, right, having folks come in. It's processing what law enforcement is bringing in. It's processing what defense attorneys are bringing in. It's answering phones. It's answering emails. And it's doing their own job. And each of our legal assistants do a very specific job within our office. We have an individual who interfaces with all of the individuals who receive subpoenas in our office. She's also responsible for issuing all of our subpoenas, issuing all of our requests for subpoena duces tecums to the court for document production from businesses and other entities. And she does legal writing work. Then we have 2 individuals who are half legal writers, so they assist us in writing, assist the attorneys in doing legal writing, and their other portion of their job is processing reports as they come in, opening cases for us to file, adding witnesses, and doing general data clerical work. And then the other person is responsible for doing all of the discovery in our office. So receiving all of the documentation and evidence from our law enforcement agencies, and then sending that off to the relevant and assigned defense attorneys, public defender's office, conflict, and all of our private folks. Then we have an individual who's responsible for all of our court calendaring. She calendars all of our motions. She files all of our motions. She checks our calendar in our system versus the calendaring system with the court. She runs things to court if the attorneys inevitably forget something, which we do on occasion, especially now that it's farther away. And she also does legal writing. And so each of those individuals, if we were to stay open 8 to 5, are going to be foregoing 8 hours of their assigned duties to complete the duties of the office assistant position. Now, could we shorten? Could we go every other day? Could we open later and start earlier? Open later, close earlier. Could we do all of those things? Yes. But is that the most efficient use of our employees' time when their time is taken up by doing their position? And so that is where the work shifts. And it isn't that, we get a week's worth of work and then we can complete all of that work and then we start off Mondays fresh and new. Yeah. That's not how our workflow works. Some jobs take a weekend to process if we are doing a discovery upload. Some things take an inordinate amount of time because of the technical limitations that we have. And so from our perspective as a leadership team, we assessed what our constitutional and statutory obligations were in terms of what we are mandated to provide, and assessed how we could most efficiently do that, and funneling folks into our office for in-person visitation by having that phone call or email communication ahead of time so we can make sure that our staff is available and ready to assist them in the way that we expect them to. This was the solution that we developed.
Thank you. Another question. Are you aware of any other district attorney offices in California that operate on a model that you're proposing here that are open only by appointment?
Not currently. However, that was a method that was utilized by several offices, including Stanislaus County, San Joaquin County, when they experienced budgetary cuts and staffing shortages during the aftermath of the 2008 recession.
But not currently?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to hold my questions, and because we've had a chance to meet and talk about this at length, and I'd like to go to the audience to see if there's any public comment. Hello.
Hi. I would just like to give a little bit of a private sector perspective on scheduling appointments via the internet or use of technology. We transitioned in our own business. My wife mostly runs it about 7 years ago to all online. We closed our offices. No people can come and see us. That may sound cold, but it's actually been quite successful. We have, I would say, a much higher level of customer service because of some of the examples that the DA gave about being able to prepare in advance for when the meeting would take place. You get information at a more rapid pace. My wife can deal with 10 customers at a time via text message in the same time that it would take one over the phone. And when those same people would come into the office, man, you can deal with 10 people over the phone in the same time as you deal with one person that comes into the office, because people just like to talk, and it just, it's much more efficient, I'll just say. And there's lots of online scheduling options. I mean, we literally pay, I think it's like less than $300 a month to use an online scheduling service that she uses to schedule 23 employees by herself for their schedules for, every week, every month, every day. I think it's highly efficient. There are some customers, of course, who are not comfortable with that. And so she does have to go and then spend the time to individually walk certain people through the process of how to schedule with us. But that's very few. I mean, most of our customers, they're just perfectly fine with it. They like it. They go on. They get their needs met in a much more rapid fashion. And we never need to have that time wasted. Not that that's a waste of time to meet with your customers, but interacting with them in a different way. They like to be able to get stuff done quickly too. So I know there are drawbacks to what is being proposed. I think there are ways to meet them. Maybe if the county itself had a technological assistant, because it seems like everything's going this way. And so there's going to be a lot of other people who need help navigating the county's websites or other areas that maybe here, if you need to make an appointment, let us help you. This is how you do it online. And then they can get all their information to the right person ahead of time so that when they do show up for their meeting, even that process is then expedited and goes through more quickly, freeing up even more time for staff to be more efficient in everything that they do. So I just want to say I support this. That may not be popular. I also have a great respect for our DA, and I think the information she provided is very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi there.
Hello. I would just like to remind you that when you were doing the budget process, you chose to ask departments to cut by 2.97%, and then you added 9 full-time employees, brand new positions. And you also took a number of people and changed their job titles and gave them promotions that came with a rather significant salary increase that I don't know how you can afford.
Thank you. Anybody else from the audience? All right, I'm going to bring it back to the board. I'm going to take executive privilege here. Not that I'm an executive, but chair anyway. To start, usually I conclude, but I'd like to start. I noticed that on your resolution, it is basically a trial basis because it ends in 1 year to see how this works. So that's good because I wouldn't want to see this never ending without having some kind of reconciliation. I think there do need to be clear guidelines about how you make an appointment, whether it is online, in fact, or some people may not be, online savvy, internet savvy, and they may need to have help via phone. So you need to have a couple of avenues for people to engage and make those reservations ahead of time for appointments. And I want to say this. We're not in dire straits at this point. As a county, we see it looming before us. We already have, in order to make other departments more efficient, such as CDD, they have certain hours that they keep. We don't have the full library hours that we would like to have. I'm speaking to the public right now, in that we don't get the revenue that we require for even basic services. So what you're seeing here is a pinch. And it's a big pinch for the DA's office because they're a smaller department. And if the budgets keep on in the direction that they're going now, which is reduced revenues, we're going to continue having these kinds of problems. And from my own personal experience, being on staff when we did have the Great Recession and we kept being asked to do more with less, it's unsustainable. And we will lose staff because we're asking them to do way over the top and they get tired. So where is the sweet spot in all of this? I'm willing to try, for my part, as one member of the board, to try this on a trial basis because that's the way it's set up, and see how it goes. I think it would be good to have a report maybe 3 months in from you, if the board decides to go this way, so that we can make a different decision if it's going, sideways. And we'd want to hear from the public as well. Anyway, those are my 2 cents. I just want the public to understand that right now, and even last year, we don't get the kind of revenue we need for even basic services. I want the public to hear that because they, we at some point we're going to have to step in and say, okay, this is what we're not going to provide anymore, public, unless we get more revenue. And you know what that amounts to. So, all right, I've said my piece. Who wants to go next? Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. I want to echo those comments 100%. We have been in a position where there's core services people expect and need that are basic to government that were not able to be provided at the level they needed to be. And now we're at the position of providing, in some cases, those services where they should be at or more close to where they should be at, and it costs money. And we're going to have to reconcile that at some point because these are things that people expect. And it's not wasteful spending. It's not extras. It's not just amenities. We're talking about meat and potato issues. And I know that the DA's office is one of the ones that may sometimes be in the background compared to other more public-facing ones. But at the same point is the critical hinge in the criminal justice system of actually leading to a conviction and you have a small team, and that these impacts are huge on it. So I echo your comments completely, is we have to do that because these are the effects, and we have to take ownership over that as a board, but also as a community. This is what happens when we put most of the money into trying to maybe address deputy pay and open fire stations and put money into roads, which I think most people agree are important things. Other things do not get invested in. And there's just not enough money to do all the stuff that is as important as, it needs to be done. I do want to add other comments, though, to it on my own, that I trust you to operate your office, and I agree with the comments from the gentleman. I think that going to an appointment model, to me, I would like to see how it goes, and I think your recommendation is well thought out. Even if the circumstances leading to this was not maybe the way we wanted it to come, it's not closing doors to where people have no access. They can call in, they can schedule an appointment. I know that I do not typically get walk-ins. I've got an office back here. It's not a very accessible place in that way. People know, though, that they can call me. They can reach out to me with a message, with an email. Very similarly, I can have a lot of engagement with my constituents and my community at a more rapid pace and a more efficient pace through that than if it was constantly coming in with maybe an hour meeting in the middle of something else. And I think they appreciate that as well. So I trust you to run your department. I support this decision if you think that's right. and I would like to see how that ends up working out.
Supervisor Kirk.
I have two questions, and then I'll make my comments. If you close your doors, have you discussed with the sheriff or any other partners in law enforcement if it will impact them? They come to your door, they knock on it, no one's there. Now they're going to the sheriff's department. Has that just came to mind? Has that been discussed?
We have. Thank you for the question, Supervisor Kirk. We did consider that, and we spoke with our law enforcement and justice partners as a part of the process in making this decision. And so our law enforcement folks typically come at the same time every day if they're repeat visitors to us on a habitual basis. And so they know just to give us a call when they're leaving their prospective buildings to let us know that they're on their way. And then we have a staff member available to assist them at that time when they arrive. So trying to increase the efficiency with which we serve them. Moreover, some of the holdovers from COVID is that for many of our law enforcement agencies, we've gone to digital interaction for a majority of the reasons that they would have to stop by. Yeah. And so, for example, with our probation department, we receive all of their reports via email. Some of our agencies that are state agencies or are some of our smaller agencies, we don't have that option. And so that was also taken into consideration.
Maybe, and you don't need to give a long answer. I think the angle I was saying was if you have 100 people that were knocking on your door and now they walked onto the sheriff's department, are they concerned about that?
Oh, I apologize. I don't believe so. We didn't have that conversation.
Okay.
I will tell you that a fair number of them stop there first and then get told to come to my office because they can't be helped there. Okay. And then the answer for them now is, hey, here's the phone number that you can call.
Okay. And then
or it would be if this were approved.
This question is more for staff. With OpenGov, I know we're doing the idea is eventually get permit systems in place with CDD and whatnot. Is there capacity in OpenGov to utilize that at all for things that we're discussing today? For appointments, for forums, for...
Yeah, good afternoon. Eric Howard, County Administrator's Office. So it does have the ability for forms. As far as scheduling and calendaring things, it doesn't have that ability, but any form that we have that's in hard copy right now, we can recreate that in OpenGov to make it publicly available in a digital format for people.
Okay. All right, so I'll make my comments. So, Cassandra, one of the things, or District Attorney, excuse me, one of the things you said is some people show up on their very worst days, right? They're in panic or they're in crisis or they need to speak with somebody. So when I look at certain departments, I take that into consideration. Law enforcement, I believe there needs to be the availability for somebody to come to a door who might be in crisis, who needs help now, who doesn't have time to schedule or whatever. I think the title of law enforcement gives that office, gives the public defender's office, the sheriff's department, the PD. I think they need to have their doors open. That's my personal opinion. So I'm not for closing the doors, but what I am for is I would like to get some things expedited as far as can we get OpenGov, can we get some processes in place, can we support some sort of scheduling system, for you to kind of have a hybrid model. But I think at the end of the day, when somebody needs help, and I don't want them to have to wait an appointment. So can you give me your thoughts on that? How many people fall into that criteria? Because right now I'm not swayed to completely close your doors based on that feeling.
Thank you for the comment/question, Supervisor Kirk. So I don't know that I could give you an estimate as to how many of those folks are in the immediacy of crisis. I will say that it is atypical for us to have folks who are maybe just leaving a law enforcement contact situation to come directly to our office. That's pretty rare. And when I talk about they're coming to us on their worst day, I mean that, but that worst day progresses throughout the life of their case oftentimes. And so the immediacy of our availability is something that our community would be losing. I mean, that is true, and I can't deny that. That's just the reality under the proposal.
Okay. So I think my comments to the board would be, can we get a system in place to help them with setting up appointments? Can we get OpenGov going with some forms, kind of hybrid? I don't support closing the doors, but I do support trying to get some capacity in that arena. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you. Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you very much, District Attorney Janicki. Can you tell me just brass tacks, how much do you need to keep your doors open on the current basis?
If we were to remain open 8 to 5 Monday through Friday, I need an office assistant.
How much is that?
I think that it's about 68. I was going to say 67, 68.
Okay. So thank you very much. And I very much respect the position that you're taking, that the district attorney is taking, and the information that you provided us about the hours and the workload that you have, that your staff has to deal with, and the impacts that the walk-ins have on that. I believe all that. I think it sounds accurate to me, and so I appreciate that information. That being said, I'm similar to Supervisor Kirk. I feel that the public needs to have access to their district attorney. That's kind of a non-starter for me. We're elected officials. Our community pays taxes. They need to have access to these departments. And frankly, I don't want to be the only county of the 58 counties in California that doesn't have walk-in services for their district attorney. All that said, I believe that you have that need. And so to me, it's a cop-out for our board to throw up our hands and say, well, golly, we can't come up with $68,000. I guess we're going to have to close down our district attorney's office. That to me is unacceptable. I know we just passed a budget. It included hundreds of thousands of dollars in non-essential services from our general fund. There has to be a way that we can find a way to fund our essential services so that they don't have to close their doors in this way. I'm in favor of, if we have to open things up, find a way to make it work. I'm in favor of doing that. It will take work, but it needs to happen. I would say that I'm not entirely opposed to the idea that we could adjust the schedule, make it less, maybe split the difference, try and lessen that burden by limiting the hours, limiting the days, what have you. But since the only option that is being presented to me right now is closing the doors, that's not an option I'm willing to support. We can talk about other ways we can find funding, adjust the hours. I'm open to that. Get OpenGov up and running. I thought that was a good idea, but I'm not supportive of the plan as presented.
Thank you. Supervisor Goldenberg.
Well, as I stated before, it's important for the public to have access, especially on their worst day. But anybody's worst day, right? And it's hard when you're looking at scheduling, right? You can't schedule worst days, right? So, when we look at other options such as better efficiency, whether it be OpenGov, online scheduling, taking information by the phone, it still requires staff, on the part of the DA's office to process those things, right? That staff time's got to come from someplace. Yeah, maybe it's not in your face right now where you have to deal with it immediately, but you still have to allocate staff time to do that work. And, in my mind, that's not necessarily so different than somebody walking in the door. You still require staff time. I like, the idea of Supervisor Campbell talking about modifying hours as occurred previously with CDD. Where, the decision today isn't, showing, that as far as this resolution. I'm not in favor of going by any means. I kind of think a trial period might work, but I certainly wouldn't be willing to go 12 months. Maybe a very short duration of 3 months. But again, that's not our charge today. What we're looking at in this resolution. So I can't support this as it is now. I think we need to have access for the public.
So I'm going to defer to the CAO if we can modify this today, and if we can, I'd like to hear from the three that are opposed to closing altogether and see if we can jointly come up with something that we can all agree to.
Yes, your board can provide direction, the specific hours that you would support. And I was just kind of wondering if the district attorney, maybe mornings are the most critical time. I don't know, but you could offer up in some questions about the most critical time for getting the work done in the morning and then being open in the afternoon to the public. Maybe it's like open at noon or something so that they have those first 4 hours to really focus. I don't know what it might be, but that might be something we could consider, that your board could consider in modifying it for now.
Okay, before we go to board questions, maybe we can have the DA answer that. Are there any better times than others?
Sorry, I'm breathing into the mic. My apologies. I think I would need to take that back to my staff. I don't ever want to presume to know the day-to-day life of my staff better than they know it. And so, we didn't make this decision in a vacuum within our leadership team. And so that's a conversation that I'd really need to have with my staff and the person who's been covering the front desk for us. And so I don't know that I have an answer for you right here, right now.
So what I'm hearing is that we have 3 board members that are not for the proposal before us. I'm wondering, County Council, can we continue this after we're done with all the other business today? And maybe Ms. Janicki, you can come back after talking to staff and make your next best recommendation so we can make the best choice with your staff considered.
With respect, Chair, sure. I do have a suggestion if it's okay. With respect to the DA, I don't feel comfortable asking you to come up with a new plan on the spot standing there before us. So what I would propose is that we allow you time to meet and confer with the administrator's office and your staff and present this to us at a later agenda date. And I would also like to see options for either funding or partially funding the position that's been discussed here, and some combination of limiting hours and or funding a part-time position or a full-time position, and what that would look like. Those are the 2 things that I'm interested in.
So we've got to make some kind of decision here for direction forward. I was hoping that we could come up with something today where we don't have to bring it back on another board meeting day.
Chair, just as a thought, and I'm not sure who had recommended it, but was having the DA come back in a matter of 3 months to see how it happened. I think we would need some time to be able to have those discussions as mentioned. I don't know if that does sway anybody's opinion, but doing the same resolution, but for a period of 3 months. And then at the end of that 3 months, what Supervisor Campbell mentioned in bringing back a plan to review, if that maybe is a compromise.
Personally, I would rather go with Supervisor Campbell's recommendation. We allow our DA to meet with staff. We look at options, possibly a part-time, look at different hours, afternoons or whatever, but bring it back at a future board meeting, not to try and deal with today.
Supervisor Kirk.
I agree your recommendation, but I would like to have in that conversation some efficiencies maybe through that program for scheduling appointments, and then also if we can get some of those forms to help alleviate, like through OpenGov. So if we could kind of weave that in there.
All right, so I'm open to some type of, I lost the word.
Well,
I feel like the vote would be to not approve today's resolution and then with direction to bring me back.
Well, yeah, but I want to have better direction in that. So if somebody will make a motion, including what the 3 of you have offered, maybe Supervisor Campbell, you can do that.
I think said it best.
I can come up with something here. So I would make a motion to postpone the decision on the matter before us to allow District Attorney, CAO, County Council, and District Attorney staff to confer about alternatives to closing and look for alternative sources of funding for either a full-time or part-time front desk staff member, and look at ways to make online scheduling more efficient through programs like OpenGov.
I would second that.
Anything missing,
If that
Council?
If that was an official motion.
That
Yes,
is my
it was.
motion.
Yeah,
Okay.
so I'll second.
And just to be clear, we are not approving the resolution before us.
Postponing.
Correct.
Postponing.
The
So
resolution.
she is going to be able to bring that back?
We're just tabling this indefinitely.
Tabling.
Tabling,
Okay.
tabling the resolution.
Just want to make sure that we're clear here.
to allow an opportunity for it
Okay.
to be amended.
Okay, so it was moved by Supervisor Campbell and seconded by Supervisor Goldenberg. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Aye. Any abstentions? Okay, so it carries 4-1.
Thank you.
And with that, I think we're going to have lunch. We'll break for lunch and be back at 1:30 for our first 1:30 up. All right. For those of you who are with us this morning, welcome back. And for those of you who have just joined us, we are resuming our Board of Supervisors meeting for the 18th of July. And since there are so many new people in the room from this morning, what we usually do before public comment on any subject in the morning is we talk about how we in this community care for each other and help each other out. And along with that, in this boardroom, we show civility and respect and courtesy to whomever has the floor, whether it's one of us, whether it's one of you, or any presenter. And I would expect no less than that today, even considering the subject matter that we're about to undertake. And with that, I would like our clerk of the board to please read our first 1:30 appointment.
1:30 p.m. Item number 1, discussion and direction on addressing impacts of PG&E's Enhanced Powerline Safety Settings, EPSS.
Thank you. Ms. Peterson.
Lovely. Liz Peterson with the County Administrator's Office. So over the July 1st through 3rd weekend, there was major portions of the Groveland area who experienced multiple power outages, actually 5 power outages, resulting in 55 hours of nearly continuous power outage during what is reported to be the busiest weekend of the year in that area as far as tourism and business. So PG&E attributed to these outages to their Enhanced Powerline Safety Setting Program, which is their EPSS program, which according to PG&E is a tool used in and around high fire risk areas that helps prevent falling tree branches, animals, and other hazards from starting a wildfire by shutting off power immediately after an object strikes a power line. These settings are turned on when wildfire risk is high and allows their lines to automatically turn off power within 1/10 of a second. Quickly turning off power when there's trouble helps prevent ignitions that could potentially start a wildfire. EPSS outages are unplanned and unpredictable and have impacted power in multiple areas of Tuolumne County at various times since the program was implemented in 2021. When an EPSS outage occurs, PG&E checks all power lines for damage by helicopter, truck, or on foot before safely restoring the power. So the cause of the sustained power outage over the July 1st through 3rd weekend was identified by PG&E as a failing regulator, which stressed their equipment and exacerbated the already complicated restoration process. So, and high temperatures combined with the highest visitor weekend of the year caused residents and visitors to be extremely frustrated with the sustained outage. Many homeowners lost food items. Businesses not only lost thousands of dollars in revenue by not being able to serve customers, but many of them lost as much as $40,000 each in spoiled food as a direct result of the outages. Just one more piece of information for your board and the public to be aware. A microgrid system was installed to provide an alternate power source to the Groveland community during power outages. But PG&E has stated that they're not able to utilize this microgrid system during EPSS events. On July, only during their PSPS events.
So here today we have many representatives from PG&E who are here to present for a discussion with your board on the EPSS program, and then explain also the nuances with the microgrid and temporary generator resources that they have available and why in this instance they were not available to be used. And then also, just for your board and the public's awareness, attached to the staff memo on the agenda is a letter from Senator Alvarado Gil as well, expressing her desire for PG&E to develop solutions so that these kinds of sustained outages don't become a regular occurrence. So I will turn it over to PG&E, and also for your board's awareness, Lauren from Senator Alvarado Gil's office is also here to make a presentation as well.
Thank you. Take it away, gentlemen.
Well, thank you, Chair Half, members of the board, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nathan Alonzo. I am Tuolumne County's Government Relations Representative for PG&E as part of our local government relations team. We are here today because we wanted to show up, get to hear from all of you, and we want to deliver for our hometowns. So with me we have some of our leaders, and we look forward to the board's questions and the community's input and questions as well. At this point, I'd love to introduce the very top of our organization, or our regional organization's customer team. That is our regional vice president, Joshua Sims, who will be going over some items relating to these outages and some of our programs.
Thanks, Nate. And thank you to the board for allowing us to be here today, and also to the public, those that are with us, the community, our customers. Once again, my name is Joshua Sims. I'm the Regional Vice President for PG&E, and part of my geographic locations, I cover parts of about 12 counties to include where we are today, Tuolumne County, as well as Alpine, Amador, San Joaquin, Stanislaus, Merced, Madera, Fresno, where I live, Fresno County. I've been in the Valley now for about 7 years, my family and I. And then Kings and on down to Kern. So basically Stockton to Bakersfield, and of course the beautiful Sierras where we sit today. And I'm here today as part of the regional service model, one, to apologize for the service that was provided for July 1st through the 3rd. As PG&E, we rewrite our next chapter to slowly build your trust, to gain your trust back. It's a 100-year-old company based in the Bay Area. 2 years ago, I was hired as part of the regional team to be closer to the community, to be in organizations and to show up just like this, to represent our hometowns. And we know that power outages, like was experienced July 1st through the 3rd, is not how we are to show up and provide reliable service to our hometowns. We know it creates real problems to your families, your children, the elderly, your animals, livestock. All of this is very impactful. So here to apologize, but also show you that we have a plan. We put plans in place immediately and to deliver, continue to deliver reliable, safe service. So to do so, I brought some folks with me, some co-workers. Once again, this is part of our regional team. We are local. We live here in the Central Valley. In fact, I was in the hallway having conversations with some, and they thought I came from the Bay Area. But our team is local. We're here to support the communities and where we live and work. So you met Nate already, local government affairs. Dave Meyer, who's going to help us with our enhanced power line safety settings and is part of our emergency operation team. We have someone very local, Chris, who's part of electric distribution, works here, lives here in Sonora, Tuolumne County. And then we have our customer team here locally as well, Tracy and Michael. So we look forward to hearing from you. We have a brief presentation that will talk about the outages, what happened, what we find, what we're actually doing when it comes to the multiple layers of protection when it comes to wildfire risk, and then our enhanced power safety line setting. So I'm going to turn it over to Dave Meyer to take us through.
Thank you, Joshua. And again, I'm Dave Meyer. So going to start with what happened on that weekend of the 1st through 3rd, what we found, and then we'll talk a little bit about the enhanced power line safety settings, and we'll touch on some of the questions that were raised by Ms. Peterson and staff as well. So as Joshua said, we recognize that that weekend was unacceptable reliability for the customers in broader Sonora to Groveland area. Jamestown had outages, but really focused on the larger Groveland area. There were a series of outages starting Saturday morning, another one Saturday afternoon, and then we had outages that continued in through Monday, as you're all well aware. That's why you're here. As the crews did the investigations to determine what happened, they determined on Monday the 3rd that the cause of the outage was a regulator that was failing. So a regulator's a device 5 or 6 feet tall, looks like 2 50-gallon drums stacked on top of each other. There are 3 of them there, one for each of the wires you see. And what they're doing is they're controlling the voltage on the line, making sure that it doesn't get too high, too low, regulate the voltage, hence voltage regulator. So that device had an internal problem, it's an internal failure. So the crews, when they go out, what would happen before we had the enhanced power line safety settings program, as Ms. Peterson mentioned, it's a additional settings on our devices that we'll talk about in a moment that speed up and adjust the sensitivity on our protective equipment, and then speeds up in how fast it can operate, 1/10 of a second once it senses a fault. So what was happening is that regulator was warming up as it was used. The failure was happening internally. The protected devices sensed it and turned off power downstream to ensure we didn't have a mechanical failure that could potentially lead to a wildfire ignition. So that happened. Our crews inspect. They looked at the line and said, it looks like it's safe to restore. We don't see any signs of a problem. Power came back on for 5 to 6 hours. The same cycle repeated. And so eventually on Monday, the crews were able to determine this is what's happening here. They saw something that caught their eye to indicate there was a problem within that regulator. We replaced it. We replaced the 2 regulators next to it so that we were ensuring all three phases of the electric system of that circuit wouldn't have a similar problem. And since then, we've had good reliability in the area. So while the reliability impacts that were exacerbated by the enhanced power line safety settings, right, caused longer duration outages, caused several outages instead of just potentially one, that's the negative. The positive is that there was the potential for a catastrophic wildfire if that device were to fail in a way that caused an ignition. So that's the purpose of the program, is to recognize downstream potential conditions that could cause a wildfire and turn off the power. We have reviewed the settings on those devices along the entire circuit. We call it the Curtis 1703. Named that because it starts at our Curtis substation at 1703 because it carries 17,000 volts and is the 3rd line leaving the substation. So if you hear our circuits 1703, 17,000 volts, 3rd circuit leaving. So those settings have been reviewed by our engineering team, confirmed they're appropriate. They made some adjustments to make sure they're coordinating appropriately. But in the enhanced power line safety settings worked as they were intended to work in preventing the potential for a wildfire. So a little more background on the program here. I'll be brief to make sure we have plenty of time to get to questions. We started this program in 2021 as a pilot on 170 of our circuits. And in 2022, we expanded it to cover all of the electric distribution system in the high fire risk areas. So in this area, right, is part of the areas that are considered a high fire risk area. Since doing that, we've seen a 68% reduction in ignitions from these lines when the settings are enabled versus the previous 3-year period of 2018 to 2020 before we had the program in place. And we've seen a 99% reduction in fire size. So that's actual acreage when there is an ignition. Because we're releasing less energy when the system closes or opens to de-energize faster, the lower amount of energy means a smaller initial ignition when it does occur, and an earlier opportunity to catch it and stop it from becoming a large wildfire. So Ms. Peterson touched on this. I won't go into detail, but when a fault occurs, as we see as the tree branch here, it could be a tree branch, could be a piece of equipment like a regulator. The settings sense it. They sense that change. They open the circuit, de-energize the circuit. All the customers downstream of that are de-energized until our crews can go patrol the line. They need to put their eyes on every inch of that line because we don't know where there might be a tree branch touching. We don't know where there might be a wire on the ground that could cause a hazard if we were to re-energize. So the crews, we call that a patrol. They conduct that patrol, make the repairs if that's what needs to happen, or confirm the line is safe to re-energize, and then our control center can re-energize. Let's go to the next one, Nate. So this is, as we wrap up here, last few slides. This is how the process works. The initial outage occurs. It's initial outage notification from our automated system that goes to customers, indicating how many customers are out of power, if we have it, when we expect the power to be restored. And I'll say right up front, we recognize that was a gap in our communications, and a big gap. First thing customers ask is, we understand that the power went out and something happened. When's it going to come back? And what are you doing to make it not go out again? This is one of the areas that we've identified in coordination with Joshua and his local team where we have opportunities for improvement. From an estimated time of restoration, jump back one more, Nate, real fast. The restoration time was a challenge for crews who were entering it because they didn't know where the problem was, right? A tree that falls through a line, they see it, they can estimate the time to repair it, and then they can go make those repairs. But in this case, until they inspected the whole line, they didn't know what problem they were facing, and so had trouble providing an estimated time of restoration. But we should have been communicating with customers more clearly about what we thought the duration could be. Right? This outage could go overnight, for example, so that customers could plan for it. They knew what to expect. They could plan their lives around what they were experiencing at the time. So then moving through quickly the rest of the process, we restore. If there's updates where we find damage, we'll make updates to that restoration time. And then when the power comes back on, another automated notification is sent to our customers. So this is the layers of protection that Joshua mentioned from our community wildfire safety program, moving from kind of shorter term solutions toward the top into longer term solutions on the bottom. Our situational awareness through our weather stations and cameras to monitor conditions of the ground and the system. We have enhanced power line safety settings and our public safety power shutoff program that are tools to help reduce wildfires when risk is the highest. Vegetation management, and then toward the bottom is our overhead system hardening, which is the coated conductor, fiberglass poles, larger cross arms, and then our undergrounding program and our commitment to underground 10,000 miles in the high fire risk areas of our distribution system. All right, let's go to the next one. So I can go one more here, and then Josh to close, and we'll take any questions you may have. So we are continuing, as I mentioned, to enhance the way we communicate with customers. As Joshua mentioned, you have a local team here in Tracy and Michael. They had a plan last weekend. If we were to have repeat outages, a plan to better communicate with our customers. We're sharing that across our entire service territory with our partners in other regions, so that we can have a consistent response and provide better information to our customers. And that's an ongoing process. We're going to learn from every time there's an event. We hope there's not one, and there's reliable power that you can all count on. But when something does occur, we are working to improve our communications with our customers. And then beyond the communications, we are looking at reliability. Chris and his team locally, right, when they recognized one failed regulator, brought in additional materials from throughout our service territory to replace the other two proactively and make sure we didn't have a repeat of those failures in the following weeks as it got warm again last weekend. And then lastly, we're here to hear from you all. That feedback to us will help us refine, will help us understand the challenges that our customers face, and will help us deliver better for our hometowns.
Nice job, Dave. Thanks. So, yeah, at this time, we'll just open up for discussion.
And I just want to make sure you're done because I had asked for solutions on two things. One was the lines and what happened, and you've sort of addressed that. And then the other one was on the microgrid, making that into a full-time, because we don't want to hear explanations about what happened. We want to hear how reparations are going to be made, how moving forward, it's going to be different. We've heard that, but what you're going to do as a result that will help the people that are here in this room.
Thanks for that. So yeah, I should have started with microgrids. My apologies. So I'll touch on the lines first, since we've already had that conversation. The root cause of the problem was the failed regulators. That was identified. That's been fixed. We don't expect there to be another failure like we saw over that weekend 2 weekends ago. Moving to the microgrid, a little background for those who may not be as familiar. We call it a distribution microgrid. It's a place where a large-scale industrial utility-sized generator can be hooked up and used in lieu of the normal power system, in lieu of the substation, to serve a small island, a small area. The microgrid in Groveland was designed to serve about a half mile of that downtown kind of Main Street corridor from roughly the bank, pizza factory, over to the fire station. There's roughly 60 customers. When we say customers, that'd be meters that are hooked up there that could be served by that microgrid. So it's not a community-wide, wide scale, right? The overhead system. It's powering the underground system in the downtown corridor right there. It was designed for public safety power shutoffs, which historically have been much longer outages that we have advance warning of. We can forecast the weather, we forecast wind events and red flag warnings, and if we expect the Groveland area to be impacted, we can then move the temporary generation in, have our crews hook it up, stage the area appropriately, and when the public safety power shutoff event happens, which is an event directed by PG&E, we turn the power off proactively. We can use that microgrid to keep kind of the core amenities available for residents, right? If it's restaurants, grocery stores, that little core place to get ice, those kinds of places. So that microgrid is not designed in a way to be responsive to a shorter duration outage. Now, I recognize fully 40-something hours was not a shorter duration outage in what we experienced that other weekend. On average, when we see an outage on a line that has enhanced power line safety settings enabled, they're less than 4 hours long. The microgrid couldn't be stood up and utilized in an outage of that duration. It takes days to do that work. The next question is, can you pre-stage a generator, right, and have it ready? Even if we were to do that, the time to when the outage occurred, from the time the outage occurred to have our crews go and perform all the switching, the coordination with the control center to reroute power around that microgrid and use the generator would take several hours. And while we're doing that, we're pulling resources away from the restoration efforts who should be out looking at the lines, making repairs, and getting the power back up. So I understand that it seems logical that the microgrid would be built for a normal, everyday, unplanned outage, but it was built and designed specifically for a PSPS, a 2 to 3 day, potentially, right, long event. So it's not built to respond in the way that we might want it to. It's not really a tool in our toolbox.
Okay, I can see that the message did not get clear through to you, because in conversations that I had after I had sent in writing to you about knowing all that you said, that the microgrid was set up for PSPS events, but my big ask was to make it into a full-time situation where when the power went out for any reason, the power in that district of the downtown would come on. And I'm not hearing any conversation about that. What is that just not possible? Have you heard that I've made that ask of you? I just want to know where we're at with that, because I thought you were coming prepared today with what I had asked for, and I'm not hearing that.
So the technology and what you're asking for is, we don't have that technology at this time. As it was explained by Dave, the microgrids are set up for something, a PS event, we know days in advance and we can prepare. That's what the microgrid is set up for at this time. So the technology,
and it can't be converted because you've got the wiring to all of the businesses. You would need a generator full time, but what other than that would you need?
So briefly, without getting too technical, because I'm not
Sure.
in the field, right? So the system is not isolated from itself, right? It starts at the substation and runs through Groveland along the Highway 120 corridor. So there's a series of switches that have to be opened, just like you would open a circuit breaker at your house if you wanted to isolate a piece of your home. That time, that's manual. That's between our crews in the field, several crews, and our control center. So it's not like an automatic transfer switch that might be on someone's house who has a generator, for example. So it's not, unfortunately, it's not as easy as it may seem on initial look.
Okay, and then I want to switch back to the other item before we go to the public. I wanted to know what sort of reparations you are willing to make to the town, to the business owners, to the people who lost a lot. And it's already been advertised very well in the media and from you today that there was a fault on the part of your equipment. So I'm all ears to hear what kind of reparations you're going to do stemming from that weekend.
Yeah, and we are fully committed in communicating proactively when we have these events, and we know this was very impactful. And at this time, when it comes to reimbursement bill credits, that's not something we do sweeping reimbursements or just, to the entire community. That's not something that we do. However, we do have claims that can be submitted, and they are viewed case-by-case scenario. Dave, any other thoughts?
Yeah, I think on just some details on the claims, and as Joshua mentioned, they are case-by-case, so I'm going to say some general what we generally see in claims, but don't want to make it sound like I'm discouraging anyone from submitting a claim. So in outages over 4 hours, typically those are claims that are paid by our claims department for food losses at a residential home, for example, right? If we have if you have receipts, which is a challenge, I recognize for customers, how often do we keep our receipts from 5 days ago at the grocery store? But I hope we recognize we need some sort of documentation, right, to be able to process a claim. So food generally is something our claims department covers. If there were surges involved with our equipment when there was a failure and there's documented property damage, but that's a pretty clear claim. When it comes to what we've heard and seen in the community, a lot of challenges with loss of business. There were short-term rentals, your Airbnbs, your VRBOs. In general, those are not business losses. Are not something that are covered through the claims process. Now, again, I'm saying that in general terms, any customer who feels that PG&E should be reimbursing them for any costs related to that outage, I encourage them to submit a claim. Everyone is reviewed by a person. It's not an AI system. It's not an automated system. They're reviewed, and each one is approved or denied or requested for more information on its own merit.
Okay. Let's see. I think I want to go to Senator Alvarado Gill's office. We have Lauren Hernandez here. She is the district director for, come on up, for Marie Alvarado Gill, our senator. And she has, I think, for the public's benefit, you're going to read her letter to PG&E, and then if you have any other comments you'd like to make as part of this presentation.
Yes, absolutely. I'd be happy to. Thank you, Supervisor Hoff, for inviting us today. Thank you, Board. We certainly are here to reaffirm our commitment to be a partner and commend you all for the work that you do. Local government is at the front line of the essential services for people, and as we can see by everyone, I want to commend all of the public and constituents who are here today to make your voices heard. This issue is personal. The senator is one of very few members in the legislature who live in a rural community. She is a PG&E customer, has a well, which we know when loss of power in communities like this means loss of water. It's inconvenient at best, and it's life or death at worst. And so thank you, PG&E, for being here today. From what I heard so far, it feels more of the start of a conversation. And so I just want to, again, affirm the senator's commitment from our office that we will continue to be engaged in this and leverage all the tools available to our office at the state level through the California Public Utilities Commission, which hasn't had the best oversight for a long time. But again, you have the pledge from a member who is directly affected by these issues, and we will be a partner with you to make sure that there is a commitment and that the service is improved. So with that, I'll read the senator's letter that was sent on July 7th, a couple weeks ago. On behalf of my constituents in Tuolumne and Calaveras counties, I'm writing to request then this is addressed to, let me start over. Joe Wilson, Vice President, North Valley and Sierra Region with PG&E. Now I'll start again. Mr. Wilson, on behalf of my constituents in Tuolumne and Calaveras counties, I'm writing to request your urgent assistance to resolve recent increased electrical power disruptions that have created public health and safety issues, negative economic impacts, and disruptions to essential community services. Over the Independence Day holiday weekend, July 1st through the 3rd, 11,000 customers in the communities of Sonora, Jamestown, Groveland, and Copperopolis experienced power outages amid triple-digit heat. Initial reports indicate that PG&E representatives have attributed these outages to transformer failures. The town of Groveland experienced an astounding 13, and I've heard from others possibly more, outages impacting 5,600 PG&E customers due to transformer failures and safety settings within a single 24-hour period. Access to safe and reliable electricity is essential to the well-being of communities. The power outages experienced in Tuolumne and Calaveras counties over this past weekend are unacceptable, period. I'm seeking your commitment to rectify this situation as soon as possible and provide me with a summary of the steps that will be taken to harden equipment and prevent future unnecessary outages. To keep my office updated regarding this matter, please contact my district director, Lauren Hernandez, via email. And my phone number and contact information is provided. So again, this is the start of a conversation here today, and we do look forward to the written responses and the diligence to follow through with the actions that will take place to ensure this doesn't continue to happen again. So thank you.
Thank you. And before we go to questions from the board and then eventually, obviously, comments from the public who came here to make those comments, I just wanted to mention that we have Kimberly Pruitt here. She is from Congressman Tom McClintock's office. She's standing behind if you want to turn around and see who she is. She's a community outreach director, and she's here as a support, and if you as constituents have anything you want to discuss with her, she's here today. So I just wanted to acknowledge her presence. Thank you. And also online, but will not be commenting today, are I think two different people from the Governor's Office of External Affairs. They're going to be listening in, and they'll be circling back with the county after this meeting today. And I thought we were going to have Stacy Heaton here today physically, but I don't see her. She is one of the staff people from the Rural Counties Group, RCRC, also taking note of what's going on in today's meeting. So with that, I will start with questions from the board only, no comments, just questions, clarifying questions, and then we'll move to public comment. And let's see, Supervisor Goldenberg, are you ready?
Okay, so just questions at this point, and I'll have comments definitely later. My understanding when looking at the EPSS system that, and I understand the reasoning behind it, I'll discuss that more later. But one of the items that I've been told previously is that PG&E has the capability of putting devices in line on your lines that would enable PG&E to limit the extent of the power outage. So the sensitivity, and I have realized that that's an infrastructure issue that takes some time to put in. You have many, many miles of line, throughout your system. But I guess what, my question is if you have that ability to do that, could that specifically be put in place in various areas? In this case, the Groveland area, because there's been some problems, but hopefully your fixes, right, cured that, to limit so that it doesn't just
blow out wide sections of areas. So that's my initial question. Give a little update on what sectionalizers.
Yeah. It's a great question. We call these sectionalizing devices. They break the grid into sections, right? So there are a number of protective devices, fuses, line reclosers, circuit breakers that protect different segments of the electric distribution system. The enhanced power line safety settings requires a smart device. We call them a line recloser. So it has to be programmable, right? Whereas a fuse is a dumb device, for lack of a better term. So there are fewer of these smart devices on each segment of line, which means that in some cases when there's an outage, you could have more customers impacted by them, exactly to your point. So our engineering team has looked at opportunities for sectionalizing, installing additional devices. It's not an easy solution here. You have a long straight line, right, that comes from Sonora, essentially, and runs down the 120 corridor. So wherever the fault is, all the customers downstream are going to be impacted by that outage, regardless of how many devices we have. It's like having valves in a water system, right? If we have a break upstream, everyone downstream is going to be impacted. There's not a way to feed from the other direction, or back tie, we call it. So the team hasn't identified opportunities where they thought that was the appropriate engineering solution. What they've asked the local teams and the electric operations team as a whole to focus on is ensuring the equipment is working appropriately, vegetation management, fault indicators, which are a device that help us locate where a fault may be occurring, so we can dig into what may be the root cause, such as a regulator a few weekends ago, but other solutions from a maintenance and operations standpoint, as opposed to that installation of sectionalizing devices being their suggestion.
Okay, and good explanation. I appreciate that. Obviously, dictated and limited by the ability to reroute power and how your lines are set up on the expansive area that could end up being shut off. As far as your maintenance, and this has been a huge issue for PG&E, unfortunately, and other cases where fires were started. What type of, you had these failed regulators. How often what's your inspection program on looking at, PG&E has got an aging system, right? This is not unknown. So how often do you inspect that type of equipment? Because quite honestly, it caused disastrous fires in the past in other areas, not here. But so my question is more locally here.
Oh, excuse me, sir. Come up to the podium. Yeah.
Hardman, construction supervisor for Tuolumne County. The regulators are on a one-year cycle.
Okay.
So once every year, along with every other piece of overhead equipment, as in capacitor banks, reclosures. You have someone go directly there, run it through its paces, look over the equipment, make sure there's no signs of anything out of normal.
And I appreciate that, and I appreciate that you're doing it annually. First of all, that has not been the case in other areas. And in your defense and PG&E's defense, when you inspect something, you can visually look at it, but you can't always tell what's going on the interior.
Unfortunately, the fault within the regulator was internal, and
right.
Until it failed catastrophically, it was not visible to the naked eye.
Sure. Okay. I don't have any other questions at this point.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Brandon.
Thanks, Chris.
Great, thank you. I just have a very hard time believing with annual inspections, not one but several failed, right?
Sorry, one failed, the other two were replaced proactively.
Okay, that we're on the edge of failing, we're suspect in some way, contributing to it. It just seems, I guess the question is PG&E at fault? Did PG&E cause this? Is PG&E at fault? Is this how the maintenance and operations works for this? Is this how the system is designed to work?
I think to the previous comment, and Josh, feel free to jump in here, the intent would be that our annual inspections can identify a cause of something before it before it fails, the cause of a potential problem. In this case, we did take the failed regulator. We have a group called Advanced Testing Systems. We sent the regulator there for a full dismantle to see if they see anything that should make us rethink the inspection process. Was there a fault that's more widespread? We don't have the results of that back yet, but the other two regulators were replaced out of an abundance of caution, is my understanding, not because we had indications of a failure.
And Chris, you can add anything here too. We are making the system, our network, safer every single day. So it's safer today than it was yesterday. It's going to be safer tomorrow than it was today. The team is working tirelessly all throughout the network, all throughout our enterprise, in hardening our system, updating our system, testing compliance, rechecking the network to ensure things like this doesn't happen. We can't prevent it all the time.
I mean, and that's great, but we've dealt with PG&E for a very long time and a lack of maintenance done in that system. So it's deferred maintenance. It's not proactivity. It's fixing what should have already been done. And we're in the questions period. I want to go on to the next. And you mentioned about the claim system, and it seems that the severity of this, it's odd. There wouldn't be something outside of it. I'm not talking the $100 residential, what's in your fridge, but where $2 million were lost. My question on that is, you're saying, okay, individuals can go and make these claims. What percentage of claims that are non-residential actually get approved? Is there anything to say that if they go through all that process, they document all the stuff, it will actually get reimbursed at some reasonable rate? It's hard to argue any of them it's because of their fault that they lost all of that supply, that they lost $2 million, right? So why wouldn't it be blanket? It clearly is PG&E. You're not inspecting whether their fridge broke during the power outage.
I'll try my best at an answer here. Fully understand where you're coming from. For non-residential claims, the rules that govern us providing service, there are a number of tariffs and rules. As you know, Rule 14 is the rule that is set that discusses continuity of service. So that rule essentially says PG&E can't, or any utility can't guarantee continuous service at all times. That's what is typically the challenge in approving non-residential, the types of claims you're mentioning. But unfortunately, we don't have a program that is a blanket, to Joshua's point earlier, for communities who were impacted by outages such as you're proposing.
So Rule 14 doesn't say you can't. Rule 14 just doesn't make PG&E have to do it.
I'd have to follow up. I'm not enough of an expert to be able to speak to that.
And it was, so within a 40-hour period, talked about too that with the microgrid, it's not set up. I agree with the skepticism I've heard with my colleagues too, that this grid that works for PSPS events can't work for ESPS events because there's several switches that would have to be manually turned. But within a 2-day period, that couldn't be done. It's not saying that, well, if there was an outage and it took an hour to get the crews out there to turn that on, that's what is infuriating people. It's that it was nearly a 2-day period. How could a few switches not have a crew go out and change? I don't understand why that takes so much time, why that one is impossible. Because that seems like it's something that could be improved remotely, or that could have a crew actually go out and manually do it.
Yeah, so had we known that we were looking at a 40-plus hour outage, it's a different conversation, right? What we saw was a series of outages that we would normally expect to find the cause the first time it happened. The first outage, 7-ish Saturday morning, I think, and was restored in the early afternoon. Traditionally, we would expect that to be the end of the outage. We found the problem, we're able to fix it, and we move forward, and customers don't experience another outage. That's not the situation here. So, playing out the scenario, if a microgrid was there, right? If you had it up when that first outage was restored, the customers in that downtown microgrid would have taken another outage while we switched back, while the rest of the community downstream was also impacted, right? And then once the regulator would have still failed again, and you would have repeated that cycle until we found the problem. So our focus was on finding the root cause, making the repairs, replacing the equipment, and ensuring these outages don't happen again for the same cause.
And I would say we're always looking for continuous improvement, and this situation has actually caused us to look at what other changes can we make? What other process changes can we make? And the microgrid, while today it's not set up for that, but what would it need to be true for it to be set up for that is a question that we're asking. And, but between the time this happened to today, we don't have that answer. But conversations are being had to what can we do to make those improvements.
Okay, and this relates to the next, and I just have two more. One is there's a lot of talk about, okay, more communications, having conversations, we have to improve on all this. That's all great, but they're platitudes. So what specifically is going to be done to improve communications around these events? This is not the first time. San Jose had a similar thing, was going to sue PG&E over this for transformers that are blowing out, that are having people go without power. So what improvements are going to change? By now we should know what that's going to mean.
So at a high level, we are focusing. There's a team focusing on the customer experience when an outage occurs, and looking for opportunities to improve our processes around the estimated time of restoration, improve the timeliness of our initial communications to customers, improve the timeliness to the web. Right, customer now may go out of power, and it takes 20 to 30 minutes for our website to update, where they can get information on where the outage is, when we expect the power to be on, what's the cause in the cases where we have it. Shorten all those time frames. In addition to the automated kind of field-based communications around restoration, we are enhancing standardizing our processes, I should say, to make sure that we're communicating with customers more regularly. Customers shouldn't go 24 hours without hearing from PG&E. I can be the first one to say that. And where we had customers where we didn't have an estimated restoration time, they were waiting half a day or longer to get any sort of update. And that was a failure on our part and a gap that we're closing in our broader emergency response communications to give us better tools to communicate with our customers when they're experiencing these longer duration outages.
And Supervisor, we'd like to take a wraparound approach when it comes to communicating with not only you, the board, but also with the community. What our goal is to make sure that you as the board on behalf or from me get as much information as possible as to how many customers are out, when did the outage start, where geographically these customers are, when we have crews arrive, and then what the estimated time of restoration is going to be. I'm going to own that, and I'm going to be in contact with all of you whenever those significant type of outages occur. And we have a tremendous local team on the front line that are ensuring that customers get as much information as possible. We have our customer care folks who are in charge of sending out the IVRs, which is direct communication to customers who have notifications enabled through their PG&E account, and they'll get the call of here's when the power went out, and here's the information that we have, and here's when you can expect to be online. And on top of that, this customer care team locally is the information source for customers to get information on income qualified programs, on generator rebates, on medical device chargers for customers who need that, and on a lot of other programs that we have that help customers better prepare for when things like this happen. We don't like that enhanced power line safety setting outages that are long occur, but we want to work with you and with the community to make sure that you have as many resources as possible to prepare for when the power goes out. And we want to make sure that we're doing a better job on our end and learning from situations like this to provide a better experience to you and to our customers. So, yeah, it's a wraparound approach, and we don't take any of this lightly because, we're a business that is a business of the power being on. So we want to make sure that we are as reliable for you and for the residents as possible.
I look forward to specifics at some point on that. My last question on it is the root of this is power lines. And PG&E is set as your base level of wildfire preparedness, trying to underground 10,000 miles around the state. We have some 350 miles in high-risk areas within our community. 2022, 0 miles were done for undergrounding. This past year, I think 3 miles were done. It's an ambitious goal. It doesn't seem like the resources are being put into it to alleviate the concern in the first place that these are exposed hazards within an area like this. So do you have an update on what that looks like going into the future?
Yeah, so I turned it back here to this slide actually because it's actually layers of protection. So yes, that is one layer is undergrounding. Multiple facets of how we are protecting and making our system safer. So, once again, here on the screen, we're using the latest technology when it comes to weather stations, ensuring safety when it comes to EPSS. That was something new that we put in place. Keeping the trees and the branches, right? Vegetation management, stronger poles, and of course, undergrounding. So as we work through and have our high fire threat districts all mapped out, we're working with the local communities and to continue to underground the lines. I can't remember the number, but I know we hit our number last year in the miles of our goal, and we're well on the way to hitting the number again this year.
Not here. Zero.
Yeah.
To my knowledge. Here. I understand there's multiple layers, and I just want to re-ask that question. What's the plan specifically? 350 miles of high-risk fire lines in Tuolumne County. 0 were done last year. 3 were done this year. What's the plan on that specific element of it?
So the entirety of the county is in what we call a high fire threat area, and that is where we're prioritizing undergrounding. So while I can't give you an answer as to more miles today, what I can tell you is that the mileage calculator and the mileage total is something that is in flux, and it's continuously being updated. And it's something that we are in constant conversations with the California Public Utilities Commission on. So it's part of our undergrounding plan that we have to review, submit, and give to them, and they give us feedback on. So the mileage that you see today may not be the mileage that's on there tomorrow. So it's something that we're continuously looking at, and feedback from you in situations like this are info points and real-life examples that we take and we give to leaders like Josh and our corporate officer team. So although you see 0 today, that's not always going to be the case, Supervisor, and we can assure you that reliability and the experience of customers in communities like Groveland and Pine Mountain Lake and here in Sonora and Jamestown your experiences are things that we take seriously, and when it comes to the undergrounding plan, it's feedback that we're going to give that team when we're making these decisions.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Kirk.
I'm enjoying listening to the conversations. I'm just going to let people keep asking questions here from the public, and then if I have any questions that aren't, because Jaren touched on a couple of them, so I'll wait my turn.
Okay, and I just have one, and it relates to some communication I've already gotten back, some feedback that I've gotten from a constituent who says that she filled out an application for reimbursement for food loss due to power outages, and she said she was lucky to have just under $50 in losses to claim, and PG&E denied the claim, stating that their equipment turned off the power as it was designated to do. Therefore, they cannot be held liable and will not pay her for the food losses. I just want to bring this up because I don't want to get a bunch of these. And I want to know, my question is to you, people have suffered. And this is a homeowner. This is not a business. I mean, we have huge business losses, which you're going to hear about from the community that's here today. What can you tell me about this? I'm hoping you're going to tell me that this has been an error in judgment from your staff who reviews these, but I'd like to know from you right now how you're going to handle these cases, because I think there are people in this room that have already applied for losses, and there may be more that will be doing so after today. So if you can please answer that. Thank you.
Yes, obviously, we're just hearing about this, so I can't give you a specific answer. I will say that we can commit to going back to our team, making sure that our documentation, our outage system is updated to make sure that it is reflecting what happened, right? To say the equipment turned off, there are protective devices. When it senses a problem, it turns off, right? They're throughout the system. But an equipment failure is different. So if we don't have our system, our notes in the right places, that could have caused that. I'm speculating a little here, but we can go back and look into that and ensure that everything is in the right place. I encourage customers to submit their claims. I can't say that all food claims will be paid. Every claim is assessed individually, as we mentioned, but we will follow up with our team.
Yeah, I think this is a more unusual case because of, and it was more than 40 hours. I'm sorry, it was like 55 5, I think. It was a lot of hours. A couple of hours, the power was on each day of those 3 days. So it was massive, and I'm hoping you're going to come up with a different set of rules for when that happens to head it off at the pass in the future for other areas. But with that, I don't want to take up any more time. I want to go to the public who's come here and been very patient with us. And what I'd like to do, those of you who would like to speak, you will have 3 minutes. And the 3-minute clock is up here for those of you that don't know. You'll get a buzz after 2 minutes, so you'll have 1 minute left. That'll kind of key you into trying to wrap it up. And when we have people come up, the next person should be ready to take their place right after, so we don't have long legs, because there's a lot of people here that I'm sure want to speak. So we want to make the time go by quickly. And our board here is listening to you. Address your questions to the board, not to PG&E, not to Senator Alvarado Gil's office. And we will redirect, if there's a question to be redirected, we will redirect it to the proper person. And with that, come on up. And you are encouraged to state your name, but you don't have to.
Hello, Board. Tom Crosby with the Business Council. A couple of quick questions. They're mostly technical. It's a very complex system, and I recognize the issues that occurred. But a couple of questions that you might want to consider following up on. First one is do the regulators have internal monitoring circuits that could communicate their status proactively, so that, these are complex, high-energy systems, so I understand that. But I'm just wondering if the technology is available, or if you're looking in the future at having technology that would trigger a fault detection and communicate status so that you could run right out there and change out a regulator and not have to change out all 3, which is very expensive. Okay, so then the second question is how do we have a full-time generator for the Groveland microgrid? I understand the manual operation of that, so I guess I'm just kind of echoing a question that maybe was already up here. What kind of alternatives might be available, since that is kind of a unique area, very high density of critical businesses to the county and full of risk. So, going forward, since the investment's already been made, how can we get our own, how can we get a better backup solution at the microgrid level? And then kind of a follow-on on that would be, what kind of options would you be advising to our larger critical customers in terms of their own backup solutions, power backup solutions, and to what degree are you advising that they need to invest in those kinds of systems simply because the PG&E infrastructure has whatever level of resilience it does have, and so we should just plan on more failures over maybe the next decade or however long it's going to take for the technology to improve there. And then in the RF world, kind of where I come from, there's time domain reflectometers that are used to identify where a failure occurs in a long transmission line. So instead of flying helicopters out there, if you've got an EPS system that can detect failures within like milliseconds, you might have the opportunity to apply some TDR technology that will totally tell you where the failure is. You can go straight there and sort it out. That wouldn't resolve this particular problem of the regulator failure. I totally understand that. But in terms of like branches and giant birds or whatever might happen, that might give you a clue really quick. Yeah, I think those are questions I have. You can work with. Thanks.
Okay, and point of order, I think what we're going to do is take everybody's comments and questions. There may be similar questions that we can consolidate. I'm keeping track also, and it looks like you guys are too. So we'll have the public come forth first and ask all their questions, make all their comments, and then we'll have you respond. Okay, thank you. Hi.
Bruce Dudley, retired AT&T area manager, worked with PG&E numerous times on failures. The one thing about undergrounding 10,000 feet, that's a joke. It takes forever to do undergrounding. I worked with them in San Jose. There's a lot of headaches because you got to, whatever's in the ground now, you got to make sure you don't damage that. So it's a great thing to do, but it's going to take time, is the problem. The next thing I got a question for is there is insulated primary and secondary wire strands that go pole to pole. They're not utilized in our area. They are utilized from the transformer to the house on the service drop, but they're not utilized pole to pole. Why are we not utilizing the insulated strand pole to pole? If a tree hits it, it hits it and bounces off normally. It has to cut the insulation on both strands before it ever would arc. And that's it.
Thank you, Bruce.
Hi, good afternoon. Steve Griefer. My questions are this, really not towards PG&E, because they're kind of the wild neighbor we can't get rid of. We know that they're there. We know that they're going to have their wild parties. Power might get turned off, things like that. So I think a lot of the time that we're focusing on is stuff that's out of our ability to address how their equipment works, underground wiring. I know those are important things, but I think what I would like to know from how the county is going to address this is the EPSS the new way of life? Is this going to be the way it is? Are we no longer going to have rolling blackouts? Because the whole point of that micro generator was for the rolling blackouts. We can't just get a generator up all the time. I don't want to speak on PG&E's behalf, but the reality is they can't staff a big generator there. There's no room for it. They have to, address those issues on a case-by-case issue. PG&E as well as GCSD went into an agreement on their GCSD's resolution 37-2020, which was that agreement between PG&E and GCSD for that micro generator station. So I think it's important that the county looks at those agreements and let PG&E handle their equipment and work back with us on how to address that. My second question is to actually PG&E, why can't we just have a general, hey, we know how long you were out of power, that equals X number dollar voucher, right? Because that addresses your issue of, well, I need to go get my resource or my receipts. That goes and it gets rid of all of that. I did not have power from Saturday to Monday. So I could tell you I don't have those receipts, but you know exactly how long I didn't have power. So why not just cut me a check and say, this covers your propane for your generator, this covers the food loss, this covers the hay and the feed that I have to pay, use on my farm. That's an easy one, right? That would be a great opportunity just to lead me into my next point, which both the county and PG&E has a massive PR problem. No matter what PG&E says, somebody's not going to believe it. No matter what the board says, somebody's not going to believe it. What we need to do is stop pointing the fingers at everybody else and say we need to work together on addressing these issues together as that community, that spirit bringing everybody together, leading with our partners up in the Groveland community. Thank you.
Hello, Rachel Perlman with Groveland Community Services District, and I'm here on behalf of Peter Kiempa, the General Manager. The Groveland Community Services District and the Southern Tuolumne County region were significantly impacted by the PG&E power outages reportedly caused by equipment failure extending almost continuously from July 1st through July 3rd. Much like PG&E, GCSD provides utility services including water treatment and distribution, wastewater collection, treatment, and recycling. We understand the critical importance of reliable services. GCSD is also responsible to the local taxpayers to provide park and recreation services, operate community centers, and provide fire protection, fire suppression, and emergency medical response services in Southern Tuolumne County. On August 11, 2020, the GCSD Board approved Resolution 37-2020, which authorizes PG&E the installation of the pre-installed interconnection hub at Mary Lavroni Park. Due to our care for the economy of our region and PG&E's commitment to minimizing the impacts of public safety power shutoffs, we agreed to sell a prime portion of our only community park to install the PIH. As stated in the agreement with PG&E dated July 28, 2020, through the installation of the PIH, PG&E would be able to rapidly connect temporary generation equipment in order to energize an isolated circuit within the downtown Groveland area during future PSPS events. Having just experienced the devastating effects of the first PSPS event, this was a welcomed partnership. 3 years after the execution of this agreement, the PIH has still not been completed. PG&E's new enhanced power safety line setting reportedly shut the grid system down due to the failure of a regulator or regulators. Unlike the PSPS, these numerous shutdowns spanning over 50 hours in a 3-day period came with no advance warning whatsoever and no direct communication to the district during these events. The temperatures were over 100 degrees for those consecutive days, rendering fans and air conditioning systems useless, thus placing public health and safety at risk. The EPSS events came without the opportunity for PG&E to set up a community resource center as they did routinely during PSPS events. It is for these reasons that the GCSD Board of Directors voted unanimously to convey opposition to the use of EPSS until we can agree on a solution for PG&E to provide better communication, community resources, and the means to operate the Groveland microgrid system using PIH system during power outages. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Steve Rogers. I'm the manager of IT and instrumentation at Groveland Community Services District. GCSD responsibly operates emergency backup generators at all of its water and wastewater treatment plants, administrative office, sewage, and water pumping station. Each time power fluctuation, outage, or restoration occurs. Our staff must mobilize and monitor all the systems remotely and in the field to ensure that our services can be delivered safely, as protecting public health and safety is our highest concern. Our crews left their families for the majority of the holiday weekend responding to the power-related system alarms and filling emergency generators with more fuel to ensure the continuity of our utility services. The power outage-related fuel and overtime costs to our taxpayer rates must be recovered from PG&E. The reliability of the PG&E power system serving Groveland area has been the worst we have seen in our experience with other water and wastewater utilities throughout the numerous Northern California communities. The GCSD Board of Directors called a special meeting on July 10th, 2023 to discuss these devastating power outages and their impact on our operations and the community in general. During the outages, the power cycled on and off multiple times. I was monitoring the voltage during the systems when it came back online. It was low as 202 volts. The multiple outages did more damage than the power being out. It would have been preferable to have the power stay off. It was overwhelming to hear the staggering losses sustained by an already struggling local businesses, not only financially, but more importantly in our community image as a vacation destination. PG&E's lack of investment in its infrastructure and its local unreliability is completely unacceptable. GCSD strongly requests that PG&E fully adhere to all previously established public safety power shutdown protocols and requirements, including the required documentation, weather conditions, and other factors in shutdown decisions, advanced public notification of shutdowns, establishment of local community resource centers, rapid installation of generators and their use in PIH to minimize outages during planned PSPSs. The GCSD board further voted unanimously that PG&E must take immediate action to address and remedy the electrical grid infrastructure defects in the region, including prioritizing our communities for undergrounding as needed to ensure local power reliability and to optimize against fire hazards. The GCSD board requests that PG&E immediately pursue options for the installation of a permanently installed emergency backup generator connected to the pre-installed interconnect hub at Mary Laveroni Park. These generators must be capable of powering the downtown Groveland electrical system during all power outages, including those triggered by the EPSS.
Thank you.
I'm John Armstrong. I am a board member of GCSD, but I am here as a concerned citizen. Back in 2019, my wife and I were hearing of all the PSPSs that were going to be happening in our area, and we decided to invest in a Generac. Since then, the power has been off so many times. It's amazing how much our Generac has run. We would have over 500 hours on it, but it died during this 4th of July catastrophe because of the fact that it was coming on and off and on and off. And we finally had it serviced. Everything is fine. But we have close to 500 hours on our Generac since 2019, July of 2019. That's huge. That is an amazing amount of hours. Nobody that I know that owns a Generac, and I have several friends, my cousins have them, they're not even close to those hours. My cousins is about 4 or 5 years older than mine, and they're not even close to my hours. When I told them how many hours I had when I had first put it in the first year, 200 and some odd hours, he couldn't believe it. And now it's up over 500 hours. When we lose our power, we lose water and everything because we're on well and septic. We don't have city water. So it's important for us to have that. That's why we went and did this. During the power outages in March, when we had the big storm, we almost ran out of propane. And I don't blame PG&E for that. That was that was really a different situation. But my propane bill after that was $1,500, which more than half of it was PG&E's from not having power. So I continue to pay high bills on my propane because I want to have power, and we continue to have these outages. And it's gotten ridiculous.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm Bob Kirk, and I live up in Miwok Village, which is obviously not in the Groveland area, but been watching power outages for years, and talk to the PG&E crews when they're out fixing things and so forth. And I learned that in our neighborhood, we have a SCADA-controlled switch that can turn the power off, turn it back on again, all remotely from, I believe, Fresno. And it seems like there maybe is even a second switch in the neighborhood now. So my comment, question, suggestion is, why does PG&E have such a large area controlled by a single switch? If it was broken up into smaller segments, then you might lose a block or two or maybe a very small area, but not be losing the entire region. So I think something needs to be done investment-wise to have more locality for the control switches. The other thing that buys you is it takes much less time to patrol the lines and to figure out whether there's an issue that you've missed or not. Initially, when these EPSS events started happening, it would sometimes in our area, it would take PG&E several days to complete a patrol. Whereas if things are broken down into local segments, then maybe you could get it done in an hour or two. The other suggestion is I don't really understand why the microgrid is not on its own circuit. If that could have its own feed from a substation, or if that's too much to ask, at least have its own EPSS shut off so it's not being shut off when a hiccup happens somewhere else in the Groveland area. So a couple ideas. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Tom King. I live in Pine Mountain Lake, Groveland area. And I have a petition signed by several members of the public that's addressed to both PG&E and the California Public Utilities Commission. My understanding there would be somebody from the CPUC here today. They're not. So the Senator's office will deliver that one to them. I would like to give a copy of this to the clerk of the board, if the clerk is able to receive it. The EPSS system is set way too sensitive. This last outage was just the most severe and economically devastating to us, but there have been numerous, way too many. And two things need to happen. One, the sensitivity, maybe it needs to be 1 second instead of 1/10 of a second. Something needs to happen where they are not going off every time a squirrel croaks. The outages are too long. You need to find a way to shorten your inspection line, the time it takes to inspect, whether that means by breaking the system up smaller or by strengthening the system so it doesn't happen so frequently. But it's not okay to have these super long outages over 4 hours and such. How many of these sensitivity things are there? Are these dozens, hundreds, thousands? That needs to be addressed. As far as something else that needs to be addressed is the fact that we are a very vulnerable community. Throughout the whole fire danger area where these EPSS things are. Groveland is unique in the way that we, for one, have a very high population percentage of seniors compared to other communities. So we're more vulnerable in that respect. As far as our economy goes, we're highly reliant on tourism, and that's true for a lot of other communities. But one of our differences is that we are very small. So each incident costs a lot more individually for our businesses. So that being said, Groveland needs to be made a priority on your hardening and undergrounding and whatever. My understanding is you're working from the north to the south. That needs to change. You need to put us first and do the more critical areas first, and then none of this north-south on a map on paper. That needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Keith Martin. I'm from Groveland. I am a semi-retired registered civil engineer with the structural title in the state of California. I have qualified to testify as an expert witness in court. I have testified before government boards and community boards in projects that I am working on. One thing about a registered engineer is that there's a very high standard that I be truthful and accurate in what I say, because if I am incorrect, it could be used against me. And in fact, in some cases, I could have my license revoked if I were to knowingly say an untrue statement. I don't know the gentlemen that we have here from PG&E. I don't know if any of them have the same level of practice authority that, say, a registered electrical engineer would have, and I assume PG&E has registered electrical engineers in the state of California, contractors who are licensed in the state of California, and I don't know if there's anybody amongst the people who have testified here who have that level of authority and responsibility. And if not, then my question would be, why not? Why would PG&E not send people to this meeting to testify to you who are absolutely required to be truthful in what they say and can be personally held responsible if what they say is not accurate? So I would ask that the board check and see if they're getting that level of authority from PG&E, and if they're not, then why? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Brittany Gose. I'm the executive director for a small rural nonprofit in Groveland called Southside Community Connections. Some of our main constituents are seniors, and I want to come up here and advocate for them. Power outages can be tough for everyone, but for seniors, low-income people with disabilities, we also serve those people. It can be life-threatening. I hope that the county reviews, or someone reviews, records from that weekend to ensure that no one passed. As far as I know, we didn't lose anyone, but we had some very close calls. We had 2 people that fell, 1 person that broke their nose. I know Tuolumne Trails also had some issues that happened at their camp. The power outages need to be avoided at all costs, and that's in the summer and the winter. In the summer, one significant problem that we have is spoiled food. Some of our older seniors may not want to throw their food away, even if it's gone bad. They've learned to save everything and to make do with what they have. They may not even know their food has gone bad and end up eating it. So even 5 days after the power outages, or a week, 2 weeks, we want to check our records and make sure that no one ended up in the hospital due to maybe food poisoning. Accessing and completing these forms, like the ones at PG&E, is another struggle for these vulnerable groups. Many are not tech savvy, and physical limitations make paperwork daunting. PG&E's requirement for receipts to claim losses further complicates the situation because people don't save every grocery receipt. Moreover, extreme temperatures during blackouts can be dangerous, especially for our elderly. They need a comfortable environment for their well-being, which becomes difficult without electricity. Avoiding power outages is our best option. The corrective actions that we must put in place to protect our vulnerable populations in the case of power outages are complicated. For instance, generators are great, but only if you can afford them, you know how to connect them, and you can start them. Warming and cooling centers are a must, but they can only serve those who know about them and can get to them. Many of our constituents can't drive, but it's important to remember that environmental factors like a snowstorm, such as the one that happened in March, or downed trees can prevent people from getting to the centers. We must consider the unique needs of our seniors, low-income individuals, disabled neighbors, and the community in general to ensure their safety and well-being. Working towards a power outage-free county is a lofty but admirable goal, one that we all can agree is worth accomplishing together. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Cindy Charles, and I'm a resident off Merrill Road up in Groveland. So I'm in the backwoods of Groveland, and I was there and during the power outage for the 3 days, and I'm one of the people on a well. I don't have a generator. I sweated through it, and I'm glad that you have acknowledged that you need to improve the communication, because I could have left, but I was getting the text, and you weren't meeting the timeline as you indicated, and I kept hanging on with my partner. And yes, the power came up, and we ran to get showers, and then it went down again. And so I just doubted future communications while they were coming. I also want to point out that yes, my rural neighbors have generators, but a lot of them are on fixed income, they're elderly, they have health problems, and I just wonder how much of their budget was spent on fuel for those things. And they're noisy and toxic to the environment. I'm about ready to cave and go get a generator myself, and I called up Ace Hardware in Oakdale, and they told me to go out of state. So, I mean, to get a gas generator, I think, is challenging these days, and it's my understanding the state law is going to be prohibiting gas generators, the new ones, as of January 2024. So then you have to get a propane one, and that's a whole complicated matter. And then I haven't heard this yet, but I'd like heard about this yet, but I'd like someone to look into my experience by day 3 of this. My partner and I's cell phones in the morning, the batteries were still plenty of charge in them for, I don't know how that happened, but there was no cell service. It went to SOS, which I hadn't seen before, and that went on pretty much all day. And I'm wondering if the outage affected the local cell phone towers. We have AT&T and T-Mobile service. I don't know if the backup generator batteries were down, but I mean, then I really threw up my hands and left town, because I wasn't going to be able to get your texts either then. So, and lastly, another concern I have is when this whole thing gets, fixed and the Band-Aids put on, I'm concerned that your automatic shut-off system is so sensitive. And yes, we have hot weather, which is pretty normal. But I think in the corporate interest, you might be pretty quick to pull the trigger to shut it down. And it's so sensitized. And then we go through this again and again. And I mean, the reality is it's gotten hotter in our world, and we need to figure out the technology and better systems to deal with it. And not take the easy route and just shut it all down, and everybody else, you have to just deal with it. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm Bob Swan. I've been a permanent resident of Pine Mountain Lake for 14 years. Everybody has covered pretty much all the points that I plan to cover, but I'm just going to complain a little bit. The outage notification system was terrible. And you already said that, so I'm not really telling you something you don't know. But the one that really just got my brain tweaked was attributing it to weather. I mean, I don't know who writes your stuff, but that was ridiculous. The weather is no different from it has been on average over summers for as long as I've been here. So if there's a problem because of temperature, which I understand wasn't the case, but that's what the notification system was telling us, that's a problem with either inadequate design because you didn't design for the right temperature, or bad maintenance. Yeah, so it's just a stupid thing, and it honestly probably aggravated me almost as much as just having the power be off. It was like the communication was pointless. Secondly, on the regulators, is this an aging problem? Are we going to be finding more voltage regulators going out because most of them were installed at the same time? I don't know. It was an internal fault. I was in the semiconductor business, not the industrial electrical business, but things do fail over time. Are we looking at a perhaps flurry of these things coming in the future? As far as the PIH, I think Peter Campa got our points across. My question would be, if by chance we installed, that is to say, we can't do it, install the permanent generator to hook up, and then you have to disconnect the microgrid in order to turn it on. How many switches really are there that somebody has to go off and turn and switch? I mean, you made it sound like it was going to be an enormous job to go out and do all that. Is that true, or is it just 2 or 3 places that you got to get it? Because that would make a big difference in whether it would be practical to have a permanently installed generator. A little something for the county. I'd really encourage you to reevaluate I think you're doing it already, but to reevaluate your definition of a heat emergency, so that we can, we have the nice CRC. Thank you very much for opening it last weekend, even though probably there were people there. It was not overused. But I think that it's really important that we have policies that make sense for using the facilities we got. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Barton. I'm here on behalf of the downtown businesses. First, I want to thank you guys for giving us this opportunity to speak and share our concerns. Thank you guys for showing up. That's all I can say there. So we wrote a letter, and we're going to be sending it to all of our representatives. Thank you to the representatives who have people here today as well. We'll be sending this letter out to everyone from Kathleen Haff all the way up to Gavin Newsom. Essentially, we want to say, dear representative, as a representative of our district, we are reaching out today for support, accountability, and immediate action in addressing the consequences of the unexpected and debilitated power outages that occurred over the July 4th weekend. As you know, sorry, I'm getting nervous. As you know, the Groveland region, located at the doorstep of Yosemite National Park, heavily relies on tourism as a vital source of economic stability. This year, we eagerly anticipated the influx of visitors after losing spring break weekend and Memorial Day weekend traffic to park and road closures. Although we knew this weekend would be exceptionally challenging due to park overcrowding and the record temperature heat, Groveland merchants prepared ahead of time and were able and willing to support the needs of visitors and locals throughout the weekend. However, instead of managing the expectations of tens of thousands of anticipated visitors, our community was subjected to a series of power outages lasting 3+ days. This was further compounded by the lack of communication from the Pacific Gas and Electric, which left us in the dark, both literally and figuratively. Had we fully understood the breadth of the situation, we could have come together to rent larger generators or transport our personal food and perishable to safer locations. As a result, shops closed, electric cars sat abandoned, empty hotel rooms reached 104 degrees, equipment was damaged, food spoiled, and ice cream melted. This happened as Yosemite National Park turned away thousands of visitors back into our town by 10 a.m. each day that weekend. When PG&E restored power, it would quickly go out again. We checked our phones and emails each hour looking for answers from PG&E, trying to understand which of the 16 text messages sent throughout the weekend could be trusted. We hoped that our county and our state representatives would respond with answers, and unfortunately, we found nothing. The gravity of the situation cannot be understated. PG&E must prioritize timely relief during power outages. And yes, while PG&E's negligence is central, our representatives should have been able to anticipate these outages by now. We were equally surprised to learn that there was no solid plan other than allowing our small businesses to take a loss and put our community members at risk. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shirley Horn. I am a member of the Board of Directors of the Yosemite Chamber of Commerce, but I'm speaking now on behalf of Around the Horn Brewing Company, of which I'm a co-founder. We opened in July of 2020. After the first year and so many planned power outages, our young business was forced to spend over $100,000 buying an expensive power generating system. That power generating system, thank goodness we had it. We were one of the 1 or 2 food and beverage businesses open in Groveland that weekend. We did fine. We spent hundreds of dollars in propane to fuel the brewery and all of its operations for those 3 days. I am absolutely shocked that business customers have no recourse with PG&E for losses incurred. I'm shocked. We do appreciate you being here and coming and to working with us and the Board of Supervisors for solutions here. I also want to tell you that being one of the 2 businesses open in town that weekend, everybody came in to cry in their beer because they couldn't do anything else. So thankfully we made money, but we heard, just like a lot of people did, the brunt of complaints from visitors who were had vacations planned, activities planned, everything planned for this weekend, and they could do nothing. The indirect damage to our tourism-dependent businesses in the Highway 120 corridor is phenomenal. We've been trying for 3 years to get our tourists back. Once again, they go away with a bad impression of coming to Groveland because now they can't get power. So they're going to vote with their feet. We can't have that happen anymore. Too many of our businesses are too small to sustain this kind of continuous damage. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I thought I was last but not least, but here I'm not. I'm Patricia Epp. I'm also a member of the Board of Directors of the Yosemite Chamber of Commerce. And as I address the Board of Supervisors, I address you also as a public relations consultant for a pretty high-powered company throughout the United States. And I was just thrilled to hear all of the fabulous PR speak by PG&E today. And I hope that when you work with them and sit down and get resolutions done and get things made, you will understand and remember that today was so much good PR briefing, because I heard things like, we love this community. This will probably never happen again. We think we have solved the issue. We're going to work on our communications. The beauty part that you have to remember is this is not their first rodeo. They have gone through this with us over and over and over. I'm here today, and I will be presenting this to Rachel when tomorrow. I'm going to stop at the offices of GCSD. We spent some time, the Board of Directors, securing signatures and guesstimated dollar value lost from 50 of our businesses on the Groveland Strip to the tune of nearly $500,000. And from the sound of what I heard today, probably very little of this will ever be reimbursed. Board of Supervisors, please remember, Highway 120 is the most heavily traveled corridor to Yosemite. Highway 120 businesses depend upon. It's not PG&E's fault we had COVID. It's not PG&E's fault that the Yosemite Highway 120 road was closed and screwed up a couple of weekends and holidays for us. But what is important to remember is that they suffered greatly. And the goodwill that Shirley spoke about is also something that is suffering greatly, that we can't even put a dollar value on. Have no idea what that will be in the future. So remember when you're talking to them, once again, those wonderful phrases of, we're going to do it, we believe in you, we love you guys, you're a great community. I wonder how much we really are. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Patricia Gibson, and I'm here to ask PG&E to be a better community partner with us. I have 3 points I'd like to make. The first is about electric charging stations. In our area up in Groveland, there are 3. There's a Tesla charging station, there's a charging station at the Groveland Library, and there's also a charging station in Buck Meadows. None of those worked this weekend. It left people driving electric cars stranded, and I think PG&E needs to address that. The second thing I'd like to say is I'm a survivor of the Tubbs fire in 2017 in Santa Rosa, where 5,200 people lost their homes. PG&E was found culpable for that. They were assessed with $100 million plus in damages that they have to pay out to the people of Sonoma County. It's my understanding that that $100 million payout is going to be paid by the ratepayer, not by PG&E stockholders, and I find that absolutely outrageous. And the next thing I'd like to talk about is the Paradise Fire that happened in Butte County, where PG&E was also held responsible for equipment failure, and there's tens of millions of dollars in damages there and lots of lives lost. This has resulted in everyone in our community and in many communities throughout California in an increase in our insurance costs, our housing insurance costs. We can't get very good insurance suppliers. Many of them have pulled out. My cost of housing insurance has almost tripled, and that is true for every person in our community and every person in many, many communities in the greater California area. And even though we can't exactly tack that onto PG&E, the reason why we were told our insurance rates have gone up is because of the Paradise Fire and Groveland being a very similar community to Paradise. So I hold you responsible, and I hope this is, I'm asking them to be a better community partner.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Bob Asquith. I'm a member of the Pine Mountain Lake Safety Committee. We've done a lot of studying on a serious safety problem. There's a lot of Groveland and the residents there that are very old. Many of them are technology challenged, and there's a cascading effect that happens when power goes out. The ability to get emergency alerts, whether they're county alerts or whether they're PG&E alerts, is critical to people's safety. Part of the landlines in Pine Mountain Lake, when there's no power, go out. Everybody runs the cell service. The cell service, sometimes the batteries run out there, other times they're just overloaded. With the internet service, when people look to get service on the internet, when the batteries run out that power the nodes around the internet, they can't get internet service. So we have a problem with an aging population that is technology challenged, getting the kind of information that they need to survive. That's an important issue, and I'd like to see if there's a way that the county and PG&E can provide the power that's needed and the systems that are needed to make those communications safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Linda Sarrett, and I'm a nurse. I'm a critical care nurse, and you said for us not to direct it toward them, but I'm going to. I think everyone in this room knows that our electricity is going to go out again. It's going to affect some. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes it is. But the elderly people of our Groveland community cannot take over 100 to 105 degree temperatures. They can't do it because their core temperature is not like ours. We're younger, and we can regulate, we can sweat, we can cool ourselves. They can't. Anyone that has heart problems, anyone that has kidney failure, diabetes, asthma, it exacerbates that. I know PG&E does not want anyone to die. That's my question. Do you want more people to die like they have in the fires? I don't think you do. But that's exactly what's going to happen if you continue to allow the regulators, whatever it is that you need to do and fix. Because if you don't, you're going to lose a lot of elderly people, and that would be a disgrace. Now, we're going to try our very best. I'm going to try my very best to change the degree temperature that we have to have in Groveland before a cooling center can be opened up. When they don't have electricity, what else do they not have? A lot of these people are bedbound. They don't even have family up here. They depend on the neighbors to check on them. So I'm asking you, do whatever it takes. I don't care what it is. You're the vice president. We shouldn't even be here talking to you about these things. Because you know that the regulators can go bad at any given time. So I'm asking you to do whatever it takes for our community. Give these businesses back what they lost. The next time we have our electricity go out, bring your grandma and grandpa up here. Let them sit in a 107-degree house that they have no cooling, nothing. With all due respect, we're angry. We're tired of our electricity being turned off, but I am so concerned about the elderly people. So please help us. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for those of you who were able to get up and speak. Got notes here. And I think we'll just go through the questions, and hopefully I haven't forgotten anything. So dealing with technology, the first set of questions, talking about the ability to detect the status of the regulators somehow through technology, and then also providing a full-time generator for Groveland, or at least a better backup situation for the downtown. What can you tell us?
I think the microgrid, I think Joshua discussed that, right? That he's asking at his level, which is the executive level in our company, what would need to be true to support that microgrid. I don't know what else. We have not much else we can say about that. As far as internal monitoring, we probably need to follow up with a pretty technical question. I don't know that we can answer that here about what options are available for internal monitoring of equipment on the distribution center system.
Okay, let's start putting things on a list that you will get back to us in writing on then. Those two specifically, the ability to detect the status of the regulators, maybe even remotely, or at least better, whether it means stepping up your inspection to not a year, but maybe you do it every half a year or something. And then the backup situation, the microgrid, what kinds of things that you are, since you're not prepared fully today to give us an answer on what you can do, that's what I'm looking for. What can you do to provide us with insurance, at least for the downtown area, that they will be able to be on when the rest of the power is out, so people have a place to go, whether they're tourists or residents. And I'd like to see something about that in writing from your folks who can plan for that and give us some solid answers. Okay, next. Insulated primary and secondary wires. They're not used pole to pole in our area. Why are we not using this?
So insulated wire, we call it tree wire. That is part of our overall system hardening, the layers we showed. It's like undergrounding. That's something we're prioritizing in the highest risk areas. Not that it's not high risk in this community. We have a large service territory and we're working through it. In the meantime, the other layers are tools that we are using to protect the communities as we work toward those longer term solutions like system hardening, covered wire, and undergrounding.
So I'm going to ask this question for this individual. Is what happened on the 4th of July weekend not enough to raise the priority level to a point where you will address this immediately?
So there are many ways for us to really prioritize. And this is a part of the priority process, whether not just something that happened on the July 1st through the 3rd, but it's something that we're constantly doing. We're looking at the network and prioritizing. So yes, this is one of the situations that happen, and like many other areas that we have in high fire threat districts, we're reviewing those and putting the list together as we work towards our goal to underground 10,000 miles.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you to put this on your list to get back to us in writing. When you might be able to address when we can get the insulated primary and secondary wires installed in the Groveland area. And let's see, next.
Chris had a comment.
Oh, sure.
Just for the county's knowledge, we were actually one of the first counties to receive the covered tree wire. It was actually up in the Miwok substation, up off of those areas, Middle Camp, Twain Hart, in that area, due to the outage activity that they were seeing at the time, highest, and that's why they were a target area. So we have been installing that covered wire since either late 2020 or early 2021. As far as the undergrounding, due to the PSPS issues that we had in 2019, 2020, we haven't had too many since. The hospital was a huge concern. As you know, the generator can't run the whole hospital. So during PSPS season since, we've proactively set up a full generation station that's there for the hospital. Now, it doesn't switch overnight. So we have to go out and prior to the weather event for a PSPS, which is, we can see it coming. These are two different animals. We de-energize the hospital, we put them on generation, and then once the weather event is passed and the line has been restored, then we put them back onto utility power. So those are things that have been happening in this county. Now there's also an underground project that's running down Mono to directly underground a feed directly to the hospital. Hopefully we can keep pushing it. But as you know, it does take time and it's not fast. But that will keep the emergency services for this county up and running. So that's all things that are taking place right now. So you can keep going. But what happens to an electrical system when there is a fault, when we're going out and patrolling it, is that arc or that fault current travels back towards the source. Okay, so that's going back towards the substation. That inrush of fault current can cause more damage than the fault itself. So that's why the patrols are so extensive, is we have to check every piece of equipment to make sure that we don't have a blown connector or a down line because of that fault running back through the system. So there's more and more protective devices going up every month in this county. There's more now than there ever has been. So I hope that helps.
Yeah, it does. And I thank you for mentioning about Miwok and how they were having so many outages that you took care of it. So I'm really expecting to hear good news for Groveland in the letter that you're going to write back rather sooner than later, if possible. Next one was constituent mentioned cutting a check for losses based upon the numbers of hours out. Can you address that?
Supervisor Half, that's one thing we'll take back, as we mentioned already.
You're going to take that back to your... Okay, so if you can include that in your black and white to us. Massive communication problems. I didn't mention it, but none of us on the board got communications from PG&E, and I don't believe OES did either. So what are you doing to correct that?
So I am your government relations representative now. You'll be getting notifications from me specifically. I have made email and multiple cell phones available to each of you. So whenever an issue comes up that you know of on your end, please reach out to me specifically. Whenever I know of an outage, a project, a program, or anything that we can get to you proactively, you'll be hearing that from me directly. And on most information, you can feel free to communicate that to your residents. so that they can receive that information as well. But you'll be hearing specifically from me, and if anything, I'll probably be over communicating with you on a lot of the issues and projects and things that we have coming up.
And that's fine to over communicate. You're new to us, right? As of which date?
July 5th.
July 5th. Interesting. Thank you for your over communication. We will appreciate it. Now, the letter from PG&E, and I'm hoping we can get a copy of that letter. The letter from Pete Campa from GCSD to PG&E. I would hope that for our record we can get a copy of that letter. And
Supervisor, what we would ask too is the petitions and the 2 letters. If we could get a copy as well, we'd love to get copies of that over to Josh and then over to some of the rest of our leadership as well.
Right. Yeah, we'll give you all the documentation we get. That's why we're asking for it. But there was, let's see, there was a lot said in that letter. There was a lot of things that didn't happen. And I think what the letter was pointing to was we need some kind of security for downtown in some way, shape, or form connected with that hub. And I call it the microgrid. And so you already said you're going to push that higher up and come up with hopefully some solutions. And excuse me if I've forgotten anything that's in that letter, but we'll have it to refer to. Okay. Then there was discussion from another GCSD staff person regarding all the losses and impacts that they had because they're required by statute, by law, to keep, their water being purified, their sewer from being backed up. And so they spent copious amounts of money and fuel and that kind of thing. And I think that it sounded like they may have had damage to their equipment because of the power off and on, more so than if the power had just been straight off. And so I'm looking forward to hearing what you can do to make GCSD whole. And if that can be in writing as well, please. Let's see. This person talked about their power being out and almost running out of propane, and that's not something that you typically do. You've said that, but I'm asking for consideration for those that had to spend a lot of money to keep their systems going, whether they were a business or not. Let's see, the next one. Why does PG&E have such a large area for one control switch? And this person was from Miwok, and they said it takes less time to patrol the lines if you have a smaller area. So do you have an answer for that right now, or is that something you need to get back to us on? Is that something that can be addressed?
So I think a lot of that goes back to we were talking about a straight line versus a network, a loop. Right? Installing more devices when a problem's upstream, everything downstream still goes out of power. It doesn't change anything. But that is something we continue to look at. We can see if there are anything in the near term or midterm plans as far as sectionalizing devices in this area.
Yeah, I think that may help. I think that was a good suggestion because they said inspections take longer as a result, and then it takes longer for the power to be restored. Let's see. And then many people mentioned the vulnerable populations in Groveland, and that's true for Groveland, and it's also true for our entire county. We're one of the grayest counties, actually. We're usually among the top 3. So I hope that when you're considering priority for anything, Tuolumne County and Groveland specifically come to mind. So we had a registered civil engineer, structural civil engineer, who says he has been an expert witness on projects. Do you have somebody like that on your team that is helping you with all of this?
Yeah, we have several registered electrical engineers who are, when I say our engineering team who's evaluating, that's the team I'm talking about.
Okay, good.
Who's doing it.
And were any of them here today?
No, unless any of you. I happen to be a registered civil engineer also, not speaking in that capacity, also, obviously. But Joshua's here as an officer representing the company. The same level of expectation that we would bring to a more formal hearing like a court where we're expected to tell the truth and be honest and up front, we're bringing here today to the community and to the board.
Okay.
And most of the time you'll hear from us, and we'll be the first to admit it. If we're not the subject matter experts on an issue, we'll take back the issue. We'll get our SMEs, our subject matter experts, to reply so that we can get you and the community an accurate answer.
We like hearing from SMEs. We
do. We're not. Yeah, we love our SMEs, and we'll get SME answers. And we're not in the business of filibustering you or telling you something that may not be accurate.
Okay, good. Another representative of the senior and vulnerable populations, just really asking you to consider the unique needs of the seniors. Another one about fuel costs when the power's out, and considering that everything else goes out as a result, water, sewer, cell phones, landlines, you name it. And addressing the shutoffs. I know that Groveland is in a very high fire hazard zone. Are you considering at all that your sensitivity may be just a little bit too high?
Yeah, so our team did, as a result of the outages, they did a review, a second review the engineering team did. They made changes. I don't know what they actually did. Often what we're looking for is opportunities to coordinate between the devices. What we don't want is if we have 6 or 7 sectionalizing devices on a line, 3 of them to see the fault at the same time, because then we're impacting customers that shouldn't be impacted, right, if we have a further downstream device. So I know they looked at that and did their review starting at the substation fully through the end of the line, and they also reviewed the other 2 circuits that came out of the same substation to make sure there weren't similar problems that would impact other areas of Tuolumne County.
So let me ask the question again. I didn't register an answer. So have you already done that check, or are you continuing to do that? What's the answer? Was it too high, or are you still investigating?
The investigation's done. I don't know. We can follow up and see what specifically they did to make the change. I don't know. I know they changed settings on 5 devices, but I don't know what they actually did.
If you can put that in your report also, we'd appreciate it. Okay, this person brought up the PR and the messaging that PG&E was sending out, that it was the fault of the weather. What can you tell us about that? Because we know now that it wasn't the weather. What happened?
So on the customer communications, we have to check that and see what, it should not be coming out that it was the weather. And now when we were hearing that a couple times, I actually leaned over to Dave and says, we have to explain better the weather and EPSS. It's two different settings. So just talk a little bit about the weather, but then also more importantly, the EPSS. But what I heard from the community was that was the text message or the alert he received that it was from weather. So that's something that we have as a takeaway.
Okay. So you're going to address that internally and get back to us on that one. And could it possibly be that the regulators, it's an aging problem with the regulators? Do you know that right now, or do you need to get back to us on that?
We'll have to get back to you on that.
Okay. And this person also talked about at the hub installing a permanent generator, and I know that's already on your list. And also reevaluating the definition of the EPSS policy. We've talked about the lack of communication from PG&E and all the mayhem that caused. And I do need to make a personal apology to all of you that I and other representatives from our staff and county team were not in communication with you. And we're deeply sorry for whatever that caused. Okay, another member expressed deep shock that the business owners have no recourse in business losses. Are you at the point from hearing testimony today to reconsider for this particular case that and come back to us with a plan?
Yeah, once again, Supervisor Haff, we're taking that one back.
Supervisor, how many more questions do you have? Because I'm wondering where this is going, because they heard the comments of the public.
Right. I just
and
want
you're restating them.
I'm just about done. I just want to make sure
I just
that
want them to have an opportunity to answer some of these questions.
The public needs to hear what's going to be done, and I'm just assuring them by reaffirming what I heard and what you heard. And I know you took notes too, and I've just got a couple more. Is there anything in particular you can do for the charging station problems? And we have another one that's being built as we speak, so there'll be a fourth.
I think they're served by the grid, and so the overall goal would be keep the lights on, which is the reason we're here, right? Ensure that our maintenance is done, our vegetation management, et cetera.
Okay.
As Dave stated, we provide the power for the EV charging stations, but as far as the number of at each location or the total number cumulative in the Groveland community, that would be a local government decision or a local community services district or organization decision of location and the process. But yeah, we service them, but the number and location would be up to the community.
Well, that's what I'm talking about, keeping the service on for them, especially if they need to leave. Okay. Okay, and then the last one was just dealing with the elderly again and not being able to take the heat if the power goes out and is out for an indeterminate amount of time. So this is your time to conclude, if you'd like to.
Well, we want to thank you, Supervisor Haff, for having us here today and the rest of the board for your questions. And we want to thank the community for coming today and specifying their concerns and just bringing it to us and to our leaders as to what you experienced over the July 1st through 3rd event. This is, as many of us have said, the beginning of a conversation. We'll be following up with answers to the questions that all of you presented today. You will continue seeing us in your community. PG&E isn't just a logo. It's not just a company far away. I mean, we're your neighbors. We're people in your community. You know a PG&E employee that works in a bucket, in a call center, or somewhere else throughout the company. So we're a part of your community. We're going to work to get you the answers to your questions and to show up better for you from now on. And our goal is always to keep the lights on, to deliver safe and reliable power, and to do right by the community up here in Tuolumne.
I just want to add that I know what you might have heard here today might not have answered all your questions, but it did not go unnoticed the way you all showed up. We appreciate you sharing your concerns and just your professionalism in doing so when it was so impactful to you all. We have our notes. Our team is here. We're local, and we look forward to following up and doing better and serving you better.
Okay, and final board comments. Supervisor Goldenberg.
Yeah, so I've got a few comments, one question. First of all, thanks, for Senator Maria Alvarado Gill's office and Congressman McClintock's office for attending. That's important for us. Thanks, PG&E, for coming out. Appreciate your time. But most of all, thanks to all the folks out here in the audience, right? Majority from the Groveland area, because you were the ones impacted. So I have one question and then just a few brief comments that won't take long. And it was mentioned, I think, already by Supervisor Half, but replacement schedules, i.e. end of life, right? Shelf life. Every piece of hardware has a shelf life. And, all companies, PG&E is well aware, that, and Supervisor Brandon made the comment, about preventive maintenance. It's important, to do that. Case in point is the campfire, right? So up on a transmission line, there was, I guess it's called a C-hook or something that failed, that ultimately was determined to be the cause of that fire. It was apparently on the maintenance list for approximately 7 years and hadn't been replaced. Hence, PG&E took a pretty bad beating on that. But worse yet, right? Besides the 14,000 homes, 600 businesses, 85 people died. And half of those people died trying to escape. So if you're system-wide, PG&E, it's an aging system. I mentioned it earlier. You need to look at the replacement schedule. It's an industry thing all the time. Somebody made the comment about the Tubbs fire. I forget who it was in the audience. That was actually, I did some work investigating that privately, and it was energy utility caused, but it was not PG&E caused. It was a private company, a homeowner that installed systems that ended up causing that fire. When you look at, PG&E is in business to make money, right? That's what they do. They have shareholders, they have executives that they pay, but sometimes that becomes the overriding factor instead of taking care of some of these, maintenance issues, perhaps. One thing that PG&E has done is install a tremendous amount of remote weather stations. It's way past hundreds. I think it's in the thousands. And that's good, right? They're looking to, catch things, going on and predict weather, PSPSs and what have you. I'm pretty well aware of that, my own past career with CAL FIRE for 35 years. So remote automated weather systems, we call them RAWs. I don't know what PG&E calls them. But one of the things that they determine, too, is like wind speeds. There's a little CPUC, California Public Utility Commission, deal that says if PG&E, and not just PG&E, the other power companies in California, they need to be able to withstand winds that used to be at 56 miles an hour. I don't know if that's still current or not. So it behooved PG&E to be able to prove what the wind speeds were. Hence part of the reason that they installed a lot of these weather stations, right? So I get that. It's a protection measure. Patrolling, that the more you can use the, sectionalism to limit the area that you need to patrol, the sooner that those patrols can be completed, the sooner you can re-energize. But I also get that, you've got going backwards, to the source. So I understand that. And I'll just give one last, personal thing as far as claims, because I went through this myself last year. We had a power outage at my own home, but it was really unique because there was a brownout. Normally, PG&E system, if you get a power outage, it clicks that system off really quick. Well, this brownout went for about 8 to 10 minutes, and it fried my wife's printer. And I put in a claim to get this printer, replaced to PG&E, about $300, and PG&E denied my claim. And, so that shouldn't have happened, right? Brownout type thing. So whether you're looking at claims, I'm just giving a personal example, but all the people that suffered, whether it be, commercial businesses, whether it be homeowners, PG&E needs to take a close look at that and decide, what you're going to do on claims, right? Because the tendency is deny. And then you try to go to maybe appeal. And then, we know how that goes, right? Pretty soon you get wore out. So anyways, those are my comments.
Thank you. Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, the 6 of you. I don't know if there's any more here from PG&E that are here. Our representatives from Alvarado Gill's office and Tom McClintock's office as well, and of course the folks that took their time to be down here today. I just don't want people to get the wrong impression that the Board of Supervisors for Tuolumne County does not oversee PG&E operations, and I feel like we're kind of giving that impression here. So the folks that have come here to speak to us today have done so because you want to communicate, you want to do a better job. And I can say I've worked with PG&E on and off for many, many years in a variety of capacities, and I can tell you the culture at PG&E in terms of communicating with local agencies, and I'll just say this, it has improved significantly in the past several years. So I want you to know, thank you for being here. This has been a good opportunity to share and discuss about the issues. I do think that we have improved, but obviously we dropped the ball a couple weekends ago. And so I'm sure that the folks that are here today, if any of us had a time machine, we would go back to July 3rd. What was the first day? July 1st. And correct it. Unfortunately, none of us here has that opportunity, so we have to look toward the future. Do you feel that you have enough feedback from the county to take some steps and communicate with staff?
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you. And so I guess my direction would be to our staff to communicate with your team and go over some of these issues where we can have a meeting of the minds and keep us informed, and of course keep your customer base informed. Beyond that, I don't know what else we can do as a board. So I just want to manage the expectations of the community and make sure that we're talking about the same things here, because I don't think this board is qualified or is the right place to get into the specifics of how you calibrate technical equipment for fires, because you're in a position where if you make systems too sensitive, you're having power outages, people aren't happy. If they are not sensitive enough, we have fires and we have loss of property and loss of life. So I just want to acknowledge that it's not an easy thing. It takes expertise, it takes technical skill, and we have to understand that. So thank you. This has been a long discussion, but I appreciate you hanging in there, and I hope that you've taken to heart some of the things you've heard here today. So thank you.
And Supervisor Campbell, we'd be happy to follow up directly with CAO Riggs, Liz, and Eric in addressing the answers to the questions that you brought up, and we can go over some of the more granular stuff that we saw on the ground that weekend, like our PSS team's communications with Sean Hembry and some of our delivery of water to some of the places throughout the county. So we'll get into granular detail with staff.
And that's my only ask, is that you work with GCSD, with Tuolumne County, with the some of the other agencies that were represented here today to work through the details of it. I don't think this is the correct forum to do that.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Kirk.
It's been a long conversation, and I think for me, the high arcing thing that's going on in my mind is, we're in 2023. I'm not an engineer. I'm not a tech savvy guy. I know a lot of people who are. I know a lot of people who are really brilliant. Like Elon Musk is like talking about putting people on Mars, and we're getting like AI involved into technology and all these crazy things, but yet we still are experiencing power outages. And I know that's what's really frustrating for me. That's really what's frustrating for the community. So I don't know what the solution is. I just know that having you guys here, it's good to have those conversations. I know being in government for 5 years now, there's a lot of dog and pony shows where people issues come up and everybody wants to talk about it because it's the thing of the moment. But then as time goes on, it kind of fades away, right? So I think the biggest thing for me is I just don't want to waste my time. I don't want to waste the community's time. I don't want to waste your time. I really just want to see, you said you guys are here to listen to the board and listen to the public. I think the only way to really see maybe some tangible results is, I'm not sure if you are the guy who can make those decisions. It sounds like you got to bring some things back and have some conversations. But if we have another event, it would just be good to just say today, hey, if we have another event, let's just circle back around. Let's have another meeting. Let's just continue the conversation. Because if you go back to that slide where it showed the fire ignitions, or there's actually some really okay. So I've been around, was here for the rim fire, was here through all the PG&E cutting down of trees and people freaking out. Slowly things are being corrected. This is actually really good success. 68% reductions in ignitions, 99% reduction in fire size. So I think at the top level of PG&E, there's been a culture change, and I see it bleeding down through you guys in the conversations. I have a good relationship with PG&E. They've always been very quick to respond, help me with certain situations. So we want to build on success. I think this is just part of that story of there's an issue. I can't believe that we don't have technology that will one individual said that will hone in on a certain area. I don't know why that's not existing. I don't know if it's because it just takes too long to go through the process with PG&E or the technology's not there. It's just a money thing. But for me today, this is about building on these successes, because I'll tell you right now, if say it was a branch or squirrel that caused it, it sounds like it was an internal issue with that piece of equipment, but had that caused the fire and then we lost Groveland, I would much rather be having this conversation than to be having that conversation. So we have to acknowledge success where there is, but then we also need to acknowledge, if we are saving a ton of money because we're not having ignitions and fire, then why isn't there money in the bank to, pay people back for when we do have these issues? So I guess what I want to end it at is thank you guys for being here. Let's build on success. Let's continue to communicate. I'd rather us have a automatic communication, maybe circle if we have another event like this for whatever reason, because some things are just, sounds like are out of our control until there's things put in place. But then also, I lost my train of thought. Anyways, thank you guys for being here. Thank you to the community. But I don't want this to be a dog and pony show. I want us to continue to have these conversations. And if they got to be public, more power to making them public, because I don't want to repeat history over and over. So thank you guys.
Thank you. Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. You got a hard job. You inherit a lot of baggage, I think, taking the position with PG&E, and that's been a lot of times my experience too, is I don't have fond feelings for the company, and I think a lot of Californians can be in that boat. In working with individuals, it's actually been very helpful. Your staff have been responsive to issues, and it's not your fault that there are shareholders in a company or the CPUC and what happens with that, and I recognize that. I think what you hear is just a lot of frustration. It's a lot of frustration over a history of things that the incentives did not seem aligned, and it led to huge problems that we are seeing important changes in. But Supervisor Kirk brings up a good point. It's frustrating to think we're still dealing with this after so long, or we get a microgrid, but only works for this type of power shutoff and not that type of power shutoff. It's frustrating. I think the communication is really important, and I look forward to the specifics in that letter, because I know a lot of this was dropped on you. We're not sending you the script ahead of time, and I think some time to pull that together is expected and welcome. And I want it to have specifics. I know, speaking to my district, I don't represent Groveland, right? This is an important area to our county, as all areas are, but my own in Jamestown and Columbia faces very regular power shutoffs. And I know when my constituents reach out to me and they say, what the hell? Why is this happening? Weren't they going to underground all these things? Why is this fire happening? Is this at risk there? A lot of times I just don't have answers. I hear the 10,000-mile undergrounding thing, and I see what our county is, and then I just don't see the progress. And it's not, I can say, well, it's expensive and it's very difficult, but here's the plan. And in 10 years, it's going to scale up. I don't have that. I don't know whether that's going to be put onto them as ratepayers, because we have a lot of land compared to the amount of people we have. I don't know where we're prioritized in the Central Valley District. I would think we're pretty high on the fire risk compared to the rest of that area in particular. And so just better communications on some of the specifics and timelines of what's being done. Because it was very helpful to hear about the insulated wires going in and some of that maintenance that's happening that doesn't get to us. I don't always, at least for me, I don't get the numbers on, we are not only doing annual inspections, we're replacing these many things. This many are approaching the useful lifespan, and we can share that and do our job to the community to say this is happening. Because I think Supervisor Campbell's right. We are not your oversight agency in that sense, but we do have a voice, and we have a voice to the CPUC. We have a voice to other rural counties and the State County Association, to our legislators, federal and state. It's a hard situation. It's very complicated. I know not all the power is within PG&E itself, but I think in that we can be an ally or we can be kind of an opponent in it. And the initial thing is us being upset about something that is reasonable to be upset about. And I think looking at paying for the damages and making it right, that is something that's very meaningful because mistakes do happen. But owning that and trying to fix it very seriously, not kind of the, well, there's a process, you know, what are we doing to fix something that obviously went wrong? But then in the future, what are we doing to work together on that? So what should we be doing when we go back to our association to understand the challenges you face that we can help advocate for? There's a very large climate bond that's going to be going through the state. Is that something that we can see money that can come in to underground it? I don't need PG&E to have to pay for something if there's a way we can get a grant to plan for that, or we can plan more microgrids, or, you know, we're in a real serious period right now of doing long-range planning, economic development planning, wildfire and forest planning, land use, I mean, across the board. So how are we planning together to be able to address that? How can we support you and how can you support us? Not just in kind of what's being pitched and happening, but what can we make sure is happening here and be able to get that out so people know what the successes are? So I do really appreciate you being here. I know I was a bit of a jerk in the beginning there, but it's just frustration. It is frustration of having this happen. I also want to thank our legislative reps too. Our state senator and her staff have been very responsive, McClintock's office as well. I just appreciate everybody being here, and certainly your showing up and your whole team showing up, the technical explanations. I know this is a lot of time for you as well, and it doesn't go unnoticed. Also, congratulations on your 13th day. Welcome.
He came from somewhere else, so he's not brand spanking new. Yeah, thank you for the courage to be here, you know, to kind of face the firing squad, as it were, to some degree. The biggest takeaway I have is that you are going to address the customer and our constituents' questions and concerns. I'm looking forward to that. I wanted to know, expectation-wise, would that be within a month? What do you think? When do you think it'd be reasonable to expect to have that back?
Yeah, I would say 30 days.
Okay, 30 days. And as the district representative for Groveland and as the chair, I just want to re-emphasize how important I think it is for you, for PG&E, not you personally, as a matter of public relations, to do what you can to make reparations above and beyond what you usually do, because as you've admitted here and we've seen in the newspaper stories, there is culpability here regarding the equipment failures. So I'm looking forward to seeing something moving forward that will help, and that this whole event will help bring us together as far as communications goes for any future events, and hopefully, cross our fingers, they won't be any worse than this, and we'll work through the things that we need to. And thank you again for being here. All right, that concludes this particular agenda item. Thank you all for coming. Those of you who want to stay, we have something similar and regarding that weekend, and it is involved with the extreme temperature contingency plan, and I'll have Heather read that agenda item. Okay, yeah, let's do a break. Let's do a 10 10-minute break? Let's do a 10-minute. All right, we're going to get started with our next agenda item, our second 1:30 appointment. And Heather, would you please read that item?
1:30 p.m. Item 2, discussion and direction on potential changes to the 2019 Extreme Temperature Contingency Plan.
Thank you. Looks like we have a couple of people here to give us a presentation. Dory, are you
there? We go.
Going to be presenting?
I need cute fingernails to push it on. Yes, good afternoon, Dory Beats, Office of Emergency Services, your Assistant Director, and I have with me the Director, Tracy Riggs, of course, as you know. Also, I just want to note we do have in the audience, in case there becomes questions throughout, Dr. Kimberly Freeman, our Public Health Officer, Michelle Jaheda, our Public Health Director, Katie Andrews over there that I have from our EMS. I also have Steve Boyack and Rebecca Espino from Health and Human Services, and of course Eric Aiken, who oversees the CRCs. So I have a plethora of assistants if need be. So let me get started. First off, let's do a little background. Everyone has the memo and this PowerPoint I made available, obviously, to the board as well as the public. But just a little background about our extreme temperature contingency plan. This was originally done back in 2011 by the Board of Supervisors, and it was really to address planning, response, and recovery related to extreme heat or cold events here in Tuolumne County. In 2019, the board then approved an update to that plan that added more functional tools and guidance for the activation of warming or cooling centers based on criteria set out by the state, so the California Department of Public Health, as well as Cal OES, and it included 2 annexes, the Annex A that deals with extreme heat and Annex B, which is extreme cold and freeze. The criteria used then to update that 2019 plan did not change and included the following considerations. Weather and temperature criteria based on National Weather Service, so NWS guidelines, power outage experiences and forecast, abnormal human and or morbidity and mortality rates, and what neighboring jurisdictions' activations were. In 2021, as a result of inquiry, your board also reviewed and listened to requests to change that plan. And after discussion and recommendation by then both the public health officer and OES, your board then agreed to not change that existing plan. So that was revisited back in 2021. So real quick, for not only the board as well as the public, the extreme temperature contingency plan is quite lengthy, but there, again, are 2 different annexes. The first one dealing with heat. It recognizes 3 phases of activation for extreme heat temperature related to emergencies, one being heat seasonal readiness, phase 2 heat advisory or heat alert, and then phase 3 when there is a true heat emergency affecting our county. Throughout each phase, coordination and communication among all the local partners, and I'll go through that here in another slide, the state and the public is primary. So there is coordination and communication about those phases. Phase 3 of the plan may activate cooling centers when there is a heat warning emergency and weather conditions reach a heat index of. And this is probably the most controversial, I guess, level within the plan, but it's 105 degrees or more during the day, combined with night temperatures of 75 degrees or higher for a period of 3 days or nights or more. And again, this was based on public health officers' recommendations and consistent with the state plan related to heat emergencies and rates of emergency related to heat exposure. The second annex, of course, is specific to cold, and it too has 3 phases of activation for extreme cold temperature. Phase 1 is cold freeze season readiness. Phase 2, extreme cold freeze alert, and then phase 3 is also the extreme cold or freeze warning when there is true emergency related to cold. As in the heat annex, throughout each phase, coordination and communication among the local partners, the state, and the public is primary. Phase 3 of the plan may activate warming centers when conditions pose a severe threat. And this is when National Weather Service issues an extreme cold or freeze warning with daytime temperatures of 32 degrees or less, accompanied by nighttime temperatures of 15 degrees or less. It also includes whether abnormal human medical emergencies and mortality due to extreme cold and freeze conditions exist. When the temperature thresholds are not met in either of the annexes for the current plan, Tuolumne County staff always provide the following, and I want to emphasize this. For both the board and the public, even though we may not see a threshold coming, there's a lot of work that is done by your staff. In fact, in prep for last weekend, our office, public health, EMS, animal control, libraries, the numerous amounts of hours that we spent coordinating how we would effectively provide for the community during the excessive heat warning that came from the National Weather Services last weekend. There was a lot of coordination that occurs, so a lot of work that is done. We don't simply look at a map and say, okay, it's going to be hot and let's open up something. We do a lot of discussion and looking at what potential impacts are. So there is coordination with the agencies who serve our most vulnerable residents to increase messaging and contact those who may be at a higher risk. So Health and Human Services, an agency and the staff call those high-risk customers to complete a safety plan and provide support for those individuals. There is a lot of outreach to our partner agencies such as Red Cross or possibly our local CERT teams or volunteer organizations like CSU about what their resources availability to help staff those facilities if needed. We issue a press release to inform the public. You saw that the Wednesday before this last weekend where we issue that to all of the local agencies and circulate that amongst our partners. We also work to issue a series of heat safety messages that go out amongst many of our social media platforms to really encourage that folks are being prepared for this type of weather. And there is daily coordination with both our Adventist Health Sonora and our emergency medical service providers. So whether it's ambulance or the emergency department, even the sheriff's office, to identify any increase. So every time that there is a potential heat or any extreme temperature, we are working with both of those, all of those entities for updated numbers. Is anyone coming in with a heat-related emergency? Has the ambulance been called anywhere in Tuolumne County for a heat-related emergency? Has the sheriff's office been called? So we are tracking those, and that helps gauge for us whether or not we increase services or open more facilities, et cetera. I gave everyone, and there are many of these over here as well, we asked the National Weather Service to look at the last number of years of temperatures here in Tuolumne County. And so you have provided both to the board and the public. This is a summary, but I just want to go over what we had National Weather Service do. And it's really exciting, the work that we are doing with the National Weather Service to kind of track what some of the temperatures that they see, predictions that they're seeing. And we have a webpage that is solely dedicated to Tuolumne County that they're working on so that we can use that as a resource. But they pulled this for this last week. And this looks at Sonora, Groveland, Tuolumne, it's the Cherry Valley Dam, which is Tuolumne, and then, of course, New Maloney's Dam, so elevation Jamestown, their lower elevation. As far as heat, both the extreme temperatures for greater to or equal than 105 since 2005. The temperature is greater than or equal to than 102, and also greater to than equal to than 100. So it shows throughout the years how many times for each of those communities we've met those temperatures. And we did this because we wanted to see what are we looking at over the year and what are the potentials if the board decides to lower thresholds to meet the needs of the community, how many times do we need to have staffing and what is the cost that would be related to those types of averages. And you can see over the years it definitely has changed. It also includes the days where we saw less than or equal to 15 at night, and less than or greater to 32 degrees during the day for each of those communities. So I thought this was valuable information to share with the board as well as the public as a part of the decision-making process, but also for us to look at as we prepare and make changes for the future. So this is just a highlighted of all of that. You can see the highest number of days in any one of those years between 2005 and currently, what we see. So the number of times that it's been greater than or equal to 105 in the Groveland area has been 6 days, whereas in Jamestown, in that elevation, it's been 20 days. Then you go to the next one, 102. Obviously, we increase. So the more we lower the temperature, the more number of days that you will see. Same then, obviously, with that 75 degrees or more at nighttime. And then we also included the extremes as well. We think it's important to look at those numbers because this tells us if we, looking on an average, what we might anticipate in any given year for those types of temperatures in our community. And again, this is not also representative. We should probably include for Supervisor Kirk's district higher up the hill, but obviously the higher you go during the summer, the cooler it is, the lower you go, obviously the hotter it is, and vice versa during the cold extreme temperatures as well. So happy to expand on that, but we just kind of took that sampling of those 4. Yep.
Just had one question on how is Sonora so low?
Yeah.
Sorry. I goofed. I mixed. It's the other way, opposite. So Groveland is 16. So apologies for that. So I need to fix that. Let me look at the. Sonora is 19 for greater than 100.
Oh, so you need to swap Groveland where
Yes.
Sonora is?
No,
Yeah.
Groveland is 16 for over 100.
Groveland is the max. Yeah, 16 for over 100. So that's just a typo on that one. Yep. Cherry Valley is 10.
You mean 19?
No, Sonora's 19, Groveland is 16.
Yep. Apologies.
Sorry, because if this is out there, they're going to see.
Yep. Let me change that. Groveland over 100 is 16, correct? Okay, let me change that. That's not what I want to change. This is why I have her sitting next to me, so this is awesome. Okay.
So 16 for Groveland, 19
Yep.
for Sonora.
This is 100 degrees.
Yes, I didn't get the other ones.
Yep.
Cherry Valley is 10.
Oh, these are all wrong.
And New Maloney's is 18. Just stick with the maximum.
Yes.
So that's a minimum of 100 degrees or higher.
Yes, or higher. That's how many days during that, at the highest number, the max at any given year. So those are the most frequent years, I guess, that we'll see that. So thank you for that.
Of what we've seen so far.
So I'm going to turn it over to Tracy for these.
Okay, so what we wanted to do was take the board through a conversation. I've been hearing what each of you had to say and your concerns. And actually, this plan was written when Supervisor Half was on staff, and then I came in and carried on after she worked on it with public health. And we can go into all of what public health, emergency, and hospital, but what I'm hearing from some of our board is you would like to see these thresholds reduced. And we can do that. And what we are here today to just kind of bring a couple things is, as you know, if we reduce these thresholds, we will need the resources to do it. You have one OES staff member, the rest are grant funded. So when we pull them off of the grant work, we got to backfill that cost with general fund dollars because we can't charge a grant for work that they're not doing. And most of you are aware of this. The other thing is when we use our existing staff, for example, to staff these last 2 weekends, or this last weekend, you had Dory and Tracy, who were staffing both Groveland and Tuolumne, both Saturday and Sunday. They worked all week. They worked the weekend. They're here this week. we can't keep doing that. They'll burn out. And if we have what would be what we call an OAS, a true emergency, a fire breaks out or catastrophic, any other type of event, this staff won't be prepared and ready to go. So we have a plan that we can make this work. And your board may remember during COVID, we actually ran essentially part-time relief positions for disaster service workers, and we assigned an hourly rate to that. We put out a recruitment, and we then hired a whole bunch of these individuals, got them all cleared. What we are recommending, if the board wants to reduce the threshold, is that we would go back to that model for OES for our cooling and warming centers and or shelters. So with that being said, can you go to the next one? We have some questions for you. The first one would be, does the board want to reduce the temperature threshold for cooling centers? And staff recommendation, based on what I'm hearing, is that that would be reduced to 100 degrees forecasted for 2 or more days in a row. And then let me get back to you. And we're focusing on heat right now because we have time to come back to you in a future board meeting with a recommendation for rewriting this altogether and coming back so that your board can approve that in a policy. We're looking for direction for the summer months right now. What we would recommend if we do that is on, I keep saying this side of the mountain, this side of the river. So on the Sonora side, you have your Sonora library. It's open. TCTC has always offered free transportation to those who are going to heating and or cooling centers. That it's open already from 10 to 6 Monday through Saturday. What we're recommending is on those days when we need it longer, we could extend it an additional hour if we needed by paying overtime. The other thing we could is then we would then go to the the Tuolumne CRC for this side on Sunday. Then in Groveland, we don't have the same options for libraries. So that means you're out talking about your Groveland CRC being opened. But what I want to make sure your board understands, it's possible that we bump out paying customers when we do this because as you can see, like this week alone, you'd have it open almost all week. That means if there's anyone in the classroom, and if it gets bigger, we're going to have to go into the bigger room. We'll have to bump those individuals out of there. Groveland, I think we could work a little bit differently if we needed to. For example, say Groveland's CSD was having their board meeting in the classroom. Well, we don't want to bump them, but maybe we could partner with them to utilize their boardroom for a cooling center on that day so that they can still use our classroom for their board meeting. Does that make sense? So I know there's ways that we can work through this. But first, we need to find out, does your board agree with this, and is this what the majority of you want to do? If it is what you want to do, then what we have as the next item is a budget item that would then fund that. We're estimating, and we may need less, we may need more, but up to $25,000 for now, and that would be to pay for grant-funded staff who aren't working on their grant-funded activities, overtime for current staff, and then overtime for relief staff that we would be recruiting for. And that's if we reduce these thresholds. We will come back to a future board meeting about reducing thresholds altogether in a plan that you will approve in a future board meeting. As you go down, the second to the last bullet point there is, does the board also want to reduce those thresholds for or increase, however you want to do it, for warming centers. Remember though, it's usually a shelter. It's not a center for warming because it's the exact opposite from heat. We need to have people there usually at night because that's when those temperatures drop so dangerously low. As you saw right now, it's not more than 32 in a day, but then 15 at night. Do we want that to be, say, if it's going to be 25 or lower at night, we run a warming shelter. So kind of looking for some direction. Just want to make sure that we provided all of what the complexities that we're working with here, and we can make it work, whatever your board wants us to do. We just may need to augment our budget a bit to make that happen.
Okay, does the board have any questions regarding what's been presented? If not, I'm going to go directly to the public.
No, I do.
Okay, go ahead.
And my mic's turned up. Can people in the back hear me better?
Much better. Right. I can even hear you better.
Okay. So two things. One, regarding this Sonora area, right? We look at the library, and I understand the library staffing, that's there. But also, looking at the senior center right next door. Obviously, that would require a staffing element to deal with that, where we might have staff at the library already. The Enrichment Center certainly is available, especially, and this isn't about any one population, right? This is anybody. It could be homeless, it could be seniors, it could be visitors whose power goes out at the motel. Who knows? But having to go out to the Tuolumne CRC, and I understand that TCTC could provide some shuttles, but during the summer that might work out okay. During the winter, there's road issues, at times, which they've experienced. But if we're trying to serve all of the populace, and people more locally here in the Jamestown, Columbia, Sonora area where it's going to be the hottest, it would make sense to look at the senior center, the enrichment center, and for some of the population, the homeless, they could walk there. So, anyways, I just kind of wanted to ask that question.
Just want to make sure your board's also aware of we are focusing on buildings that have generators. So that's, library, hopefully will get activated soon. I know there's, and Eric can provide you an update on that. Other than that, Enrichment Center doesn't have one, but of course the CRCs do. So maybe if Eric can provide an update on where we are with the generators for library and senior center.
Yeah, so we have one generator that is going to power the senior center, library, and archives, that whole campus out there. The biggest hang-up we've had on this entire project over the several months has been the delivery of the transfer switch. So everything else is going to be in place. So our hope is that by the end of this month, early next month, we'll actually have that generator up and running in place. So everything's kind of in place now, or getting close to being in place, to where we just have to install that transfer switch once it arrives.
Okay, and my apologies. I thought that had already taken place. I didn't realize it was still pending. The Enrichment Center, do we have plans to look for a generator there? Should we be looking for perhaps grant funding to do that?
I believe we did receive some grant funding for a generator that we're looking at for that campus as well, but that's going to be a further out project. It won't be done this summer.
Okay. Just looking at accessibility issues, and I understand there's staffing issues as well, but and during the winter time it gets a little dicier. Trying to go up over, as Dory would well know, go over Buckhorn Grade is not a good experience.
Yeah, also what we didn't mention is, and Dory kind of hit on it, is we do partner with our local churches, other nonprofits for staffing and for buildings. For example, up in Miwok, the Word of Life has opened up their church, and it's a great location. They have all the facilities. They have a generator. They plow their grounds there. They have always opened up, and it's a great location with where it is. They've even gone out on snowmobile and brought people in that could not get there. So I just want to make sure your board is aware that we do partner with local, especially for the warming. The warming, as Supervisor Goldenberg said,
the
is
warming
just more,
and the higher
it's more
elevations,
tricky, for sure.
But there's other nonprofits like Give Someone the Chance that would probably do it just to cover costs or something. We might want to. As far as transportation availability. Thank you.
Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. I came up with another question, so I have three. I told you two, but so all right. I'm not sure which order to put these in, so I'll just go for it. So the number, as reading through this, what we have here today, it doesn't say anything about 100 degrees as being the threshold. Where did that number come from?
That came from my individual conversations with board members.
Okay, so the status quo basically is based on the state public health guidelines. We just copy that, the 105 degrees, 3 days, nighttime temperature 75 degrees. That's the standard. Changing that is kind of arbitrary. Like we're picking a temperature that feels right. It's not based on anything.
I'm basing that recommendation on what I heard from discussions.
And then kind of on the same line, 100 degrees from where? Is it county-wide? Is it within the region of the CRC. We have a very large county, very different geography. Where are we basing that temperature guideline on?
Yes, Dory.
You're going to get a very different number in Jamestown than you will up in Cold Springs.
Correct. Yeah, we were basing our recommendation on Sonora and Groveland. If it is 100 degrees or more here, I guarantee it's 100 degrees or more in Jamestown. So that was where we were basing that on.
Okay. So that's for what? So if one's 100 degrees and one is not, we only open in the area where it is. Okay. And then there never used to be this much discussion about the county being the main go-to place for warming and cooling centers until recently, 4 or 5 years ago. To my recollection, it was the churches would typically open, people would go in there. It really wasn't something that the county, that our community members looked to the county to be a leader on. And just looking for your impression here, what has changed to where now we're receiving a lot of feedback from the community about the county taking a role in this, and we're not seeing when we do open, we're not really seeing them utilized as much, and so obviously people are going somewhere. Where are they going?
Yes, no, you're correct. In the, I don't know, the years that I did it and in the last 12 years of being in this office of doing it, we have not opened them very often. What we've always done is what Dory said, was we put out where people could go: senior center, library. Up in Groveland, it would have been library when it was open. I mean, honestly, I'll just say I think expectations have changed. That's what I think is driving this. Expectations from the community and from board members are different than what they've been in the past. And staff is receiving significant pressure to do something other than what that plan states. So that's why we're looking to the board to provide that direction if you want us to do so.
Okay. All right, well, thank you. Those are my 3 questions.
Okay. Supervisor Kirk.
I don't have, are we doing comments or just questions?
Questions.
I don't have any questions. He asked it
Okay.
about who comes up with this, which is public health and the state.
Supervisor Brandon? No questions. What's the plan for the disaster service workers, the DSWs? I know when I was OES coordinator, we had like 30 to pull from, and now I understand we can get not only staff members as DSWs, but also community members. So can you speak to that?
Yes, so we still have the list that we've always maintained. We reach out to them. The goal would be, the difference is actually, so what we're faced with is, and you saw this in an email over the weekend, is two different experiences here. Is when individuals don't utilize the service, your volunteers don't want to stick around. I mean, if no one's there, why do they want to be there all day long? The other thing we have is during the winter is many of the individuals who volunteer are also experiencing the same issues as others of trying to get down in inclement weather and staff. So what we have started doing is paying staff to do this work. In the past, it's been either exempt and they're working all day and sometimes staying at the shelter all night, or they're working their weekends. So we started utilizing during COVID a paid disaster service worker. So they were signed up as DSWs, which all of our employees are, but their relief, they don't have all those other attached benefits to it. They also haven't worked all week during their normal jobs for the county, so that we start burning them out as we work through these. We are being told over and over by the Weather Service that we should expect these types of weather patterns to not only continue, but to increase with time. So I don't think it's going to reduce as we move forward. We're going to see more of these, and but that's what we do, is we actually recruit for that position. And specifically, they're used on a part-time basis and on an as-needed basis. But they then they're employees, and when we need them for an 8-hour shift, then they know what they're signing up for.
And did you speak to the public becoming DSWs? Those who want to volunteer?
We've always done that. We can put out another, and I'll let Dory, because she's been already heading that up.
We do have a page, a volunteer webpage, so anyone can volunteer. As CIO Riggs and OES director. It's hard with volunteers when we're having to open up a facility because volunteers can tell you no, they're not available. But when we have an actual staff that we can call in that they know they're getting paid, there is an incentive, in a sense, for them to be there the entire time or come when we need them. But volunteers can go to, search Snohomish County Volunteer, and there is a link to fill out the paperwork to be added as a DSW. And so we're not the only department that uses DSWs. As Tracy said, during COVID, public health used them quite a bit as well.
Okay, thank you. All right, now is the time to go to the public for public comment. Same set of rules apply. You have 3 minutes to make the comments you want to make regarding changes that we may or may not make to the extreme weather plan. So please come forward.
For doing this whole PG&E and everything meeting. It was very helpful. I felt that you were very commanding to PG&E as to the extent you could. I'll have to also say that I wish you would put that same attention to getting Old Priest Grade fixed, because I think, to me, there's no excuse that that road hasn't been fixed for months already. That's just really, that's another thorn in our side up on the mountain. But this is a different topic. So I think what you guys should do, I think a lot of this is a whole different direction to me. First of all, as far as up in Groveland, I think you should contract out to GCSD to do this whole thing, and let them figure out how to do it logistically. As far as the parameters, I'm more concerned about when it's snowing versus when it's not, and in the heat, whether, in this whole plan, there's not a mention about power outages that I see, other than that 105 days for 3 days straight, or 100 degrees. On the cold one, it just says 32 degrees in the day and 15 at night. It doesn't say it has to be that way for so many days. So going back to the heat one, why is it 3 days? And I mean, a senior citizen up there is going to die the first day as well. They will the third. I think to simplify that whole thing, I would just say whenever there's a National Weather Service alert, that's when you do it. And the criteria being, if there's a power outage, then if you need to have a temperature thing, I would certainly say that when it's 90 degrees and the power's out, that's a lot worse than 105 and your power's working. So I think the focus on what the temperature is kind of the wrong direction on that. And yeah, that was pretty much what and the other thing is there needs to be places for people to take their pets as well. Because right now with nowhere to take your pets, I don't care what it is. If my dog, that last weekend, July 1st, my dog was suffering worse than I was, but I wouldn't have left him alone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon again. Steve Griefer. I actually have, with the Madam Chair's, I'd like to know, I have two groups of questions or concerns. One was about how the county handled the power outage over the weekend, and then just in general to the presentation. So if I go over time, I apologize. So I want to know kind of how the county decided what to do, when it did or didn't do anything during the power outage up in Groveland. I understand that, Madam Chair, you were out of town and that we all deserve time away with our family. We all deserve that vacation. But my understanding is that the acting chair, which would have been Supervisor Goldenberg, could have reached out with OES and declared a state of emergency, a local state of emergency, which would have bypassed a number of these issues, which would have allowed us to open up the cooling centers up in Groveland, both the youth center, the library, and the resiliency center, should that have been an opportunity. So my first question is, why wasn't that done? If that's a possible question, or to be answered. If not, I understand. Secondly, it seems to me that there's a lot of miscommunication or lack of communication going on. Earlier today, it was stated that PG&E never told you as a board, but it works both ways. We all know through the power of the internet, through Facebook, through Nextdoor, everybody knew something was going on up in Groveland. We didn't know exactly how long it was going on, but we knew something was going on. So the statement of PG&E didn't tell us, that's completely unreasonable, because that goes the other way. Start making those phone calls. And were those phone calls made? Was somebody on the phone with PG&E saying, what is going on? How long is it going to be? And what do we need to do? With that being said, switching over to your current plan, regarding the memo that was issued on June 28, 2021, to the board from Ms. Beats, and others, which I would just mispronounce those names, so I apologize. It says on the back, says current situation, and it gives the breakdown of the requirements for the 105, right? But it also says when these temperature thresholds are not met, Tuolumne County can still provide the following assistance. And there's a whole list of them on here. A number of them, from my perspective, from the perspective of the people in Groveland, these didn't happen. We never heard from CERT. CERT was in the cooling center. We didn't hear any ice coming up. We didn't hear any door knocking. We didn't hear any phone calls being made. What was being done by that agency to reach out to the people who may not be able to get to the resiliency center or the cooling centers because they didn't even know it was open? Additionally, there was there was one press release that went out about what was going on. There needed to be more data. And I know that's kind of a catch-22 because with the power being out, we can't get the internet, we can't get people online, so I totally get that. But that's where the sheriff's department comes in. Get a big bullhorn. They can drive around and say, hey, these cooling centers are open. Do you need something? So lastly, and kind of going back to this plan, at what point on the map did it say 105 is the threshold? Because as it was just mentioned, you're not going to get that in Cold Springs. You're not going to get 3 days or more of 105 in Groveland. Just off the number alone, you only had 16 days in 18 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, John Armstrong. I'd like to see it reduced down to 100 degrees. I think 105 is nuts. If you look at Groveland, 10 years ago, the average age was 55 years old. I was in that average. I'm still there. So you know that average age has gone up. So we have lots of people that are vulnerable in that town. When the power goes off, they're very vulnerable. We've got people in Big Oak Flat and other places that can't afford air conditioning. And then we have people that have air conditioning, they're not going to be able to afford to run it with PG&E's high rates. So we really need to have that resilience center for the community. And I would like to make a suggestion that maybe we have a committee from Groveland, and maybe Kathleen, you could be on that committee, and we could sit down and discuss ways that resilience center could benefit Groveland. GCSD donated 2 acres of land for that resilience center. That means the people that own GCSD are the ratepayers and the people that live within the district. So those people have, they have a stake in that resilience center, and they need to be represented. And they were not represented on 4th of July. And we need to get this taken care of. This is, I'm also a retired firefighter paramedic. I worked for Contra Costa County, and I worked in Antioch and Pittsburgh. And when the temperature got over 93 degrees, we would start having medical emergencies from heat-related stuff. So, we need to take care of this. And then the other thing about it is we start having heat emergencies there in Groveland, we're going to stress out an already stressed EMS system. We have 1 ambulance, and we have, just limited resources with our fire district. So we cannot be stressing that out, because if the ambulance is off the hill, you're going to wait over an hour to get another ambulance. So we need to take care of this problem, and I think there's ways to do it. Maybe CERT. I don't want to speak out of hand for CERT, but maybe they can, pitch in and possibly GCSD, because we did open GCSD for a cooling center. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Bruce Studley again from Groveland. 87-year-old mother-in-law lives with me, and she is my number one focus. My wife's an ICU nurse for the last 36 years, and elderly people just cannot tolerate heat change. During the winter, we got to keep our house at 80 degrees for my mother-in-law. During the summer, we try to keep it around 80 degrees for her, because if it gets too hot, she goes crazy. If she gets too cold, she goes crazy. Same thing. They just don't tolerate heat, okay, or cold. I pulled up the weather forecast myself off the website, and it doesn't look good. a lot of high temperatures. I don't necessarily think 100 degrees is right, but I think 105 is too high. The other thing, and the big thing for me is, do you have power? If you don't have power, those numbers change drastically. If you got a fan on, that helps a lot with cooling or heating. But if you don't have the power, we have to adjust for that. My background, I am the chairperson for Pine Mountain Lake Safety Committee. I'm a member of the Groveland CERT. I'm also the executive director for the CSU for the Sheriff Department. So volunteer time, yeah, I'm all over the place. The Groveland CERT is new. It's growing. It's getting volunteers. It needs guidance from our OES office to help set up what we need to do. Same thing with Tuolumne CERT, same thing with the county CERT. We need to coordinate all of this. We're starting to do that. The CSU, I've reached out to Dory myself saying, how can we incorporate the CSU more with CERT to help our public? Okay? That's one of the things we're looking at doing. And I think we need the board's approval to help push that through. Thank you.
Thank you.
Swan from Groveland. This will just be repetitive. I don't know that 100 degree. It's pretty difficult to pick a number. You have to pick a threshold number. If you're going to have a rule that involves a threshold, you got to pick a number. I think the 105. The current standard, I think, is too high, simply because it didn't activate during. It wouldn't have activated during the last month or earlier in the month's event, and that was pretty bad. It also doesn't allow for the fact of allowing, for flexibility based on whether there's power. As he pointed out, if you can just run a fan, I mean, honestly, if you've got electricity, 100 degrees, nobody's going to consider that to be a lot of fun, but you're probably going to be able to stay cool enough running a fan over some ice or something to not die. But without power, it's, we have a elderly population. I am an elderly population. I mean, we're all losing some of our ability to bounce back from things. And so I just, as I said in my last statement, I encourage you to at least review this with a mind towards, I understand you have to pay for it. I mean, or somebody has to pay for it. In my mind, that is the county, because that's the overall agency that everybody is involved with. I'd also mention when I first was up here full time, there were 2 or 3 occasions in the first couple of years I was here, which would have been like 9, 10, 11, when they activated the Groveland Community Hall as a cooling center. It's not, or as a warming center, sorry, not a cooling center, because it was really cold. And that is probably, when you come back to look at that, that's probably even more urgent, because you can die a lot faster from freezing to death than you will from exposed to high temperatures. But the high temperature is just setting that level. It should activate sometimes. If you have a level that's set so where you go through a whole season and it's hot and it's a normal temperature, and you never turn on the cooling center, I think maybe that's too high of a threshold.
Thank you.
Well, I think we need to distinguish between what's an emergency and what is actually comfort. And so what I'm hearing is that we want to go for a little bit of comfort. So what I didn't hear was in the last couple of events where there was some comfort, any numbers. Like things were open this weekend, people worked overtime. How many people actually came? Supervisor Goldenberg and I went to, I think it was cooling, wasn't it? When you're to see how many people came. And not very many people come. And then we have all these people ranting and raving from some of our local churches on how we should be doing, the county should be doing this, that, and whatever. There are 6 churches within like half a mile of here. They all have rooms. They all have auditoriums or church halls. They all have kitchens. They all have bathrooms. And I even encouraged one of them. They were told, oh, it's going to be so hot. Well, then you guys open up. And the response I get is, oh, no, we can't do that. We can't assume the liability. And then for TCTC saying that they'll volunteer to drive people to the cooling centers. Well, I'm a little doubtful about that because they can't even get me where I want to go. But they don't operate a fixed route on Saturday, and they don't operate at all on Sunday. So if you have cooling centers open up on the weekend, who is going to be staffing this, and how are they going to get you anywhere?
Thank you. Anybody else from the public? All right, I'll bring it back to the board for your comments, and then we'll entertain a motion. Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. This is something that definitely gets brought up. We've had the opportunity to talk about it a few times with this. I think it's too high, and I think it's too complicated. I have a hard time explaining that plan to people of when it triggers. I just had it explained, and if it wasn't right on here, I could not reiterate the 3 days, the 105, and what the evening temperatures have to be. And I know that's on here, but I think we need a simpler plan. I know that they're not utilized, and you've provided data on that. My suspicion is that because it's not clear, people who may be following our Facebook or following our kind of releases and that, or in touch at that moment with the service provider we're talking to, they may hear about it, but that's probably a fraction of the community. Speaking of like the cold temperature plan, when there's snow on the ground outside and we didn't have them open up, that's something that I agree with the gentleman that spoke. If we go through a whole season and none of them open up, and kind of the obvious tells of like, well, it's cold, we should have something, people probably just kind of give up on that. I think there is a difference, and maybe there's a place for the current plan where we're talking about, the thing of it's too cold to be outside or without heat or in a power shutdown is different than we need to respond because there's a blizzard happening type of thing. Or we're talking about there is a heat advisory, again, power shut off, people are in their homes, is going to be a different level than we are talking 115, 120 degree days. So as an emergency plan for a true emergency, I leave it to your discretion on the way to run it, and that's probably going to be more resource intensive because there will be a higher level of need. I guess looking at this, what I would hope for is something that is simpler, something that's trying to utilize outside partners to make it cheaper, and so we're not burning out our staff, and make that ask, and make it just easier to understand. Have we put out that request to our community partners, to the churches, to say we will assume some level of risk of liability or provide equipment or materials. And I think that's going to be the last thing, is bringing back a new plan that is able to have some time to explore that. I know we have a couple of ambitious projects tasked already with emergency planning. Jamestown is one of the hottest areas in the county that a lot of people live in. So that is definitely of importance. I do think the Sonora Library is reasonably close. I agree with extending the hours. 6 to 7 tends to be about the same temperature. After 7, it starts to cool off in the summertime, and I think that's reasonable. If there's a way to manage that for Sundays, I know we have the Enrichment Center. That could be the other option. For Groveland, it is a unique situation. I think it's fair to ask GCSD to consider, with the building and the facility there, they did donate the land. The county worked to get a grant with the community. That was a huge investment. That's a huge amenity to have there. And I think it primarily benefits the citizens of Groveland. I think it would be helpful we have to operate these facilities too. We're relying on these rental rates and various things to make the request that they might be able to provide that staffing, volunteer or paid. That's not an option for an area like my district with Columbia and Jamestown, where there is not a community service district. There is not something lined up that can take that on, that has a tax base that's able to make that, which is why I understand why Sonora may be the closest. To me, though, the highest priority, even though this is the one that least affects my district, is the warming centers. I think the biggest risk, I just got back from camping. I don't know if you can tell, I got a little bit of a burn up there. It's pretty hot. You go out camping and there's snow on the ground and it's 32 degrees or less. It's cold. And people who do not have heat or there's some issue, much also to mention the unsheltered community, I do think that there is a medical risk in not having something open. Even if it's not 15 degrees, it's still pretty cold. So what I hope to see brought back is how do we work with these community partners to maybe push back and say, look, we do need this, but we need your help to do it, and can you help run and staff this? Or maybe through CERT or the CSO program, is there a way to do it? The Jamestown Community Hall is an example for like a community center. Is there an organization there that'd be willing to help run that? It's right next to the CSO office. It has a room off to the side that needs renovation. That would be perfect. No generator. Oh, there we go. That's hopefully a solvable problem, but that would be a perfect place in the hottest area to operate something like that. So I guess I just look forward to more conversations on this. I'm willing to right now with the next item, $25,000. It's not to minimize it; it's substantial, but I know we kind of have an immediate need. So I'm open to hearing what the rest of the board wants with that. I'm not opposed to it. I just want to see us be able to do this more efficiently, and I don't want this to be all on you and the two people that you call in every time, because that's not a workable solution either. Maybe times have changed with the volunteerism of stepping up, but maybe we can also change to push back and request it harder or partner with them in some way. So it's a long way to get around of thank you for putting this together. I'm happy we're talking about it, and I think it's I would like to see it change, but I'm open to seeing how we change it.
Supervisor Kirk.
I think my comment's going to be pretty brief because we had a similar conversation a couple of years ago. I'm of the mindset this is a public health, we have a public health doctor in the state who make these public health decisions, who are better educated than I as far as the body and what constitutes help. So I'm of the mindset of if this is approved by public health officer, leave it as is. The only thing I'm open to is I don't know if the conversation about power outages is part of that conversation, because it does make sense. If there's, what's that?
But power outages is addressed in the plan. Yes.
Not very well.
So if it's addressed, unless you're forcing a substance into somebody's body, i.e. the vaccine, then you're not going to get much opposition from me when it comes to public health, because we have doctors who review this stuff. So if all those issues are addressed in the plan, I have a hard time trying to address the plan. But if half who has looked at more thoroughly feels, I don't know, you're saying that the plan's not addressed with.
I'll talk about it.
Okay, so that's where I'm at. I don't really know why we're doing this again. We did this a couple of years ago. I don't mean to sound cynical. I get that things are hot. But there's a comfort level. Somebody brought up comfort versus a medical actual emergency. For me, the biggest thing is if power goes out, we do have to address that issue. And if we're not doing a good job of doing that, then I'm open to that conversation. But that's pretty much the end of it for me.
Thank you. Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. I'm kind of just a spoiler alert. I'm of a similar mind of Supervisor Kirk. I believe that we need to look at this as a public health issue and not something akin to a soft, low barrier shelter, which is kind of, I feel like, where we're going. I'm be glad to have that conversation, but I just don't want it to be couched in this context of heat advisory and warming and cooling centers. If we're looking to do something for people who are unhoused or people that are seniors, we need to have that conversation. We don't need to conflate these issues, because what we're talking about here is preventing people from dying due to hypothermia in their homes, which happens when temperatures go above the actual state guideline for heat emergency is 110 degrees for 2 days in a row and not 105. So we actually are lower than the state guidelines. But what I wanted to say is that I really hope people are willing to look at the board documents that are attached to this particular item, because the second item, second attachment, is the extreme temperature contingency plan, which I think is really well written. And it goes over many of the things that were discussed here today. It talks about electrical emergencies and power outages. That is central. It's referenced at least 3 times in just the Phase 2 heat advisory, which is below what we're talking about here. And that it sets the standards for a process where, when it looks like it's starting to get hot, these are the, it's a literal checklist. These are the items that we're going to do as a county, and they're organized quite well. So if we reach stage 2, that's exactly what we're talking about here, which is highs of 100 for 3 days, lows of 75. That's when a lot of these things start to kick in. Basically all of the elements that our community is looking for, except the opening of warming and cooling centers. But what it does say, and it's highlighted here, cooling facilities begin identifying cooling centers and work with volunteer groups to identify additional cooling centers that may be needed if designation moves to Phase 3. Now, Phase 3 is what we're talking about here. That's where the temperatures actually do rise to 105. I think that makes sense. It's based on what guidance we have from the state, from our public health officer, and it's served us well up to this point. I know that it can be uncomfortable when temperatures get above 100 degrees, but that's not the purpose of this. This is to protect our lives of our citizens. And that's a higher standard, and it's somewhat stark, but it's the truth. That's what this is for. Because when we start looking at other purposes and other reasons, I think it takes away from the goal here, which is protecting our community. We start, why not 98 degrees? Why not, there are high temperatures that can be dangerous in a variety of contexts, and low temperatures. And so this is a clear set of rules that we have followed that has been successful up to this point. And changing that now, I think, if you just look at the agenda language today, it's one of the things that bothers me, or the board memo, is that it just says, provide discussion, direction, and approval of any changes to extreme temperature contingency plan. That tells me that there's no recommended action here, that we are just, anything we come up with at this point is going to be developed from whole cloth on the dais with this board, and that's not how we should be making public health decisions, and that's my opinion. Yeah, I'm done.
Thank you. Supervisor Goldenberg.
Thank you. Goodness, hearing some interesting things here. Number one, either we believe in public health or not, right? I don't believe in having 2 standards. Sorry, Supervisor Kirk, but you brought it up. So the other thing is that we as a board, right? We act on behalf of the people in Tuolumne County, and we're not held to any strict guideline. Obviously things were put in place many years ago, starting in 2011 and updated in 2019. But really, we need to just do the right thing at times, right? And forget the, arguing about, is somebody going to die or not? Comfort thing is important. We heard the gentleman left here, but a firefighter from Contra Costa County, said that he'd been on plenty of medical emergencies, and I have too, in the past when temperatures were in the 90s. Government tends to overcomplicate matters, right? And this document is hugely complicated. Like Supervisor Brandon, stated, it's really hard to even try to explain it. I like the KISS, principle. Keep it simple, stupid, right? So people can understand. I feel I'm for the 100 degrees. I stated before that looking at the Tuolumne Resilience Center on Sundays, which wasn't, I don't think it was here, but in any case, I'd rather see that either at the library or the senior center. Understand the enrichment center. We don't, hopefully we'll have the generator at the other two soon. I would really look for the temperatures in the lower elevation, which would be the Sonora area, whether it be the library or the senior center. That the hours we look at instead of the 10 to 7. I would be in favor of going noon to 10 p.m. Because, and I'm just talking the heat side right now, cooling. We're talking that we're going to revisit the warming, down the road here. Generally not that hot before noon. I mean, it gets pretty warm. I know at my house, I'm at 2,500 foot elevation. At 11 o'clock at night, all this last week, it's been 90 degrees at 11 o'clock at night. So so I think if you back off of that, a bit, and then when I look at Tuolumne, the Resiliency Center, Tuolumne, I believe, is 2,500 foot elevation too, and is that correct, give or take? 2,500 foot in Tuolumne, yeah. So, and I look at the population base, where more populace at a lower elevation is likely to use. So to me, besides the transportation issues, that makes more sense than Sonora. Groveland, having a 12 to 7 sounds fine. What's the elevation in Groveland, Kathleen?
3,000.
Huh?
3,000.
3,000, so it's a little bit higher. So, that seems to be good. In response to a public comment regarding churches, we've tried that. We didn't have success getting churches to open up even during evacuations. And there may be an issue with liability, in which case, if that's something to look at, we could, have county council perhaps, opine on that later. But other than that, I'm for this as it is with 100 degrees, but I'd like to change those times.
All right, here are my comments. I don't think we'd be here today discussing this if we didn't have the power outages that we did over and over and over again in Groveland, and no restoration times, and not knowing what to expect. And there's 10 different mentions in our extreme temperature plan for power outages, but they're mostly a lot of them are Cal ISO power outages. They don't deal with what we had to deal with. And I don't know how we do this. My perspective is that we use common sense, but everybody's common sense is a little bit different. So that means that we need to put something into text that when the power goes out, the thresholds come down. I mean, that's just simple. And I don't think we have to do a lot of rigging of this particular plan because most people have power and they can go to the library. The only thing for Groveland is I think we would do better. We'd be better suited to have 3 options. The CRC would be the first one. A GCSD would be the second one. I'm sorry to see Brittany Gose, the executive director of the Little House, the Southside Community Connections, leave because she wanted to see about making the Little House a particular station for cooling or warming. They've got things for people to do there. They wouldn't just sit idly, and they could, besides charging their devices, they would have social time and that kind of thing. But they do not have a generator. So that would be something long range, we'd have to plan for. And I don't know about the wiring. It's an old house, so we'd have to see about that. But I think if staff could come back with a simple fix for when experiencing power outages, and maybe go make a matrix about it, some sort of matrix that makes sense, that here are the thresholds specifically for heat or cold, actually. I mean, we've been dealing with the heat right now, but there's nothing to say we couldn't have those same EPSS events with power going out and people freezing. You know, because if the power was out during really cold weather and it was only on for 2 hours, people are going to freeze. And so that would be a higher risk even than the heat experiences that people have had over that holiday weekend. And that is by no way to minimize what they went through, because it was horrid.
Okay, so what we're looking for from you today is, as you can see, even with a plan in place, there's a lot of criticism for staff for not doing, even though we followed a board-approved policy. I am hesitant to have you say at board discretion, because as you can see, we don't have alignment with how the board feels. We need direction from this board on when you want us to open these and incur costs or not. So what we're looking for today is direction for right now for the heat. We have to have this. I need you to give us, do you want it to be what we recommend on there at 100 degrees? If you want it lower when the power goes out, then what is that? We will follow that until we come back with a plan that you then can talk about. It will include the also when there's cold weather, and there'll be some differences on there, just to make sure that we know that we're not talking about a public health emergency, because I will tell you that Dr. Freeman checked in. There were no public health emergencies that came into our ER during this time in question that we're speaking to. That's fine, whatever your board wants. We just need clear direction on what you want so that we can put that together. So if it's for now until this comes back, which could be a month or two, it's a little crazy busy right now, and it will take some time to work through this. It could be that we kind of, if this is what this board wants, this could get shelved for now if we have a majority who don't want to follow this plan, and we simplify it and we have very easy criteria that anyone can read on. Because I agree, in the past when I was OES director, I too was looking through and we'd have our whole team together. But I'll tell you, we all know we can't plan for an EPSS, and it will take time to put that together when we do have to suddenly open. I will also tell you there's times, Steve Boyack is in the room as assistant director for HHSA. I personally remember him driving up to Groveland during cold events at his own risk, and then no one showing up. So that's just the reality, as you've heard from both sides, where we plan for this, we do it, no one comes. We then don't have a plan, but we jump in and do it, and then no one participates. I don't mean this in a critical way at all, but it's clear we cannot rely on volunteers. We see this when it comes to fire. We see it when it comes to these extreme events. Sometimes they're there, but sometimes they're facing their own issues that they're dealing with at home, and they can't be there. So that's why having a mechanism where we have staff that we can call in is essential, so we don't burn everyone else out. So all that to say, before we leave today, I need to know how does this board want us to handle when we do shelters or cooling centers, and if the power goes out, what is that threshold, so that we have a clear line and a rule and a protocol that we're following. And then we'll get to the next item.
I just wanted to add one more thing. I wasn't quite done. What we saw this last weekend with the shelters being open, especially for Groveland, I'm not sure about this side of the river, we weren't absolutely certain that PG&E had fixed the problem. So that's my main reason for wanting to get those the cooling station open over this last weekend, because I didn't want to have another complete mess again at the hands of the power going out. So that was my main impetus for getting those shelters open this last weekend.
Which brings us to Sil. We need to give a recommendation.
Yeah.
So,
what can we all agree on? Anybody got any ideas or offers?
I was going to recommend one of the confusing things that I think might be easy to address and be relatively low cost. If we're using facilities that are already staffed, that are already open to the public most of the time, it's going to minimize what we have to do on our side. if we can focus in on the Sonora Library and extend that an extra hour, I don't know if Sunday service is something that's available to be done. I think that would work for most of the area over here. And then I would recommend asking GCSD if there's something that can be done for the CRC right now.
His staff, library staff.
Yes, sir.
So just to clarify what we're talking about here, we're talking about amending the contingency plan, correct? Okay. So I guess what would help me is some clarity from my colleagues about what specific elements of the extreme heat contingency plan we would change, because it doesn't go into the detail on a lot of these things. To me, it's not. I guess I'm trying to look for an understanding of where the confusion is, because to me, it's not particularly confusing if you look through the checklist of the steps that we agree upon to take as we progress through hotter and hotter temperatures. So I guess I'm not understanding what specific, are we talking about the temperature? Are we talking about the resources? It doesn't go into specifics on the types of facilities that we will open and that we won't open and under what. To me, that's making it more confusing and not less.
Supervisor Goldenberg.
I'm just looking at that. It is a combination of potential health emergency and comfort. And that's why I feel the 100 degrees is reasonable.
103?
100.
100.
Yeah. Just as, was being discussed. Yeah.
So if we do that, I'm just laying, and I'm sorry to keep belaboring that, but what we're effectively doing is saying all of the procedures that are in place for the stage 2 heat advisory now become stage 3. So we're effectively saying phase 2 is now stage 3. There's no phase 2.
Like I said before, let's just
100 degrees is the threshold for that.
Like I said before, let's just keep it simple, right? We don't need.
I would love it to be simple.
Well, you're arguing against that, unfortunately. And I'm not trying to.
I'm saying it is more simple than I think. I guess we're disagreeing on the simplicity of what is existing versus what we're proposing.
Perhaps, but I'm still landed at 100 degrees. Period.
Okay. Supervisor Kirk.
I don't know what to say other than I want to keep it simple. We have a recommendation. I wish the people, I'm hearing that there was a few or a majority of supervisors who wanted to change the plan. I needed that to be really clear. It's not clear. So I don't know. I feel like we're going to be here all night. I don't know what to tell you. I would leave it as is, and I would just maybe ask the public health officer to maybe just double check in light of the conversations today and with the power outages, like just make sure we're 100% good on a plan for power outages. Other than that, I don't know what else.
Yeah,
we're going in circles.
Yeah, and I'd kind of say,
it's the end of the day.
I'm getting hungry.
I've heard it said that other neighboring counties do things and open shelters and we don't, and why is that? And I can tell you that we do as much or more than a lot of these neighboring counties do, but the difference is they do a better job of explaining that and disseminating that information into the community. So if we're talking about that, doing a better job of describing our plan and sharing that with the community, I am 100% on board with that.
And I would agree with that. Some comments today were that people up in Groveland, some of the elderly, they didn't know that we had shelters. They didn't know that they were up and running. So if we can get more people there by educating them, I'm 100%. I think that would be more effective than lowering the threshold, but still nobody showing up.
And unfortunately, I keep seeing more emphasis put on why we should not do it than to do it, even if we're looking at comfort factors.
Let's hear from Dr. Kim Freeman.
Good evening, Board.
Night.
So from a public health perspective on the heat, there is some guidance. It has changed a little bit since 2011. I was just on some meetings last week, and there are some draft recommendations out by CDPH right now. I also have polled some neighboring counties. As a rule, Amador doesn't open anything. Other counties use heat index or National Weather Service extreme predictions. And I would advocate that if we're going to change the plan to what an emergency would be, that we use either the dangerous zone on a heat index, which combines temperature and relative humidity. There are reliable indicators now that can give us that map. We can just click on it and say, oh, we're going to be in that for whatever, 2 or 3 days. That's an indication to open. Or we could use the National Weather Service extreme condition. I don't know. I'm planning to use data for the rest of the season, which might be more reliable. I can say that the centers we have opened haven't been utilized, and we haven't seen heat-related emergencies during the times that we have had extreme heat so far this summer. And extreme being, we didn't actually meet the criteria for our extreme, but we didn't see a rise in hospital or EMS utilization. From a perspective of the current plan, which shows the 105 and 75, there is a line for extenuating circumstances, including power outages. It may be that it needs to be defined better. You know, what is a power outage? Is it 2 hours? Is it 20? At what point is it, you know, line in the sand that we open? That could be some language that could be easily updated for the rest of this season, because it seems like the power out is really the contingency on whether or not people can tolerate or even be comfortable in the heat that we experience. As a norm here, we have heat over 100 all the time. And opening a cooling center for that isn't a public health recommendation, but also is a big burden. So that's a consideration for the board on what the future looks like.
So I have a thought. How long does it take if power goes out, you call PG&E and they say it's going to be 2 days? How long does it take for you to open up a center? Just real quick. 3 hours, 10 hours?
It depends on when it is and what time. If it's the middle of the night, it's going to take a lot longer.
Just a rough. Because what I'm suggesting is maybe we just update the policy to say if power goes out and if there's confirmation from PG&E on the estimated time, if it's going to be 3 days, obviously do it. If it's going to be by the time you staff it, PG&E saying power's going to be back on, obviously you don't staff it. I think that would be my only, what I'm hearing is that would be my only recommendation for updating anything power related, because some of these events like you can't plan for, like we just experienced.
And the heat side of the cooling side of it is much easier. And if we, as the Office of Emergency Services, are recommending to open anything as it relates to emergency, understand that there are certain things that we have to provide for to the public. That means they have to be trained individuals. We have to monitor who comes in and out. All of that goes into it that creates a record, and same on the public health side. If we are creating and opening centers for people to come and enjoy and just get out of the heat, not related to anything that's related to the emergency, then we don't have to do a lot of that, right? If we had dedicated staff that we knew we could call and say, hey, the CRC is opening up as a rec center today, you know, you have one person in there and come in and do whatever you want to do, as opposed to actually saying that we as an agency and as a government are going to open up a cooling center because that goes on the list. We have to report to the state of California and Cal OES that we are opening a cooling center, and therefore there's certain regulations that fall into that. So we have to make sure that those individuals are trained, and there is a system of accountability and recording of what occurs, who we serve, et cetera. So if we're just opening something because we need a place for people to have respite because the power's out,
let me clarify
a couple of hours.
Power goes out, it's going to be a couple days.
Mm-hmm.
You contact public health. She does her little clicking of the mouse, decides what the index is, says, hey, yeah, it makes sense. It's only going to be 102, doesn't mean our threshold, but based on what I'm seeing, it makes sense. PG&E says it's going to be 2 days. Like, why don't we just have that internal conversation instead of saying every time it's 100 degrees, we're going to open up a center? I mean, let there be a little bit discrepancy specific to power outages with the understanding that people lose AC.
I do agree with the doctor that we could probably delineate and define better what the extended power outage is. Because again, is it 2 hours, is it 6 hours, is it
because if it's
the
10
legal
hours,
terminology,
but it's going to take 15 to set it up,
right.
That's pointless.
Right.
So I think that is what I'm relaying from my perspective, and then I want to leave, but I got to stick around.
Supervisor, to answer your question, if I had staff outside of our regular staff, right? We had the relief staff who I could call and say, hey, you need to report there. It would be literally how long they could physically get there for a cooling center. Right. Shelter is overnight shelter is way different.
Personally, I wouldn't bet a single dollar on PG&E giving an accurate estimate on when that power is going to come back on.
They kept saying it was going to be restored, and it wasn't.
We can't bank on that. I'm sorry.
Well, but then we might be chasing our tail every time there's a power outage, setting this up, and then we get power back on, then it's all that work and all that personnel and all that for nothing.
In line with that, on that recommendation and some of the points you were making, could be in the middle of the night, could be high temperatures in the evening, could be the Groveland Center, not the Sonora Center. What I wouldn't want is a situation where it's so discretionary that it's just a bunch of pressure on you all the time.
Yeah.
But a power outage, having the discretion to do so, is enough of a tangible reason to kind of limit that and say when a power outage happens, you have the discretion to open it up if you think it makes sense.
With public health.
Yes,
Right.
but the problem again for everyone is power went out on Sunday morning. All of you got a text from me updating that, hey, the power has gone out. We are paying attention. We obviously are learning from recent events to make sure that we're paying attention and not waiting for PG&E to contact us. That takes somebody looking at that webpage literally every minute of the day to see whether or not that's going to go off. So I look at that. I let everyone know. I contact PG&E to see what the estimated time of restoral is. You're correct. There is no guarantee. What the customers were told that particular day was 7 p.m., I think, or 5:30 p.m. And the power was back on literally within a couple of hours. So if we engage our staff, send them all the way up the hill or wherever, set everything up, the power goes out. At what point do I say, okay, you can go home, or do I need to wait until, if there's an issue? So there is definitely complexities in how we respond and at what level do we continue.
Don't want to micromanage you. What I'm saying, I think what Jaren's catching on, or I think what we're speaking is specific to power outages, give you the discretion as OES and with public health to make those decisions, and we'll back you. And if we don't, then shame on us. I see Tracy shaking her head.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, this is recorded.
Again, my first comment was leave everything as is, but I get the power outages and people not having AC for 2, 3, 4 days. But if PG&E comes back and says, oh no, we're going to have it on, that's on them. And if they foul, it's not our foul. That it went on for 2, 3 days. Like you can only go off the information.
And to get to
you had.
Supervisor Goldenberg's point, to keep it simple, to be able to not say, well, we're not doing it because it's not according to the plan, but be able to say, we're not doing it because it doesn't make sense. Yeah. Or say, we are doing it because it makes sense. To me, that's very simple.
I've got a suggestion.
Oh, please.
So, first of all, for the plan itself, the extreme temperature plan that is an emergency, it's for emergencies, I would adjust the, it mentions power outages 10 times, but let's work together with staff to come up with something a little bit more reasonable that also points to us being able to fall back on maybe what we call an interim weather plan. And I like what Dr. Freeman said about maybe paying attention to either a dangerous zone, and that was according to what?
So there's a heat index zone that defines dangerous, and it depends on the relative humidity, quite honestly.
Yes.
If you're 100 degrees at 40% humidity, that's dangerous, even 95. But we're usually about 15% humidity during the day, during the hot parts. So you won't see that be activated until we're like 105 at 15%. If the humidity is higher, like it was yesterday, that would indicate a dangerous zone, a little lower temperatures.
Right. So either use that, the heat index danger zone, or the National Weather Service extreme condition, one or the other. I don't care which one, but we have that as a interim weather plan where we don't necessarily trigger, Dory, all the things that we have to do for a cooling station or a warming station. But we can work with our partners to open up those type facilities in the various areas. Does that make sense to my colleagues? I mean, do I need to explain that any further? We keep the extreme weather plan as it is, but we do add more verbiage about power outages, and if we continually have these power outages in succession, that we move to the, I'm just calling it an interim weather plan, where we open up comfort stations.
I mean, I like the idea of the heat indexes because I think that's very accurate, because, in higher humidity areas, it could be 90 degrees out, and you have humidities that are 60, 70%, and so it bumps it way up there. So it's it's a whole different story. But our relative humidities are pretty low overall. So
I don't know. Does that make sense?
I'm fine with that.
Just so I understand, is it a separate guideline from what's in the extreme temperature contingency plan, or an addition?
The only thing I am suggesting to change in the extreme weather plan that we have now is to add more verbiage to make it very clear about power outages, a definition, and maybe make a matrix out of it. If this happens, then this. If this happens, then that. But for most cases, it will probably fall back to what I'm calling the interim weather plan for comfort stations.
Okay, so what I'm hearing.
Go down the elevator to the second floor, and then you have to go out the stairwell. Carol will show you.
She's here more than us.
Sorry, sir.
I was just thinking that
I'll
myself.
I'll take you there if I get to leave with you.
So can I just summarize what I'm hearing?
Yeah.
Because we do need something in the interim. What we will do short term is work with Dr. Freeman when she determines based on the heat index for severity, then and humidity and heat and all that. We'll look to her. Public Health will make a recommendation to us. I think we have access to the same, and she can give us that criteria. And in combination with the power outages, we will make a decision if we should open based on that criteria. The long term, what we will work with Public Health to do is to really simplify this plan, and I think we can do that in a very easy way with the newer information. But for now, is that what I'm hearing is work on that heat index with Public Health. And we can do that on both, if it's very severe, they may make a recommendation, even if the power doesn't go out based on the severity of it, that maybe we need to open these comfort centers no matter what. But if the power goes out, that might be a little bit of a different criteria that maybe is a bit lower, knowing that we have certain populations who now don't have fans and can't run them.
You got it. That's it. Exactly. Thank you.
And I did have one thing.
Oh, no.
I do. I say that on that element, I do agree with it. Just looking at, so Dory sent the one that says graphics for the weekend. It's got all the different sites happening. And again, trying to make it simpler for people to understand it and not spend a lot of extra resources in any type of redundancy. I would say too that, how many people actually are able to walk to these centers? Most of the time they're driving or they're taking transit. If we could centralize this to one place, Groveland's kind of in a unique situation, but say the library or the enrichment center, and extend the hours a little bit, but that way you're able to focus the efforts on maintaining one location. I think for my residents, that's a reasonable trip. And if they needed help, they could ask for somebody's help. They could use Dial-A-Ride. They're not walking to it in Jamestown. That 5 minutes they save driving is not really the point. It's that they have a place to go, and that's very easy to understand with that.
We don't use libraries because we cannot use volunteers and part-time staff to run the library. We need that qualified, skilled staff to run the library services, which is why we sit on Sundays. But we could use maybe the senior center, which is a more central location than Tuolumne. So that just, that's why we don't do libraries. We really need library staff. People are going to want to check out books. They're going to want to utilize services that a disaster service worker will not know how to do. So that's why we don't do that on Sundays.
Or the enrichment center, and just don't call it a cooling center.
We just don't have, if we have a power
comfort
outage,
station.
There's no generator there.
I just want to be very clear that obviously in the interim, part of a decision making when we open anything for shelters or cooling is that facility and that ability for a backup generator. And that's why this last weekend we had multiple places open, because we were afraid that there could be a possibility of power outages. So if you operate a cooling center or a shelter and we have folks come to it and the power goes out, we now have an obligation to find them a different place. And then that adds to that incredible stress of staff and relocation of supply, all over those things. So from a planning perspective, we would rather plan only the places that have a backup generation. Currently right now, until we fix that long term, we can only rely on those facilities that have a backup generator. In good conscience, for everybody's worth, we have to do it that way. We absolutely have to do it that way.
So the only thing I want to know is no, we're getting there. So the only thing I want to know is the comments of my colleague Supervisor Half. what will be the impact of contingencies for that? In short, will the following agenda item be necessary to bring that?
I would recommend it. For example,
You would
we
still
had
recommend
Tracy,
that?
a grant-funded staff. We have to backfill her cost for 2 days last weekend. So, if we don't use it, it goes into fund balance and it doesn't get used. But without it, if we need to open, you're looking at using our existing staff again. And then we have to backfill grant-funded staff who are pulled off of their normal work.
So you're expecting the same impact that it would be
I think
if
it
we
may
were
not
just
be
to
as
straight
high.
up
Yeah.
change the threshold to 100 degrees?
I think it may not be as many, but we just don't know. So it's just a safety mechanism, really.
Any other questions for Dr. Freeman as she's standing here?
Ready.
All right. Thank you.
So that's my issue with it, is the cost. And I think that we're putting out there to the community that this is a resource that we could be providing, and we're just not because we're cold-hearted, and that's not the case. I think in order to do it, we have to change significantly what we've been following successfully up to this point.
And
Can I interject and end it?
Wait a minute. You don't think that makes us look cold-hearted when we don't open up cooling stations?
I don't
It
care.
absolutely
I don't know why
does.
we're talking
I'm
about
not
cold-hearted.
interested.
Nobody
So you
showed up
don't
to our
care.
cooling centers. Nobody cares.
It doesn't matter.
Nobody's showing
how
up.
I look.
So
what
we're not being
matters.
All right. You know what? It's late.
We're
Do
being
you have?
hot-hearted.
I'm going to stop the conversation because we're all crisscrossing over each other. Do you have enough information to go on now to
As long as the
come back?
majority are good with what I said, we work with public health based on their recommendation. That threshold may go lower if power goes out based on what that looks like. And as long as we have support from the board, we will work with public health to determine those thresholds.
And that was that okay with Supervisor Brandon?
Yes.
The
I wasn't clear on
threshold
that.
may
Okay.
change power outage or heat index, right?
All right, let's move on.
And we'll see you
All right.
next year.
All right. Thank you. All right. We're going to move on. Thank you very much for the enlightening conversation. And we're moving on to our third 1:30 p.m. appointment at 5:36.
1:30 p.m. Item 3, discussion and approval of increasing appropriations in the fiscal year 23-24 Office of Emergency Services budget by $25,000 for shelter operations to accommodate any changes to services provided under the Extreme Temperature Contingency Plan. 4/5 vote, approval required.
All right. Take it away.
All right, it's pretty explanatory. Obviously, based on the previous agenda item, our recommendation is for funding to go into OES for shelter to hire DSW relief employees so that we can have folks on call. $25,000 is the amount that you can see where this is what the cost would be if we had two individuals. It's an estimate, just as a estimate as potential, based on, 19 days, if that's one of the averages of one of the years, that it would meet those possible needs, what that would look like, and then also if we were providing water or snacks as a result of that to those as well. So that's simply what our request is.
And that's for the whole fiscal year.
Correct. Okay. And it is a 4/5 vote required.
And
to
this
add
money would come from where?
contingencies.
And would there be any possibility of reassigning if, like, I know some of the board members, my colleagues, think that we're going to have money coming in above and beyond what we think from the state right now. If we do we have a chance to revisit and not take from contingencies?
We can always revisit that. I will tell you, I was just talking with Debbie, our auditor controller, today. We are thinking we'll be lucky if we come in at our estimate, not above, based on all the factors that are going on in the economy statewide. So we'll go there when as soon as Deb in her office has all of that work done. She and I will bring that to you to talk about it. But I would provide caution that it's likely that we won't see a huge amount. We won't see it go over what our estimate was, or at least not much.
Okay, questions from the board. Supervisor Brandon.
Thank you. With what we just discussed, is this all for new service, or is a portion of this needed by your office for what's already been provided?
We will need part of this for what's already been provided for grant-funded staff who worked outside of what their grant allows them to do.
Okay, what would that be?
I have no idea what her hourly rate is at overtime. We could get that to you at a later date, but I don't know off the top of my head.
I just
It
wondered
won't be much. I mean,
roughly, if it's not the full amount, because it sounds like we did not give direction to use the full amount. It's right now going to be looking at that amount. Is my take on it.
I believe that this will be more than enough even to backtrack and do what we did last weekend.
Okay.
I don't think you'll need more.
Only other thought I had on it is $25,000 would also go a long way to getting a generator at the enrichment center, where this would make sense. Not maybe all the way, but it would go some of the way towards doing that.
Supervisor Kirk.
My only question is, say for example, you get like Word of Life or a church up, to open up a center. Do we have to have paid staff to operate these, or can you still utilize volunteers if we have them?
Yeah, and for Word of Life, when we talked about liability, we actually signed them up as disaster service workers, and that allows for the state to provide coverage. So we did that with the pastor up there.
So this is just for when we absolutely need it.
Yes.
For staff. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Nope. Seeing none, I'll go to the public for public comment. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for final comments on a motion.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second
staff recommendation.
I'll second.
I think Supervisor Brandon got it.
That's
So
fine.
it was a motion by Supervisor Kirk and seconded by Supervisor Brandon. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, carries 5-0. Now I think we have the OES presentation. Is that correct? So, Tanya, would you please read item number 13?
Item 13, presentation and consideration of approving the unanticipated revenue from California Wildfire Mitigation Program Home Hardening Initiative for Phase 1 of the approved grant in the amount of $978,600 to be added to the Office of Emergency Services Budget 23-24 and authorizing the county administrator to sign any agreements, modifications, and all related contracts and documents. 4/5 vote required.
And that's to you, Dory.
Apologies, so many items today. So here's a copy of the PowerPoint for you as well, and there is copies for the public already out. All righty, let's see. Tuolumne County is a recipient to a pilot project. It's under California's Wildfire Mitigation Program, a home hardening project. This particular project is funded 100%. FEMA is covering 75% of the award cost, and Cal OES will be picking up 25% of that. The goal is to reduce the threat of life and property, threat to loss of life and property in Tuolumne County. It is the 4th pilot project in the state. We've been really excited. We applied for this last year, and it was quite an exhaustive hazard mitigation grant project through FEMA. A lot of cost-benefit analysis, a lot of work, but we were very fortunate that we were chosen as the 4th pilot project, and there was a lot of guidance. So both FEMA and Cal OES have contracted out with individuals to help counties walk through. There is a positive side in the sense that 3 other counties, so Lake County, Shasta County, and San Diego County have all been given awards and already in the process. So they've learned a lot about do's and don'ts as far as implementing this project. A big push, or the reason behind home hardening, is that the state fire marshal, many scientific data has come to show that the catastrophic fires that have consumed many of our homes throughout California in the last couple of years is due to ember ignition. So not necessarily the fire coming through the neighborhood, but embers as a result of the fire getting in underneath the roof or the eaves and then causing a combustion of the home. And so there's been a lot of work and a lot of theory and data in if we can harden the homes, we can prevent some of that catastrophic fire. So The total project is a little over $20 million. And what we have in front of you today is really the first phase of that project, and I'll walk through some of that. So the key objectives, of course, is critical outreach and education to the public about wildfire loss prevention and mitigation opportunities. Again, why it's important to improve upon and harden our homes. There will be site assessments performed, and again, we're very lucky that there are other counties that have gone in front of us because they are laying down some of the do's and don'ts, or what worked in their community, or what is working in their community under this grant. But the site assessments will need to be performed of the properties who want to enroll in the project and be awarded funding for the home hardening to do some retrofitting, as well as defensible space projects, which Cal OES and the State Fire Marshal also see value. Obviously, you can't harden your home if you don't have defensible space, and then vice versa. If you haven't hardened your home, but you have defensible space, right? It's an all package, and something that we really need to encourage and educate our property owners here throughout the state. They'll also perform home hardening activities on the residential structures, really to mitigate some of those vulnerable building elements that pose a risk for wildfire ignition. And then, as I said, also 2 defensible space measures around those residential structures, reducing the vegetation. Where is the project? We get asked quite a bit, why this area? And the project is Ponderosa Hills, Miramonte, Canyon View. Here's a map of all of the parcels. There's 415 parcels identified in this. Now, when the State Fire Marshal, Cal OES, and FEMA came to us, and again, part of the recommendation came from CAL FIRE. So it was our unit chief at that particular time, Chief Wood, and others, the battalion chiefs who have been, noticing all the work we've been doing in Tuolumne County. They were part of the recommendation for us to get this project, so we're very thankful for them. But they asked us to come and identify multiple areas within Tuolumne County that we felt at the project. So we asked our battalion chief and our CAL FIRE folks in Tuolumne County to help identify. And we did go and look at multiple areas. We looked up in Groveland at Merrill. We looked also at Ponderosa and Hills area. And then we also went to Cedar Ridge area and looked. They all had certain criteria that they were looking for. And one of the criteria for the grant is the majority of the funding must be spent on home hardening, not defensible space. So some of the communities had more of a need for defensible space. And so they really chose, that's why they chose Ponderosa Hills. There was less of a need for individual defensible space so that the home hardening dollars. So what does this mean to property owners? The project is to help fund home hardening, and it will be based on a sliding scale, so based on income. A property owner will apply, and based on the income, could get up to $40,000 per home site, a mixture of home hardening, and then about $6,000 of that 40 could be spent on defensible space clearing. And so there are about 415 homes that are identified then within that property area. Who's eligible? They must live in that project area. So in that Ponderosa, Miramonte, and Canyon View, in that mapped area. They must be the legal property owner in the eligible area at the time of application. They must be willing to participate in a home assessment to determine the measures which may be taken to safeguard their home. Again, we're very fortunate that CAL FIRE and the State Fire Marshal have already designed through mapping and ArcGIS mapping system, the questions that will be asked in the assessment, the criteria for the assessment. Basically, it's a system. They'll have an iPad and be able to say what kind of roof it is, what kind of windows and vents, the recommendations. And then, of course, they must be willing to sign a right of entry, right, to the property in order to have the contractor. So this is not going to be done in-house. The majority of the funding will be spent to hire a project manager, but also construction managers who will go and work in the area and do several homes at a time in an area. So there is quite an extensive time timeline is, again, the work that other counties have done, as well as FEMA and Cal OES and the State Fire Marshal, have really identified, how that timeline will follow and what all of the tasks will be in each of those phases based on that. Some of the eligible activities, and this is not the entire list, but I just wanted to give you some ideas. Again, on the home hardening, replacing a non-Class A roof with a Class A roofing material. You would be surprised how many homes in Tuolumne County do not have the Class A roofing because of the age. It will cover all vent openings with metal mesh. For those sizes. That also has been proven to limit that ember ignition. It will replace mesh screen vents with ember and flame resistant vents. Also could replace combustible siding with a non-combustible material, or install dual pane windows with at least one pane of tempered glass. All of that are proven to be effective in reducing ember ignition in homes. On the defensible space side, obviously, they will focus all of the CAL FIRE and the State Fire Marshal requirements for defensible space, removing that, all of the defensible space requirements to ensure that the home hardening project will be complemented by the defensible space, and it truly will make that resident defendable and less likely to have ignition. Eligible structures. This is always asked. Single-family residential structures, whether they are single or multi-story. Multi-family residential structures, both single and multi-story, are eligible. Manufactured, modular, or mobile homes are also eligible for retrofitting. Properties used as rental, so not owner-occupied, may be eligible, but the project will not serve an apartment complex at this time. And then construction type could include a frame, concrete, modular, or mobile. So this really helps to find whether or not you're eligible as a property owner. Where do we go from here? This is just the first phase, and the board needs to accept the unanticipated revenue. We obviously knew we were being considered for the grant prior to budget, but we did not get the final award. We have been awarded the funding in the phase one needs to happen so that we can start on our project. We tentatively have already scheduled our first public meeting with those communities on July 31st, and already started to engage some of those partners, but we truly need to have your approval and in the system so we can begin with the projects. We then will determine eligibility, get the property owners to sign up, and during the phase one, which goes all the way until February of 2025, we have to do home assessments, and based on the home assessments, the scope of work for each of the homes has to be completed, environmental studies, the age of the home, if there's any other environmental concerns on the property, and all of that has to be completed. So this amount is specific to phase one, and then we will be getting the phase two, which is the larger home hardening project. Happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, I have a question. Is there going to be some overlapping of phase two and phase one, meaning that they can start on, let's say they've done so many home assessments and developed a scope of work, can they then start on phase two before phase one ends?
Yes,
Good.
yes.
Okay.
But there is a mechanism in there, and Supervisor Kirk pointed this out, is that obviously we have to finish phase one in order to get the approval on phase two. But we are having our first project scoping meeting this week to kind of kick it off with all of the entities, FEMA and the state and State Fire Marshal. So we'll understand a lot of those nuances and be able to make sure we clearly understand, where we can make those changes if we're able to get that done. Absolutely.
Any other questions?
Yeah. Just real quick, looking at, if you could go back to the project, like what's eligible as far as a roof or a, looking at this so it sounds like we have until 2025 to get people signed up to go out and do the inspections, decide what work's going to be done, correct? Mm-hmm. The people who are going out and doing the inspections, like if I'm a property owner and I live in Ponderosa Hills and I say, okay, like I want a roof, I want new windows, I want new siding, I want blah, 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 blah. Is the inspection person going to come out and say, well, based on my fire experience and the topography and everything and looking at your house, you're going to be eligible for windows only or eaves only? Or like, how is that?
So the way the assessments will work, they will take everything into consideration. So they'll kind of do a whole walk around of the property, right? Is there defensible space done, or do we need to do some defensible space? Is there a roof issue, a vent issue, and where does that fit? Then the scope of work will say, okay, we have X amount of dollars to spend, and where are we going to spend that on, based on what that potential cost might be. But it will be trained fire individuals, obviously, and again, it is a system that is based from the fire side for the assessment, to make sure they're making the recommendations. And at the end of the day, the property owner has to agree to the service that they're going to get for that.
The reason why I ask is because when I look at this, like if you just do a new roof on a certain home, that might be $40,000 alone.
I know.
So that's why I'm curious if it sounds like there's going to be staff that will say, okay, look, I know you want a new roof and windows, but based on my recommendations, this is what I'm going to write you down to be eligible for. So that's kind of the Okay.
There'll be some flexibility, and also from a fire perspective, and that's where this is coming from, is to making sure that those assessors are giving that right.
Okay. And then my only other comment is Ponderosa Hills, a lot of young working families. So probably very busy, not paying attention to what we're talking about today. What's the plan to go out there and make sure we get 415 homes signed up?
Yeah, we want to get all. So we've already reached out, obviously, to the Firewise communities and the homeowners, and the folks that we know that work or live in that area to help us kind of create some public opportunity engagement. And we may end up having to go door to door, and, doing multiple, daytime, nighttime, virtual. We're really going to have to, and we're given money in this phase to be able to do that education and outreach. Mail flyers to everyone that's in that property mapped area as well. So,
okay, cool.
Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. You mentioned with the rentals, does that apply to short-term rentals too?
Yeah, that is a good question. I'll make sure I'll double check on that, but it does say rentals in there. It doesn't define this.
One thing is renting out a room in your house, but if somebody bought a property up there and they're renting it out at profit, they need to fix up their own property.
Fundamentally, obviously, I know in the previous years when we had certain funding to do tree mortality or defensible space, there was a lot of criticism that some of the houses were second homes or VRBOs, Airbnbs, and some of the public really was upset that it should have been spent on the full-time residents. But when you talk about home hardening, we have to get everybody. The only way this is going to work is if we can get all of those homes done. It doesn't work that just this house in this neighborhood or the next house. And that's why they really concentrate the area and the project in one, is to get everyone engaged. So it shouldn't really matter if it's a short-term rental or, a long-term rental. It is a home that's in that community. If it starts on fire, then it could increase the fire for the next.
And then just on that, we have X amount of money. Will there be priority then, at least, to say that maybe that's the lowest priority, or a non-occupied second, third home, whatever would be the lowest priority? In case this does end up being more expensive than we anticipate, we make sure we spend it on the people who live here the most, who need it the most.
Yeah, I will double check on that. Obviously, we will have to start with the assessments and the property owners agreeing to participate in the assessment first and then work our way. It is a huge undertaking for management, which is why, we asked for some of our indirect costs that were to hire another analyst to help us, keep track of this. So.
Okay. And then are we looking at trying to keep some of these dollars local, as far as you mentioned, like project manager?
Yes.
Trying to keep some of these dollars. I mean, Habitat for Humanity has like a home hardening rent rehabilitation program. Is there a way we can use this to support?
We will be going out under our contracting and RFP that we do with any through the county process, so people will be eligible to apply for the work.
Thank you. I thought we were maybe hiring and not bidding out, but that will be available to other ones as well.
Yep.
Great, thank you. And then the last kind of question is, we've talked about Peppermint a lot as a one-way in, one-way out community with a lot of fire risk. And this is really great that this is coming in, but it is all in one community. We talked about why that was. But I just want to ask, is this where we're spending all of this money? Was there any discretion to split that up? And will we see future rounds of this, we hope, will come in?
Yeah. It is this area site was chosen by FEMA, Cal OES, and the State Fire Marshal out of all of the areas they looked at because they felt they could be concentrated. And again, we want to have the most number of structures hardened, home hardened. It is our understanding that there will be additional money, and if we do very well with this project, then we could be asking for future projects for other areas within Tuolumne County.
Okay. And I lied. I have one more.
Oh, no, you said that was the last one. I'm going to go.
One more. Wait, it's,
It's late.
We spent a long time on items important to you.
Okay,
right?
go ahead.
What I wanted to ask is, are we going to also put something in place to require them to maintain it? So we're putting
Yes.
a lot of money into this.
That is an agreement that they will have to sign as part of the right of entry, that they will maintain the work that is being given to them as a part of this project.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Goldenberg.
Just a quick one. My understanding is, let's say X home only required 20,000. Can the other money be used for other homes that might cost a bit more, or how is that?
I'm going to double check that when we have our project kickoff. We're obviously given the funding. There is some flexibility, I think in the cost, but that is the average when I say 40,000. I don't necessarily think that's the limit. But again, until we do the home assessments, we're not quite sure what the cost would be.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so at this point, I'm going to go to the public to see if there are any comments from the public. If you'd like to come forward. And seeing none, going to bring it back to the board for if there are final comments and a motion.
I'll make a motion if there's no.
Are there any comments?
I'll just comment real quickly that it is the end of the day, and I apologize for the truncated discussion about it to you, Dory, because this really deserves a great deal of fanfare. It's an incredible project in a community that sorely needs it, and really applaud you for the work that you put into this. So. This is a very big deal for our community. I hope hope we spread the word far and wide because we are doing amazing things in Tuolumne County.
I appreciate that.
And I echo Supervisor Brandon's sentiments that I've got a couple neighborhoods that could probably benefit from the next round.
3.0.
Yes, it's just going to grow. But we are going to come out with a press release so that we can really highlight this award because I think it is really everyone's excited about it, and we're definitely very excited about it.
It's amazing.
It's groundbreaking.
Yes, groundbreaking.
If Supervisor
Yeah.
I'll second
Supervisor
whatever he says.
Goldenberg.
I'm going to say move on staff recommendation and echoing Supervisor Campbell. This is humongous. I mean, what occurred here, and just kudos. So I make the motion to move on staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay, so it was moved by Supervisor Goldenberg and seconded by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Carries 5-0. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Have a great evening.
Thank you. So we have a couple of matters still. We've got reports. If you have something really very important to let the rest of the board know, we're going to go through these kind of down and dirty. And I will start with Ms. Carrillo. Do you have anything? Mr. Earhart? How about Tanya? Do you have any report? Okay. So.
Many things, but it's 6 o'clock, so.
Okay. Nope. All right. I do have just something very quick. Flip to it. Things that I would want you to know. I did bring up an issue about the opioid settlements not including law enforcement monies for law enforcement, and so the attorney for RCRC is going to be contacting our attorney and looking into that, and I think that's going to be carried on to NACO as well by Supervisor Goldenberg. There is a newly formed, with RCRC, there's a newly formed ad hoc committee on homeowners insurance crisis. So I'm on it. So we need to, especially Supervisor Kirk probably, and maybe even our assessor, I need to get information that you've already assembled, and we're going to be addressing that. We used to have one a long time ago, and then it disbanded, and it's been resurrected. And then, you know how we're bringing back this issue about homeowners insurance, that crisis, for the August 8th meeting. And we will have a representative from RCRC to that, Stacy Heaton, that will be also joining us for that. Okay. I think those were the most important things. I can save the rest for later.
And I'll just say, I did participate in a meeting with Dory regarding insurance, the State Department of Insurance. I put a Facebook video out there, so if any board member wants to go to my Facebook page, I explained a little bit about what took place.
Okay, thank you. Good to know. Now we have a closed session item, and I will have our clerk of the board read that, and then I've got a question for our county council.
Item 14, closed session, conference with legal counsel, initiation of litigation, Authority Government Code Section 54956.9, D4, one case.
And so my question to you is, will we have anything to report out?
No.
Okay, so.
We do need public comment.
Yes, so we will now ask for public comment on that, on our closed session item.
Seems like any time someone sues the county, you guys give them $100,000, so stop it.
Anybody else? All right, well, thank you all for attending, and we will close and convene as closed session.